My best friend put a hand on my back one step from the throne, and I woke up 20 years earlier, 3 days before the apocalypse, in a place where doors keep things out. In my last life, I got out early and heard about it secondhand for the next 2 decades, the way you hear about a country you were born in and never went back to. You go away for university? The driver said. He was one of those men who cannot let a silence sit. Kids these days, always running off to the big cities. Me, I say Luo City's the best. You're right, I said, and I meant it. Great city. Millions of people. Highest concentration of the strange on the planet within 3 years. Home to something in a temple 10 minutes up this road that would eventually make grown men flinch at the word river. Really, very few cities can compare. So what brings you back? Parents here? I'm an orphan, I said. I'm settling in Luo City from now on. And his whole face went soft, the way people's faces do when they hear a word that gives them permission to feel something. Must have been hard for you then. Hard. Sure. Let's go with hard. 20 years of standing on the edge of a hole and not falling in. I stopped counting how many times something came within a hand's width of taking me. I stopped counting the people who sold me. I climbed the entire ladder on other people's shoulders and mine, and I got to the last rung. One step from being able to look at anything in that world and have it kneel, and then somebody I trusted put a hand on my back. King Kongming, Shi Yuan, 20 years, gone in one move, by a man I used to drink with. I looked out at the dark and said, it's all in the past. The future's going to be more interesting. Ha, that's youth for you. Always so full of it. He was grinning now. My girl's the same. He had a wife and a daughter and enough money to eat well and not enough to worry about it, and in his entire life it had never once occurred to him that this was the good part. At midnight on September 3rd, Kyoto time, a book was going to open beside every human being on this planet and start deciding things. Some people would die under something they couldn't see. The rest would get a job in an industry that hadn't existed the day before and spend the rest of their lives trying to keep the job from eating them. 3 days. I didn't tell him. What was I going to say? Sir, please note that the calendar has a hard stop. Slow down, I said instead. It's late. Safety first. He blinked at that, and I watched him decide I was harmless after all, and I let him. He talked for another minute about nothing, and then he asked because he couldn't help it. Where'd you live all those years anyway? Where did I live? A place where gods were things you could stab, where you took a job title from a book and it changed what you were, where a shut door in a stairwell might have a hallway behind it that was 600 kilometers long, where the whole species learned that the thing in the dark had rules and rules could be learned, and every rule anybody ever learned was paid for by somebody finding it the hard way. Hell, I said. What? I didn't answer because we were there. I paid him and got out and stood in front of the Dragon King temple with the gates shut and the lights off, and behind me I heard the window go down. Hey, kid. What's your name? I turned around and smiled at him, and I gave him the whole thing because I liked him, and because it cost me nothing, and because in about 72 hours nobody was going to care about names anymore. Qin Feng, I said. Chu like King Yan Luo, Qing like a blue sky in broad daylight. Then I walked into the dark, and behind me I could hear him picking up his phone. Hello? Luo City Supervisory Department? I want to report someone. I've got a mentally ill person here. No, a real one. Fair. The Dragon King Temple stopped taking incense at sunset, which is why I'd picked the time. It sat in a bad corner of the road with 2 dead streetlights and a wall I could get over in 3 moves, and I went over it and dropped into the yard, and the second my feet hit the stone, the whole place changed temperature. During the day, this is a tourist stop. Old couples, incense, a gift shop that sells plastic dragons. At night, it is a building shaped like a thing that swallows. I went past the shops and the staff dorms and into the main hall, and the air still had that thick, sweet burnt smell in it, and up on the offering table stood a statue with a man's body and a dragon's head. Somebody had put a red cloth over its face. Convenient for me. I got up onto the table and stood eye level with a god that several 100,000 people had prayed to for good harvests, and I didn't look at it. That part mattered. If this thing had woken up already, then even at the absolute bottom rung, even at the weakest it would ever be in its existence, I was a man with a phone and no job. I pulled the cloth off without looking. Underneath was a gold dragon's head, beautifully made, and set into the face were 2 eyes, not carved, not painted. 2 separate objects sitting in the sockets, deep red, the color of stone that has blood in the name. I still didn't look at them directly. I took out my phone, aimed it by feel, and photographed them, and then I looked at the photograph, which is a completely different thing, and I want everyone to appreciate that this distinction is the only reason I am able to tell you any of this. Those were real eyes. Here's the thing about the blood-eyed dragon lord. Everyone remembers what it became. Top 3 in the country, arguably. A first-rank fierce god. The reason Luo City stopped being a city. what almost nobody bothered to write down, because by the time it mattered, nobody was doing research anymore, was where it started. It started as the eyes. The eyes were the source. Later, the eyes were the whole thing, the true body. The reason it went from a lump of clay in a temple to a name people said quietly. And right now, 36 hours before the starting gun, they were sitting in a statue in an empty room in the dark with nobody guarding them. I put my hand into the socket of a god's face. You should know that in a normal statue, that's like reaching into the mouth of a stone lion for the ball. It doesn't come out. It was never a separate piece. But the second my fingers went in, the bead in there rolled. It moved on its own. It was trying to get away from me, which was honestly thrilling. If it had sat there like a marble, I'd have wasted a trip. Something that runs is something that's alive, and something that's alive at rank 9 on the day before the world opens is something with nowhere near enough power to stop a determined art student with a metal box. I closed my fingers. It squirmed once and stopped. It didn't feel like a gemstone at all. It was soft. It had give. Think of something you'd find in a butcher's window and never voluntarily touch. I got the other one the same way. Not once, from start to finish, did I look at either of them. Both into the box into my bag, and I took a taxi home like a man coming back from a late shift. By the time I sat down on my own bed, it was 11 at night, and the moon was coming in the window, and I was still out of breath from the wall. I opened the box. In the moonlight, they gave off their own light, faint and red. I made myself breathe until my heart came back down to something reasonable. Then I put my hand in and touched one. It rolled under my fingers for about half a minute. Then it stopped, and 2 black slits opened up inside the red and looked at me. Hello. So I smiled at it, picked up the fruit knife off my desk, and put it straight into my own left eye. I'll spare you the sound. There is no version of this where I'm brave. I want to be very clear. It hurt in a way that reorganizes your priorities. My hand was over my face, and things were running through my fingers and dripping into the box, and the 2 red things in there got brighter from it, which I chose at the time not to think about. My teeth were locked. I could feel every vein in my forehead. Plenty of people would have simply gone unconscious, and I would like to state for the record that I considered it, but there's no other way. That's the part nobody wants to hear. No underworld job in the entire ladder lets you own a strange thing outright at the start. The only way a human being takes one of those and keeps it is to put it inside himself and hope. And the odds are bad. Fail and you get maimed or crippled, or your heart just quietly stops. And I did it anyway, because the Yellow River Blood-Eyed Dragon Lord is one of the 5 worst things I ever saw in 20 years. And right now, it is a source with no strength and infinite ceiling, and it is sitting in a box on my bed. If I'm not willing to do this tonight, then I can stop talking about thrones and immortality and go do the internship interview in the morning like a normal person. So I picked up the first eye and pushed it into the socket. My whole body jerked. Something in me was trying very hard to reject it. I got up anyway, went to the mirror, took my hand down, and looked with the eye I still had. The left socket was moving. Something was shifting around in there, turning, settling, like an animal in a new burrow. Then it started moving faster. Then it started moving like it wanted out. If I hadn't clapped my palm over it right then, it would have come straight back out of my face. Failed? No, not failed. I stood there with my hand over a hole in my head, and I was actually delighted, in a way that I recognize is not normal, because these things are supposed to be compatible when they're this weak. Organ-type sources at the bottom rank slot into a human being almost gratefully. This one wouldn't. Good. Excellent. That means the ceiling is even higher than I thought. Unfortunately, it also meant it was now trying to go through the back of the socket, into the nerve, into my brain, and I have a lot of willpower, but I do not have the kind of willpower that survives having a small, angry god drill through my skull. And if it got out and didn't fuse immediately, putting it back in would never work. That's a one-time offer. I had maybe seconds. I looked into the box with my remaining eye. The other one was spinning like something in a washing machine. They come as a pair. They aren't 2 things. They're one thing with a gap in it. So the question was, do I gamble the only eye I have left? If it fails, I go into the worst decade in human history blind, with a head full of memories and no way to read the book that decides whether I live. I gave that about 1 second of thought, which in hindsight is either the best decision I ever made or evidence that the driver should have called somebody more qualified than the police. Then I put the knife in again. I went away for a moment. I did. There is a gap. What I know is that some part of me that had been beaten into shape over 20 years took over the arm and shoved the second eye into the second socket, and then I had nothing left to look at anything with, so I just shut both lids and held them down and tried to keep 2 furious things inside my own face using nothing but eyelid strength, which is exactly as effective as it sounds. I couldn't see. I could only feel. And what I felt was the spinning getting slower, slower, and then stopping. And then the pain lost interest in me, which was the most frightening part of the entire night, and I went out. The moon came in the window on a man lying on a bed with his hands loose, and under his shut eyelids things were moving fast. Vessels that had been cut were finding each other, nerve ends were reaching, and two black and white human eyes were being slowly and completely swallowed by two red ones. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Feng, are you dead in there? We said we'd go to the interview together. I called you 6 times. Open the door. That is my best friend Lin Hai, and that is the sound of him nearly ruining my entire life at 8 in the morning. I frowned. I didn't want to be awake. Every part of my face was on fire. Qin Feng, you didn't do something stupid, did you? Hang on, I'm calling the landlady for the spare key. Idiot, it's a breakup. People survive breakups. Right. In this timeline, I had recently been dumped. I had forgotten. I peeled my eyelids apart. They were glued shut with dried blood, and it took effort, and the entire world was red. Not red like blood on a lens. Red like somebody had pulled a curtain across reality and then made the curtain see for me. The bed, the desk, the door. All of it there. All of it wrong. All of it soaked in a color that shouldn't be able to carry that much detail. I could see. I got the phone up and flipped the camera around and looked at myself, and my hands weren't steady. The black and white was gone. In 2 dark sockets sat 2 vertical red pupils, and while I watched, they narrowed to pinpricks the way something narrows its eyes when it has decided what it's going to eat. Then the red text came up in front of me on its own. Blood pupil. Rank 9. Category. Entity. Symbiosis. Strange. Yin lifespan. 3 months. Rule. Eye for an eye. After a certain amount of eye contact, ignore the opponent's rule ability entirely and reflect it back at them. If they have no rule ability to reflect, the target's blood runs backward until they die. Contact time and effect scale with a gap in rank and talent. Ability, with eyes have pearls. Observe any living thing or underworld artifact and read its grade, nature, rules, abilities, and remaining yin lifespan. Status, symbiosis. Currently in symbiosis with a human. Yin lifespan consumption doubled. Some degree of intelligence has begun to awaken. Note. Well, how do you like my abilities? You lowly humans had better serve me properly. I read that last line twice. Let me explain what I was actually holding here, because on paper it looks like 2 lines of text, and in practice it's the difference between me and every other person on this planet for the next several years. Every strange thing has a rule. The rule is how it kills you. Some of them need you to say a word. Some need you to look behind you. Some need you to be alone in a room with a mirror after 2 in the morning. In the early days of that era, the entire human survival strategy was, find out the rule, then don't do the thing. And every single rule that anybody ever wrote down was written in somebody's blood, because the only way to discover the trigger is for a person to trip it. My eyes read the rules off things like a label on a can. And my eyes have a rule of their own that works on eye contact and throws the other thing's power back in its face at double. If you want to know why I gouged my own eyes out with a fruit knife instead of sleeping, that's why. The one part I didn't love was the last line, and I don't mean the tone, though the tone was already becoming a problem. I mean that a rank 9 strange thing is not supposed to have thoughts. At the bottom, they are animals. Instinct, appetite, one trick they run over and over. You don't get anything like a personality until around rank 4. Mine had opinions on day 1. I asked it silently what my own situation looked like, and obligingly, because it can do a version of what the book does, the text changed. Qin Feng, ungraded, Yin lifespan 3 months, Yang lifespan 3 months. Symbiosis, your own Yang lifespan is drastically reduced in exchange for full control of the blood pupil. Note, I'm not ordering you around. I'm just borrowing your body for a bit. But don't die, human. If you go, I go. My hand closed on the phone. In my last life, the book gave me 60 years of Yang lifespan. 60 years. Now 3 months. That's what the eyes cost. Not money. Not a favor. 60 years, paid up front, and the receipt is a note from a rank 9 parasite telling me to take care of myself. Yes, technically, Yin lifespan converts into Yang lifespan. Yes, technically, if I burned every day of Yin I had, I could stretch 3 months into 6. And then I'd have nothing to feed the thing in my skull, and it would eat the only thing left in the room, and the only thing left in the room would be me. So, new rule. I needed a job. Not the interview kind. Outside, the banging stopped. Then I heard Lin Hai doing his politest voice. Sister May, so sorry to drag you up here again. I don't know what's gotten into him. And a woman's voice, clear and a bit annoyed. What's wrong with Qin Feng? He's not picking up. He's not answering the door. He broke up with his girlfriend a few days ago. I'm worried he's doing something stupid. Keys. In the lock. I looked around my room. Bloody fruit knife on the desk, bedding sprayed and dried brown, metal box sitting there like a prop. If somebody walked in right now, they wouldn't call an ambulance. They'd call forensics. I threw everything under the blanket and got into the bathroom and turned the shower on approximately 1 second before the door opened. Two people came in fast. Lin Hai, glasses, permanently anxious, my best friend since we were both bad at drawing together, and behind him, my landlady, 30-something, silk robe, no makeup, the kind of woman you can tell has money by how little she is trying. Qin Feng. I came out of the bathroom with water on my face and gave them my most confused expression, which was easy because holding my new eyes shut behind my old face took actual concentration. Lin Hai, what's the emergency? And there I was, same as ever. Two clear black and white eyes, blinking at them, mildly put out. What's the emergency? You didn't answer your phone. We've been pounding on your door for 10 minutes. I thought you were still hung up on Bai Ling Yun and about to do something drastic. Bai Ling Yun. I had to actually stop and search for it. 10 full seconds. Then it came back, filed somewhere behind the third rank of the underworld ladder and the mechanics of Yin Lifespan conversion, in a drawer marked things that happened before anything happened. Oh, right. The girlfriend. I had a few drinks, I said. Didn't hear you. Sorry. Lin Hai's face went to genuine alarm. Okay, now I know something's wrong. When have you ever apologized to me? I ignored him and turned to the landlady. Sister May, sorry to make you come all the way up. Qin Feng, are you really all right? Really? All right, I'll go. Lin Hai says you two have interviews today. Good luck. And she made a little fist at me. I walked her to the door. Mei Xiangli. Nobody in the building knew where her money came from, only that it existed. In my last life, she died in her apartment about a week into it. Not just her, every woman in the building, then every woman in the compound. All of them. Badly. And there was a story afterward that somebody had seen a girl in a red dress standing on the balcony of the 16th floor, and that the red of the dress wasn't dye. That thing later got taken as a bride when the blood-eyed dragon lord went up to second rank and held a selection in a city with nobody left in it. And if things ran the way they'd run before, this gentle woman making a little fist at me for luck would end up as part of that dress. I thought about it for a second and said, Sister May, if anything strange happens in the building, call me. She stopped. My tone had been wrong and she'd caught it. Strange? What's strange? Qin Feng, don't tell me you've been watching those videos where boys decide they don't want to work anymore. She laughed. Boys should have careers. Anyway, thanks for the concern. Rent's due next month. Okay, I said. Honestly, whether she lived or died wasn't high on the list. I'm not going to dress that up for you. What was on the list was that the girl in the red dress would come here eventually, and if I knew where and roughly when, I could take her while she was still small. Also, and I want to be accurate, some part of me still preferred to keep the option of behaving like a person. 20 years in, I still had more of that left than most. There was a man I met once near the end when I'd climbed high enough to be in rooms with the ones at the very top. The king of reincarnation. He told me one thing that stuck. Controlling ghosts isn't a fight with the ghost. It's a fight with yourself, your own madness, your own obsession, the cold place in you that gets bigger every time you use it. The single most important thing about a handler, he said, is knowing that you are a human being and continuing to know it. Otherwise, the job stops being how a man commands ghosts and becomes how a man turns into one. That's what king means, control of everything, not just the things out there. I knew that. The thing in my head did not. Because at that exact moment, without asking me, my eyes went red. Two vertical pupils locked onto Mei Xiangli as she turned to go, and her whole body seized. Every vessel in her went the wrong way at once. Her eyes flooded. Her heart hit a rhythm that a heart cannot survive for more than a few seconds. She was about 4 seconds from bleeding out of every hole in her head in my doorway. I shut it down. The red vanished. Her heartbeat came back down. She swayed and put a hand on the wall, blinking at me, and what she saw was a young man smiling at her very gently. Sister May, are you all right? Sorry. She straightened up, pale. Low blood sugar, I think. I've been dieting. Don't take what I said to heart, Qin Feng. If you need anything, ask me. I'll go. She left quickly, and she didn't know what had almost happened, and I stood in my doorway and covered one eye with my hand and said quietly, that was the first time. It will be the last. If you get out of hand, I'll cut you out. I did it once already. I'm not sentimental about it. And also, I added, you can think it all because of me. The red came back. Then black and white, then red. It fought me for about 10 seconds, banging around inside a skull it couldn't leave. Then it went quiet. Lin Hai came out of my room, saw me standing at the open door, staring into space, and sighed. Haige, stop mooning. Sister May is not in our tax bracket. Are you coming to the Qianyu Entertainment interview or not? Qianyu Entertainment, big local company, games division. We were both fine art majors at a university nobody outside the province has heard of, which in this economy is a degree that converts directly into unemployment. That internship was hard to get. I said, "Go without me. I've already got a job." "Since when?" "Since about a minute ago." I picked up the morning paper off my doormat, folded it to the classifieds, and pointed at a box the size of a stamp. North Mountain Cemetery seeks security guard and gatekeeper. Room and board provided. $6,000 a month plus full insurance plus meal allowance. Light duties, flexible hours. Candidates who are brave and not superstitious preferred. 2 exclamation marks on the end of that last part. Somebody in an office had really wanted to sell it. The next afternoon was bright and hot enough to be unpleasant, and I want to note that the sun didn't feel like a homecoming to me. It felt like standing too close to something. 20 years is a long time to get used to the dark. The cab dropped me at a gate with a mountain behind it and absolutely nothing else around it, and I felt myself relax. North Mountain Cemetery. The sign was peeling. Rust was coming up the edges. The entire property, from the gate inward, had the specific look of a thing that people have stopped bothering with. Beishan is the tail end of the Beimang Range, which is famous nationally for one reason. More kings, nobles, and generals are buried in that ground than anywhere else in the country. For a long time, that made this an expensive place to put your ancestors. Some of the good fortune might rub off, you know? A grandson gets rich. You can tell how that business is going by the fact that on a weekday afternoon, there wasn't one single human being visible on the entire property. Then a car door slammed somewhere down the road and a young guy came jogging up. "You're Qinfeng? Chenjun? North Mountain office." He was in a hurry in a way that had nothing to do with his schedule. "You've seen the package, right? Very flexible. 1 patrol at 6 in the morning, 1 at 10:30 at night, take a photo to clock in, and that's it. You can go home at night or you can stay. Sign here and you can start today." He was holding the form out at arm's length. His feet were at the gate, not through it, at it. I took the pen and signed. I wasn't there for the meal allowance. Here's what I was there for. In my last life, my first job title was paper craftsman, rank 9. It made passable use of the only skill I had, and it carried me for a while, and I want to be fair to it. It wasn't bad, it was just wrong. So this life I wanted the job with the highest ceiling on income in the entire bottom rank, and I was standing in it. Gravekeeper. In my last life, that word was a punchline. By the 3rd year, people were calling it the worst rank 9 job in the book because the floor is that low. You guard a graveyard. That's it. That's the whole thing. You keep the tomb, and every night in the worst hours before dawn, you make sure every strange thing that belongs to that ground has gone back into it and is quiet. And if you manage that, then during the daylight, the job converts Yin Lifespan into your account automatically, forever, without you doing anything. And the amount scales with how many strange things live in your ground and how strong they are, and there is no upper limit. 99 gravekeepers out of 100 experience the floor. They get a cemetery full of nothing. They make pocket change. They leave the grounds and discover that outside their own fence they are weaker than a man with a bat. One of them didn't. One gravekeeper took that job and went all the way to the top of it and became one of the 10 kings and later put his hand on my back at the last step. Si Yuan started as a rank 9 tombkeeper. So, gravekeeper. I signed the form, and Chen Jun practically threw me the keys. Guard hut and incense shop are on your left as you go in. That's your place. Bed, basics, all in there. There's paper figures for wreaths and the incense supplier's number, so if you want to run a little business out of it, that's your own profit and your own problem. Payday's the 1st of the month. Office is 2 kilometers that way. Come at 8. Then he got into his car and drove off, and at no point in the entire transaction did he set foot inside the gate. I unlocked the iron gate myself and walked in, and about 2 steps past it I stopped, because now I understood him. North Mountain Cemetery is not a graveyard with a hill behind it. It is a hill. 300 meters of it, with an empty field of plots at the bottom, and the slope going up behind, and the higher the plot, the more it used to cost. Used to. Most of the families who could afford the top have long since decided their feng shui was better somewhere else and taken grandpa with them. What's left is a lot of ground with almost no stones in it, and it is the emptiness that gets you. A crowded cemetery feels like a neighborhood, an empty one feels like a place that is waiting, and it's good land. That's the part everybody missed. Not far from the Yellow River, bare hills behind it running all the way down to the water, a suburban trunk road across the front, and open ground on every side. I don't know anything about feng shui. What I did know was that as I came through the gate, I could see a thin gray haze lying over everything. Nobody else can see that. I could see it fine. Yin energy, ghost energy, call it what you like. The world didn't officially open for another day and a half, but the blood-eyed dragon lord was proof that some things were already awake and a few were already hungry, and there was enough residue on this hill that whatever was up here had already tasted a Yang lifespan, which is a technical way of saying somebody has died on this property. I smiled at that. Really smiled. because as a gravekeeper, I couldn't have asked for better. Huge, varied terrain, which means a lot of separate ground where you can open a lot of separate graves so that later, when I'm keeping a great many mindless things that all want to eat each other, they don't have to share a room. And there was already one here, free, on day one. I didn't care about its talent. It could never be my grave ghost. I already knew who was getting that slot. Grave ghost is the one that's yours completely, bound to the tomb, can't leave it, and inside the fence, it is an absolute monster, which is also the whole tragedy of the job. Inside your ground, you are terrifying, and one step past the gate, you're a guy in a hoodie. But the other advantage of the job, the one nobody talks about, is that you can keep as many of the rest as you can control. So no, the thing on this hill wasn't a monster to me. It was a machine that prints money and never asks for a day off. I walked up toward the thickest part of the haze, and before I could even get the eyes going, something said, meow. There was a black cat sitting up straight on a broken stone marker with vines all over it, orange-green eyes, looking at me with open curiosity. A thread of yin energy was turning around it like smoke off a cigarette. A cat that's been living next to something strange and licking up the runoff, starting to wake up. I crouched down and put my hand out. Meow? It looked surprised, and then it jumped down and came over because it wasn't remotely afraid of people. 30 centimeters, thin, scrappy, fur so black it went red-brown where the sun hit it. There's an old line about that. All black red in the sun keeps evil off the house. I scratched it, and it had been trembling, and it stopped trembling and started to purr. Little guy, I said, did somebody die up here? And it went stiff as a board and started shaking like a leaf. It understood me, perfectly. I kept scratching. Easy, I know, it wasn't you. You didn't do anything. You just took a sip while it was eating, right? Meow! That one came out shrill. All the friendliness dropped out of it at once, and its pupils went to pinholes, and it stared past me, at something behind me. The back of my neck went cold in full daylight. I didn't turn around. That's the discipline. You have no idea what the rule is. Turning around might be the rule. Screaming might be the rule. 90% of the people who died in the first month died because they did the natural thing. So instead, while the cat looked at me like it was watching a man walk off a roof, I let my eyes go, black and red, 2 vertical pupils locked on the cat, not on the thing. And then I turned around slowly. It was standing right there, a shape more than a body, a rotted white dress that had stopped being a dress. Gray dead hair hanging down over the face so you couldn't see anything of it. The red locked on, and with eyes have pearls, opened it like a file. Faceless ghost. Rank 9. Category, earthbound spirit. Yin lifespan, 9 months and 17 days. Rule, fearful face. By building an atmosphere and a scene of fear, it weakens the will of a living thing. Only when a human's will drops below the threshold and they are in extreme terror can they see the faceless ghost's true face, which triggers the face-taking death. Effectiveness scales with the talent of both parties. Ability Ghost Wall creates a maze illusion in an area, weakening will and driving those inside toward extreme fear. Status, Earthbound Spirit. Cannot leave the North Mountain Cemetery area. Inside the cemetery, ability recovery is faster and daily. Yin lifespan consumption is halved. Note: oh dear, you're not scared of a thing like that, are you? Although our face does seem to be exactly its type. I stood there reading a monster's entire operating manual off the air in front of me and thought, one more time, that whatever the blood-eyed dragon lord was going to become, it had already made me the best informed man alive. And then I hit the problem. My rule needs eye contact. This thing does not have a face. The sun was directly overhead, and the whole cemetery had gone as cold as the inside of a freezer. 2 figures standing 3 steps apart, neither of them moving. The cat had gotten well clear and was watching us with an expression I can only describe as professional concern, and I could feel the fear starting. Not my fear. That's the important part. It wasn't that I was losing my nerve. The rule had already started running, and even with nothing to look at, no maze, no scene, no set dressing, something was coming up through the floor of me, and I couldn't stop it arriving. That's how it kills. It doesn't need to touch you. It just needs you to get frightened enough to look. And if you look, you're a face it owns. So I needed to trigger my rule before its rule finished cooking. And my rule needed eyes, and it didn't have any. You know what though? When you spend 20 years learning to read rules, you stop thinking of a rule as a wall and start thinking of it as a contract. And contracts have wording. My contract says eye contact. It does not say the other party needs eyes. Ghosts don't perceive the world through eyeballs. Almost none of them do. That's a human hardware assumption. So I looked at the thing hiding under all that dead hair, and I smiled, and I said, "Poor thing. You don't even have a face of your own?" Behind me, the cat, who had gotten back up on the stone, turned and looked at me the way you'd look at a man who had just started juggling knives at a funeral. The faceless ghost went still. Then it got angry. Low-rank things have no intelligence, but they have appetite, and appetite reads emotion just fine. This one runs on emotion. It's the fuel, and it had just tasted the emotion coming off me, and it wasn't fear at all. It was contempt. The sky went out. I mean that literally. Noon, and the North Mountain Cemetery turned overcast, then dark, and wind started moving through somewhere off to my left, where there was nothing for wind to move through. The fear got heavier. I ignored it. I kept the red on it, and I actually reached out and tried to grab it, and my hand went through. Earthbound spirit, no body, just a cold spot with opinions. So I took my hand back and kept talking. What do you think of my face, though? I was considered one of the better-looking guys at my school. That should be right in your range. That is, word for word, what the thing in my skull had said about it. I want that on the record. Then I leaned in, slowly, until my forehead was almost touching the place a forehead would be. And look at my eyes. Aren't they beautiful? Bright red, like rubies. Wouldn't you like to cut these out and wear them? And I blinked at it, coyly. I could feel the blood pupil trying to physically retreat inside my own head. Deal with it. I'd love to tell you this was swagger. It wasn't. Fighting a strange thing is walking a wire every single time, unless you outrank it so far that it can't reach you. Especially the stupid ones, especially the ones that are basically animals with a rule stapled on. In the early and middle stretch of this career, the entire job is find the rule, break the rule, and be the one whose rule lands first. And in the dark of that maze, my eyes were the only thing giving off light, so there was a moment where the fear in my chest got as heavy as it was going to get, and in that exact moment I felt something look at me, not at me, at my face, at the two red things in my face, and a broken wet voice said, "So, beautiful, face, eyes, give them to me, there it is." Red light went off behind my eyes like a flashbulb. I'd already done the math. Rank 9 against rank 9, contact time to trigger. 1 breath, under 2 seconds, eye for an eye. It cancels whatever the other thing is doing completely and sends it back at double. The faceless ghost started to shake. Every gram of fear it had spent the last 2 minutes pouring into me came back through those two red pupils and went into it instead, and now it was the one standing in the dark, looking at something enormous that wanted to eat it. It got about half a second of that before its legs went, and then it was on the ground with its head down and its arms wrapped over the place a face would be, and it was making a sound. No more. My face. Don't touch my face. And I could feel it. Clearly. Precisely. The way you can feel a mouthful of food and know that swallowing is entirely up to you and can happen whenever you want. I could kill it with a thought. I didn't. Sure. Killing it and letting the eyes absorb it would have paid out some Yin Lifespan, and things born before the official start have real potential, but I wasn't going to take a lump sum from an asset that generates monthly. Also, it's an earthbound spirit. It cannot leave this hill, ever. It is structurally an employee who can never quit. So I crouched down next to it, and I put my hand out and touched it even though there was nothing there to touch, and I said kindly, "Relax, behave, and I won't take your face. In fact, behave and I'll find you a nice one you like. How's that?" It had nowhere near enough intelligence to understand a single word, but it understood the tone and it understood the emotion, and it stopped shaking and it stayed down. They have no minds, but they don't want to die either. The dark went off the hill like somebody had pulled a plug, and the noon sun came back down hard on the North Mountain Cemetery, and I stood up in it and put out my hand. The cat shook all over and didn't dare refuse and jumped into my arms. I picked it up and turned around with the sun on my back and looked at the whole cemetery and the Mang Mountains behind it running down to the river. "You're with me now," I told it. "Nobody's gonna push you around again." And right at that moment, the gate behind me went bang and rattled all the way open, and Lin Hai stuck his head through the bars. "Qin Feng, buddy, come see who I brought to check out your new workplace." I looked through the rust. There was a girl about our age standing on the other side of it, in a Chanel dress, in Valentino heels with the studs on them throwing little suns around, holding a caramel-colored Hermes bag. I had to go looking for it. I did. I filed through about 4 seconds of memory before I found her, my ex-girlfriend, from this period, Bai Ling Yun. Great. Bai Ling Yun came into my guard hut, sat down on the only clean chair, arranged her face into something remorseful and said, "Qin Feng, I'm sorry, I know I hurt you, but you really don't have to do this to yourself." I looked at her for a while. I want to be fair to her, because she deserves it. She was good at this. In my last life, she landed that rich kid completely. If the world hadn't ended, she would have had the house, the ring, and the settlement inside 4 years. And when the world did end, she didn't fold either. She became a handler. She got established in Luo City early. She lasted a long time. Then Luo City went, and she went with it, in a crowd. "It's fine," I said. "People break up at graduation. Your choice makes sense. Don't lose sleep over it." Which somehow made it worse. "I know you're only pretending it's fine. I know you came out to a place like this to hide. I'm sorry. Can you add me back on WeChat?" She held her phone out with both hands and looked up at me, and I have to tell you, she had a whole apparatus. I really didn't want anything to do with this woman, and I want to be clear that I can't move on would be a total fabrication. It was a mutual arrangement. I enjoyed it. She usually paid for the hotel. Look. Even Z Wen, the man who took 20 years off me at the last step, does not live in my chest as an ache. I do not lie awake wanting to peel him. He's a line item in this life. Because if you let revenge sit at the front of your head, you will never get anywhere near the top of this profession. And the top of this profession is the only thing that ever puts me in a room with him again. Carry 1,000 sins and keep your spine. Hate is very small next to what I want. So my reluctance wasn't heartbreak. It was that she was about to make this take a long time. Unfortunately, my hesitation read to everyone in the room as a man being brave. Lin Hai coughed. Right, you two talk. I'll take a walk outside. And he walked out into a cemetery, alone, with a thing living in it. He had no idea. He was whistling. Bai Ling Yun looked at the black cat in my arms and softened. You still love cats. The little dumpling we got together is still with me, you know. I said nothing. So she took a breath and got to the actual business. Qin Feng, we're both orphans. We both know that in this economy, if you don't have money, you're worth less than a dog. And a woman has nothing to work with but her face and the years she's got left. All she can do is climb. Ah, here it comes. The part where the ex-girlfriend explains why I am beneath her. I settled in. I was slightly looking forward to it, and I want to tell you that a man who spent 20 years in the worst decades in human history, who got within one step of being one of the 10, wasn't prepared for what she said next. But Qing, I still love you. Add me and take this 10,000 for now. Zhang Haotian and I have already registered the marriage. We just haven't done the wedding. His family's been busy, so I haven't had much free time. Here's what we'll do. I'll give you money every month, and when we both have time, we can meet here. She looked around the guard hut approvingly. This place is nice and out of the way, actually. Good spot. Don't worry. Zhang Haotian's father's health is bad. The business goes to Zhang Haotian in a few years, and Zhang Haotian is useless. I'll work on getting the assets in my name, and then I'll divorce him. I said nothing, because I was busy. Wasn't this supposed to be a story about a man rising through hardship and slapping the faces of everyone who looked down on him? When did it become a soap opera about a scheming mistress and her side piece? She, meanwhile, was having feelings. I could see them arriving. Even if every word of that is true, it is not the sort of thing you say out loud, and the fewer people who know a plan, the smoother the plan runs. But apparently, I looked so sad, standing in my terrible little shack, that it got to her. It's settled then. I've been so busy. The Zhang family's a mess right now. I can't get out much. And right on cue, an engine came up the road, and I heard Lin Hai say, in the voice of a man watching a train derail, Zhang Haotian, how did you even find this place? Bai Ling Yun's face did something remarkable. She was up into the Hermes bag, out with a brick of cash, and it hit my chest. Take that. Zhang Haotian's here. You two have history. Stay inside. I'll handle it. Then she was out the door, and I heard her voice change register entirely. Baby, what are you doing here? Weren't you at the hospital with Dad? I smiled. My eyes went red on their own, and in the shadow in the corner, two vertical pupils rolled around in their sockets like a man applauding a play. And I said, out loud, to the two things in that room that weren't people, humans, aren't they interesting? Outside, Zhang Haotian was doing suspicious. Linger, you said a girlfriend invited you to lunch, and you ended up here? Through the cracked glass, I could see him. White suit. Presentable, I suppose. And the second I actually looked at him, I stopped listening to the conversation entirely. Baby, don't be like that. Lin Hai said Qin Feng's depressed. He asked me to talk him out of doing something stupid. Is that so? Although, what is that pretty boy doing in a dump like this? He says he's working as a gatekeeper. I felt sorry for him and gave him 10,000 as a breakup gift so he'd stop making trouble. You really don't trust me? You followed me here? Immediate retreat. No. My mother came to take over at the hospital. Dad won't stop going on about discharging himself. It's exhausting. I only wanted to take you to lunch and meet your friend, and instead you dragged me out to this DJ. And then he saw movement in the guard hut and leaned around to look. Damn, what was that idiot thinking? I always said art students aren't right in the head. A doorman? In this hole? Qin Feng, you want to come out here? So I came out, holding the money. Was there something you needed, young Master Zhang? He laughed at me. He looked at my face, then at the cash in my hand, and he took his time about it. Pretty boy's actually got the nerve to show himself. What did I tell you before? Take that face to a KTV, nightclub work. You'd clear tens of thousands a month easily, and if you land a couple of rich women who like spending, hundreds of thousands. My father knows plenty of women in business with money at home and nothing else, and a few male bosses who go that way too. Say the word and I'll make introductions. Who knows? Maybe you can whisper in the right ear and do the Zhang family some good. And he laughed at his own joke, which is always the tell. I kept smiling. I was still looking at him. I wasn't listening to a word. Lin Hai was. Lin Hai got in front of me. Zhang Haotian, what did you just say? Zhang Haotian's face went flat. What, you want to fight me? You? I hear you interviewed at Huanyu Entertainment this morning. Zhao Yu at Huanyu is my friend's oldest friend. You're not working at Huanyu. But, DJ. He watched Lin Hai's face go red, and he enjoyed it. Zhao Yu and I just set up an MCN company together. Here's the deal. Insult this pretty boy right now in front of me, and I'll hold the HR manager slot for you. 200,000 a year to start, bonuses on top. Well, this is his move. This is the only move he has. He puts money on the table and watches love and friendship and family slide off the edge of it. He'd seen it work so many times that he was already wearing the face of a man about to be thanked. I was interested too, honestly. I watched my friend's back. Bai Ling Yun frowned, and for the first time all day it looked real. Lin Hai went from red to a color I hadn't seen on him before, and then he crossed the distance and took Zhang Haotian by the collar. You think you're something because you've got a few bucks? Take your father away and you're nothing. Damn it, VDJ. And he swung. Neither of us saw that coming. Zhang Haotian flinched out of the way, and I got a hand on Lin Hai's arm and held him. Young Master Zhang, I said, still smiling. You've made your point and you've found who you came for. Take your money back and go. I held out the brick of cash. He came out of it, slapped the money away, opened his mouth to say something else, and then stopped, because the cemetery had gone dim. He didn't understand what was happening to him. All he knew was that the temperature was wrong and something was coming up out of the ground into his chest and that it wanted him to leave. He put a hard face on with real effort. I'm not short of money. Stop bothering Linger, honey, we're going. He took Bai Ling Yun by the arm, on purpose, and walked her out fast, and got into a sports car styled by a man who has never earned anything, and as he opened the door, he looked back at the cemetery once, and went white in direct sunlight. Then he got in and drove off much too fast. I heard the rest later. He stopped the car halfway down the road, shaking, and turned to her. Linger, there was a ghost, right there beside Qin Feng. Its face was covered, you could only see hair, all in white VDJ. Something crossed her eyes very fast, and it was contempt. Her voice stayed gentle. There's no such thing as ghosts, and it's the middle of the day. Have you been spending too long at the hospital with Dad? Linger, I swear I'm not making it up. Fine, fine. Just wait. That Qin Feng won't last long. Working nights in a haunted graveyard? Idiot. Good, actually. He won't be able to bother you now. That's good too. And she patted his back while he shook, and over his shoulder there was nothing gentle in her face at all. Back at the gate, I watched the engine noise go away down the hill. I hadn't lifted a finger the entire time. Lin Hai was still vibrating. All right, I said. Is it really worth this much rage? He stared at me. Qin Feng, he said that to you and you're not angry? He thinks he can buy me for pocket change? Does he not have a brain? There's nothing I can't do to earn a living. You think I'll starve without his money? I opened the guard hut door and let him stomp in. I didn't follow him straight away. I turned toward an empty patch of ground and said quietly, be patient, he's carrying something interesting. When the chance comes, I'll let you eat your fill. Lin Hai put his head back out the door. What's the rush? What chance? What are we eating? I'm too angry to eat. I didn't answer. I looked at him instead. I was honestly satisfied. I don't go around testing people because testing people mostly tells you things you'd rather not know. But so far, this one was holding up. Shame he died early last time. Really early, before anything interesting happened to any of us. I threw the 10,000 on the table, pulled a few notes off the top and said, Lin Hai, let me teach you something. Give me your ID. What? He gave it to me anyway, because he always does. Then he watched me take a 100 yuan note and fold it in about 8 moves into a small paper man, arms, hands, feet, head. And when I got out a watercolor pen and started drawing on it, his mouth came open, because it looked like him. Not a bit like him. Like him. I wrote his birth date and hour on the back and put it in his palm. Keep that on you. If anything dangerous happens, throw it away from you. Better, set it on fire, then come and find me. He held it. He looked at the shop, half of the guard hut, at the incense and the candles and the folded paper offerings and the wire frames for wreaths, then back at me. You're actually going into this line of work full time. I picked up another note. Stop talking and copy me. I don't have long. I have to go out. Okay. Qin Feng, can we use different paper though? It feels wasteful, folding cash. Don't worry about the money, I said. And don't worry about anything Zhang Haotian just said. Only remember this. Everything he stands on, and Zhang Haotian himself, is worth nothing to me at all, except for one thing, which is that he's a human being. Lin Hai, for the record, has talent. Half an hour, and he had a decent one. Good. Practice. Don't do anything else for the next few days except fold these, and send me Bai Ling Yun's contact. He looked at the pile of banknotes and half-finished papermen on the table, and finally broke. Hi, Gay. Are you actually all right? You saw that woman. She isn't worth it. What are you imagining? I'm giving her money back. Oh, okay then. But seriously, what's all this for? Are we cornering the Luo City funeral market? I thought about it. Then I put my arm around his shoulders and dropped my voice to something unpleasant. These keep ghosts off you. Zhang Haotian is possessed. In fact, I suspect his entire family is possessed. And I walked out and left him standing in a dim room full of paper people. Behind me, I heard him decide to keep his anyway, and then his footsteps, and then his voice bouncing off the tombstones. Hi, Gay. I know a good psychiatric hospital. Want me to make a call? Get lost. Here's what I hadn't told him. I could get rid of Zhang Haotian whenever I liked, cleanly, with no body and no suspect. Put his face on a screen and put the faceless ghost on the other side of it. Done. The reason he was still walking around is that the yin energy on that man was thicker than what was lying over my entire cemetery. And underneath it, there was a smell. I have 20 years of composure, and when I caught that smell in daylight in a graveyard, it took work to keep my face still. It smelled like metal going bad. Which is to say, it smelled like money. Bai Ling Yun had none on her. Zhang Haotian was soaked in it. In my last life, there was a being that owned a certain object. Forget rank for a second. The blood-eyed dragon lord is famous in one country. The owner of that object is famous on the entire planet, in every language, and I couldn't tell you with confidence which of them wins. And what I was smelling on a spoiled 25-year-old in a white suit was a piece of that object. In Luo City? Not possible. Unless it was only a fragment. Or unless I was imagining things. Either way, I had to know. So in the cab, I sent Bai Ling Yun a friend request. It took 10 minutes. Then she accepted and sent nothing but a small red heart. Everything understood, apparently, without needing to be said. At 1:12 the next afternoon, in a private room at the Luo City Second People's Hospital, 2 doctors and several nurses were holding a man down on a bed. Not an old man. Gray at the temples. 55 at most. It was the face that aged him, because there was nothing left in it except one idea. My money! My money! Somebody's taking my money. The god of wealth. Where is my god of wealth? Bring the god of wealth. Bring him now. With the god of wealth here, nobody can touch my money. My money is mine. All of it is mine. View DJ. You wouldn't have guessed this was one of the richest men in the city. You would have guessed a character from a novel about a miser, one of the ones that ends badly. His wife was in the middle of the pile holding his arm, and her face had gone past worried into worn out. The door opened and Zhang Haotian came in without having eaten, looked at his father fighting 6 people and said, "Dad's having another one?" His mother didn't love the phrasing, but she nodded. "Where's Yuer?" She was very fond of that daughter-in-law, by the way. Poor family, but devoted, adored the son, ambitious, hard-working, beautiful in a way that somehow never caused any trouble, and only ever had one boyfriend in her entire life, not a match on paper. She had said yes anyway. "Mom, you called and said Dad was screaming for that thing again. This can't go on. I sent Linger home to get it." His mother rounded on him. "What is wrong with you? He is like this because of that thing. If you ask me, it should have been smashed and thrown out on day 1 VJ. And Zhang Yuankai came off the bed and got both hands around her throat. "You want to take my money. You want to rob me. I'll strangle you, G." It took seconds for her face to go dark red. The staff got him off her, and this time they used restraints and tied him down properly, and even then he lay there staring at the woman he had been married to for 22 years as though she were the person who had killed his father. She lay down on the next bed and cried like a child, and Zhang Haotian stood there with his brows down, annoyed by the noise. "Come on, Linger, bring the thing. Let the old people have some quiet." At that exact moment, the beloved woman he was waiting on was pulling into the Jiang family garden in the car he'd bought her, with a man in the passenger seat. "It started about a week ago," she was saying. "Zhang Haotian came home late and found his father lying across the offering table in the living room, hugging that thing and muttering, 'It's his money, someone's stealing it, he has to ask the god of wealth to protect it.' He and his mother thought the old man had lost his mind, and every day since then it's been worse. We got out. 8-figure detached villa, private garden, all of it. My expression was completely calm. If anyone who really knew me had been standing there, they would have caught the corner of my eye moving, and they'd have known the inside of my head wasn't calm at all. Because the second I stepped into that garden, I was certain. That smell, that specific, metallic, wrong smell, the one that gets into you and never leaves. We went into the main hall, and my ex-girlfriend, who has been legally married to another man for several weeks, hooked her arm through mine like we were newlyweds. She knew the housekeeper was off. She had checked. "I risked everything to bring you here, Brother Feng. How are you going to repay me?" I looked at her chin, tipped up, pleased with itself. She is a contemptible person, but she is an organized one. Without her, getting into that house quietly would have cost me a day I didn't have. Every minute before midnight on the 3rd was worth something, and this thing had already rearranged my week, so I didn't have the time or the inclination to go exploring the mysteries of the human heart with her. I looked around the room, found it, and walked over. Even without the eyes, even without a job title, after 20 years you can feel a concentration like that. The yin energy in that living room was heavier than the whole cemetery, smaller space, same volume of it. It was like walking into a freezer. No wonder the sun had circles under his eyes like bruises. I didn't turn the eyes on straight away. From what she'd told me, that thing had been sitting there over 2 weeks, and out of a household of 3, it had only really taken 1, and it wasn't finishing him quickly either. That tells you a lot. It means the kill rule is slow, conditional, and not very good. It was a statue of the god of wealth, about as tall as a man's head, cast bronze once, long enough ago that the finish had oxidized black. So in an unlit room with the curtains drawn, it looked less like a god of prosperity and more like something dragged out of a river, and in its hand it held a small black copper coin, cast as one piece with the statue, seamless, as though it had come out of the mold that way. I stood there and looked at that coin and didn't move. Bai Ling Yun kept talking. Brother Feng, you have no idea. The second we left your cemetery, that useless man actually said he saw a ghost standing next to you. He said you'd be dead soon. He's the one who's going to die. A grown man. Frightened of ghosts. It's pathetic. Take his father away, and how does he compare to you, Jay? He's right, I said. What? I didn't move my eyes off the statue. He's right. She opened her mouth and shut it, and needed a good 10 seconds. Brother Feng, what are you saying? You can't possibly want Tao DJ? I'm not talking about that, I said. I'm saying he's right. There really are ghosts. What? Outside the window, a cloud went over the sun, and a room that was already dim became a room that was dark. I raised my hand slowly and pointed up. Look there. She looked. The god of wealth sat back in the shadow, and from that angle, at that height, it had a face. Something went down her spine, and every hair on her arm stood up, and I said pleasantly, there's one lying on top of it. Look, it's watching the 2 of us cheat right now. Nobody said anything for 5 seconds. Then there was a small sound. It was her swallowing. Her fingers were locked in my sleeve, white at the knuckles, shaking hard enough to move the fabric on my arm. I put myself between her and the shadow. She misread that completely and got emotional about it, while still not believing in ghosts. If she had been slightly braver, she could have leaned around me and had her answer, because by then my pupils were a deep, still red, and I was looking up at that thing without any expression at all. Yin God of Wealth. Rank 9. Category, spectacle-type entity. Yin Lifespan. 3 years, 2 months, and 10 days. Rule, wealth reaches the gods. A living thing may worship the statue and pray for wealth, and will then be blessed with yin fortune. In that state, every sum of money it receives deepens its dependence on the yin god of wealth and lowers its will. When the wealth gained under the blessing passes a certain figure, the kill rule triggers and takes back every asset the living thing has. This rule greatly increases the yin lifespan harvested from the kill. Ability, greed, passive. Any living thing that sees the true form becomes steadily greedier. Status, entity, cannot move under its own power. Daily yin lifespan consumption halved. Note, this one's not bad. The coin in its hand is better. So, human, if it weren't for me, you'd have walked straight past a treasure, wouldn't you? I ignored the commentary. God of wealth. What rotten little fish gets to call itself a god? Although in fairness, at this stage of the world, a thing like that could kill a passing handler by accident. It's newborn. It runs on instinct. It doesn't know what it's doing. You can't really blame it. I let the red slide down to the coin. Black copper coin. Rank 9. Category, one piece of another artifact puzzle. Full size unknown, cannot be determined. Ability, coinage. Holding this coin grants 1 day of yin lifespan in hell money, daily. Curse, who doesn't love money? No curse required. Usable by any being of rank 7 or lower. Note, human. Take it. Take it right now. Don't waste our money. That is our money. I smiled. That was the first honest smile I had had since I woke up in my own bed with a knife on the desk. 1 day of yin lifespan. Every day. Forever. Free. Do you understand what that is on day 1? That's a floor under my feet. That is the entire difference between a handler who has to go hunting every week just to keep the lights on and a handler who can sit still and think. And no curse. None at all. Every nether artifact costs you something to use. That is the whole economy of them. The size of the curse is the price tag, and the value of the artifact runs inversely to it. An artifact you can use. For free is not a good artifact. It's a category error, but even that isn't why I was smiling. I was smiling because now I was certain. That coin is a piece of the thing from my memory. Across the whole planet, first-rank ghost kings and fierce gods are rare, but they exist. Nether artifacts at first rank are not something you meet. Third rank is a story people tell each other. In my last life I owned one, and it is one of the reasons I got as far as I got. Compared to the complete version of this, mine was a souvenir. The woman who owns the complete version is one of the most recognized names on that planet, everywhere, in every language. And here was a fragment of it, in a bronze statue, in a suburban living room, in my hometown. I hadn't expected to shake hands with the proprietress of the narrow world this early. I reached up and put 2 fingers on the coin. Bai Ling Yun leaned around me and saw my hand, my very pale, very long fingers, closed on the coin in a god's fist. Pull. Nothing. Pull harder. Veins came up on the back of my hand. Neither the coin nor the statue moved a millimeter. Behind me, my ex-girlfriend was having a small crisis. Robbery? Mugging the god of wealth? He just said there's a ghost lying on it, so, what, he's fighting a ghost over money? Are you insane? And, more to the point, the god of wealth, or rather, the ghost of the god of wealth, does not appear to want to let go. I let go and breathed out and got my breathing back in order. Then I put a hand back and waved her behind me. She went, but not more than 2 steps. I looked up at it with the red on full and said quietly, "You wretched little thing. You eat the lives and the fortunes of living people, and you sit up there under the name of a righteous God. I'm giving you a chance. Do you still not know what you are? Now, a rank 9 has nowhere near the intelligence to feel the weight of a single word of that. Arguing with an animal is a waste of your voice. The point of it was to get its attention. 2 red pupils, locked on, 2 black ones in the dark, locked back, and there it was, that connection, the same as with the faceless ghost. So then, to Bai Ling Yun's total bewilderment, I bowed to it. Yin, god of wealth, then bless me with abundant wealth, and the wealth I want is not the worthless paper humans use. You understand me now, don't you? And I bent all the way down. And the statue that had been sitting up there like the world's worst house guest started to sway. Then it came off the shelf and hit the offering table with a heavy thud and stayed there, face down, kneeling, as though it couldn't accept being bowed to. And the black copper coin I couldn't shift with both hands dropped off it and rolled across the floor and stopped at my feet. I picked it up. It was ice cold. Sensible, I said. You get to live. You can come to my house and keep the evil off. Thunk. The statue rolled slightly. I took that as a yes. On the taxi ride back, I thought about a question that used to get argued to death on the forums. What is the strongest fierce god? 20 years of handlers under one post. Every country, every kind of rule, every kind of record. The blood-eyed dragon lord, sitting on top of an entire country. Bloody Mary, who was every man's nightmare on that planet for 2 decades. The neutral one, the proprietress of the narrow world. The girl of the night, the hungry. Friday's curse, midnight cinema. The clown. Some had rank. Some had rules nobody ever cracked. Some had a body count. And then there was one everybody agreed was in a category of its own. It had a lot of names. Here we started out calling it the Death Apartment, or the Underworld Hotel. Later, elsewhere, people called it Little Hell, or the Crimson City. The story goes that in the beginning it was one room. Anybody who walked into that room caught a curse, and the curse was simple. Go somewhere and do a thing. The thing varied. Sometimes it was so far beyond a mortal that the only way through was to use a rule to make one monster kill another one. Sometimes it wanted a specific ghost brought back alive. Sometimes it just wanted you to go and stand in a place and come home. The penalty for failure in every case without exception was death, and the reward for finishing was points. Hell points. Tradable. And the rumor, which nobody ever disproved, was that the list of things you could trade them for had no bottom. That is the kind of rumor that pulls a species apart. The catch was that for 20 years, only ordinary humans could get in, not handlers, which made half the profession decide it was a curiosity, until the Buddha King. First-rank handler, southeast of the country, one of the top few people alive. He found the Death Apartment, and it told him no, and he ignored that, and he forced his own way in. 3 days later, without a sound, the 3-faced Buddha that had been his bound ghost since the beginning came out of its contract and walked into the world on its own. And there has never since been any evidence that a first-rank handler called the Buddha King existed at all. Southeast Asia got a new fierce god out of it, and the Death Apartment got a permanent place on the very short list of things that nobody, at any rank, provokes. The taxi horn went. I looked at a driver who badly wanted to be elsewhere, paid him, got out, and let myself into a cemetery that was now entirely mine. I unlocked the hut, and my eyes went red, and I waved a hand, and the faceless ghost came out of the dark behind me and followed me in like a dog. I sat down with the cold coin turning over in my fingers, and then picked up the fruit knife again and opened my finger over a bowl. I know, I'm aware. 2 nights, 2 knives. When the bowl was about half full, I added some leftover cinnabar and some bottled water from the shop stock, stirred it with my finger, and tested the color on my thumb. Good. Then I got 2 more bowls out and pushed them through the faceless ghost. It tried to get out of the way. It could not, because I was looking at it. I stirred a great deal of yin energy into that bowl. Then I used my finger as a brush and started writing on the inside of the glass door. Name, Yin God of Wealth. Rank, 9. Here is the part nobody outside of 2 people ever knew. Everyone knows the legend of the death apartment. Si Wen also told me about the death apartment, and what he told me one night, half drunk in a restaurant that no longer exists, is in no legend anywhere. He said he almost owned it from the very first day. King Kongming said that out loud to me, and if it had been anyone else on that planet, I would have called it the drink talking. But I knew the man for 20 years, and drunk was the one state in which he never exaggerated. Sober, he lied constantly. Drunk, he got sentimental and accurate. He said the death apartment was summoned, possibly created, by him, by accident. And then, because he wanted me to believe him, he gave me the entire procedure. Zi Yuan was a gravekeeper. When he took the job, he dug himself one small covered grave on his own ground, with one big iron door on the front of it, and he had a habit. Everything he heard about anything strange, he wrote on that iron door. Locations, rumors, body counts, his own guesses. It was a working board. It was how he planned his trips. Location, Luo City, 2nd People's Hospital. The man was going to be first rank in that country one day, and you could already see why. His hit rate was absurd. He came home from nearly every trip with something, and whatever he brought back he either hung on the door, or fed to his grave ghost, or buried in his ground. Then one day he noticed the writing on the iron door had shifted slightly. He ignored it. Then one day he watched the writing move on its own, and then a line appeared on that door that he had never written, a place he had never heard of, in handwriting that wasn't his. He went anyway, because that is exactly the sort of man he is. And there really was something there. And when he got back, the strange writing was gone, because he hadn't done what it asked. Even his grave ghost, sitting on that tomb the whole time, never saw the words leave. Not long after that, the name Death Apartment started going round the country, and then the world. Objective: retrieve the true form of the Yin God of Wealth from the Luo City 2nd People's Hospital and return it to this location. In addition, the 3 members of the Zhang family corrupted by the Yin God of Wealth are to die suddenly. He told me that story more than once, and every time he told it, he was mourning. If only he'd known what he had. If only he'd had a grave ghost slot open. If only he'd understood how fast that thing was going to grow. He would have paid anything, he said. Anything at all, to have taken it while it was 1 room and 1 door. I stopped writing for a second, because I was smiling and it was getting in my way, because King Kongming, the man who took the worst rank 9 job in the book and wrote it all the way to the top of the ladder, was now sitting at a table where I already knew every card. Even he said it out loud with a drink in his hand. The original Death Apartment, that first door, would have been the single best grave ghost a gravekeeper could ever have. That is, in fact, the main reason I took this job at all, and as his very best friend in my previous life, how could I possibly not help my brother fulfill his one great regret? I got the last of the red out of the bottom of the bowl and put the closing line on the glass. Commentary: wealth reaches heaven and rules the earth. Money summons ghosts and dismisses gods. By imperial edict of King Yanluo Qinfeng. At 4:17 that afternoon, there were 55 hours and 43 minutes left. Bai Ling Yun had never driven so carefully in her life. We left the villa around 2. It took her over 2 hours to make a 40-minute trip, and it wasn't traffic. It was the thing on the back seat. Before that afternoon, she didn't believe in ghosts. After that afternoon, she knew the statue behind her head was one. Try driving like that. She collected an entire album of traffic camera tickets on the way. I would love to know how many times she cursed my name on that drive. The only reason she never said it out loud, I think, is that she had watched the thing on her back seat kneel to me. Is this man even human? She was thinking. Come to think of it, maybe not. He frightened me, and then he got into a completely different taxi and left me, a girl, alone in a car with a monster. Out loud, the entire way, she kept saying, "I'm Qin Feng's woman. If you've got a problem with the Zhang family, don't take it out on me. That man treats me like livestock," she thought, and he is still the only thing in the world that makes me feel safe, even if it's only a name. And by the time she had carried it up to the 8th floor, the fear had gone. Completely. She hadn't even felt it leave. Linger, finally. Why weren't you answering your phone? Zhang Haoshan took the 30-centimeter black statue from her with both hands, complaining about being stuck with 2 screaming old people for 2 hours, and he didn't notice one single thing about the object he was holding. He carried it to his father, and from the moment it came through that door, Zhang Yuankai's eyes hadn't moved off it. God of wealth, mine, my money. Dad, look, the God of wealth is here. Relax. With the God of wealth here, this family will never be short of money. Now be good. Do what the doctors say. Take your medicine. He put it into his father's arms. Zhang Yuankai wrapped himself around it, and his eyes finally closed, and everyone in the room let out a breath at once. See, said Zhang Haotian. I told you, bring him the thing. Once he's calm, then the doctors can do their job properly. That's better than anything. His mother nodded, looking at her husband lying quietly with his eyes shut for the first time in a week, and said, Let him sleep then. Tell the staff, he hasn't eaten all day. Let's go get something. The three of them went out. They ate at a place round the corner. By the time they came out, it was fully dark, and as they walked back up to the doors of the Second People's Hospital, a taxi pulled in at the curb. Two of them stopped walking at the same moment. Jiang Haotian frowned. Bai Lingyun's face did about 4 things in a row. Neither of them said anything while I paid the driver and got out. Qinfeng, what are you doing here? Cold, very cold. I turned and gave him the smile he had learned to hate in the space of one day. I've come to collect something of mine. Young Master Jiang, you're here too. Something of yours. Here. He looked at the hospital doors and back at me and couldn't make it fit. But after the day he had no appetite for me in front of his mother, so he simply walked into the lobby and got into the lift. Unfortunately for him, the annoying man came too. He didn't bother hiding his face about it. His mother noticed her son's expression and gave me the full evaluation, top to bottom. Neatly dressed, decent looking, no watch worth mentioning, therefore nobody. She had lived in the upper tier of that city long enough to be certain she didn't need to be polite to me. She was drawing breath to ask who I was when several nurses got into the lift with us, fast. One of the older ones bowed slightly. Sir, madam, we need to get up to the 8th floor urgently, if you could bear with us. The 3 of them stiffened. We're going to the 8th as well, said Zhang Haotian. What's happened? The 8th floor is where the private rooms are. Everyone on that floor has money. The nurse's face changed and she shook her head. It's nothing. Since you're going up too, let's ride together. Zhang Haotian and his mother looked at each other, and both of them saw the same thing in the other's face. My expression didn't change at all. The doors opened on 8, and there was a doctor at the end of the corridor, and he wasn't calm. Do you have the spare key for 11? Hurry! 11. Zhang Haotian went gray, left his mother where she stood, and ran. Doctor, what's wrong with 11? The doctor knew exactly who he was and had no interest in speaking to him. There was sweat coming through the edge of his mask. The key went into the door of room 11. Bai Lingyun and the mother got there. I strolled. And from up ahead came the screaming. In under a minute, the woman who had looked me up and down in a lift screamed and dropped, and the young master who had offered to introduce me to some rich women went the color of the wall and slid down it and sat on the floor. The doctor, by contrast, relaxed. His hands stopped shaking. Whatever he had been afraid of finding, this wasn't it. Only Bai Lingyun turned around and looked at me coming up the corridor. She had a strange expression. There were a lot of things in it, and one of them was pure fear. She told me afterward that for a moment she believed the king of hell had walked into that building to collect somebody. I ignored her and walked up and stood in the doorway. Zhang Yuankai was on the bed, sitting up against the headboard, facing the door, with the bronze god of wealth held in his arms. From that angle, the god of wealth appeared to be smiling at everyone in the corridor, and there was money everywhere. Red hundreds, loose, all over. The bed, over the blanket, drifted across the floor. It didn't look like a hospital room anymore. It looked like a tomb built out of banknotes. And in the middle of the tomb, the man's mouth was open, and it was full of them, packed and spilling, like a rose in bloom. Then the corridor filled up with noise and running and crying, and it ruined it. That was going to be a beautiful thing to look at the funeral, and now it was a wet market. The doctor got in there, lifted an eyelid, told a nurse to get the unconscious woman onto the second bed. Then he stood up and shook his head. The patient took his own life by swallowing money and suffocated. We had no indication he was suicidal. My condolences. Condolences? Is that how the Second People's Hospital treats a patient? My father's mental state was already DJ. Mr. Lin, please. After you left, Mr. Lin locked the door from the inside. We don't know what occurred. He answered when we called through. 10 minutes later, on the check, the nurse found DJ. The doctor spread his hands. He hadn't seen it coming either. Zhang Haotian wasn't going to accept that because his father was on the bed. And then a nurse said quickly, Dr. Zhang, Ms. Zhou isn't doing well, Ms. Zhou being his mother. The doctor was across the room in 2 steps, pulled an eyelid up and said, acute cerebral hemorrhage, get her to theater, now. So Zhang Haotian never got to finish his argument. At lunchtime that day, he had been the most confident man in any room. Now he was standing in a corridor with nothing in his face at all. And then he noticed something that made him angry, which I didn't expect and did rather enjoy. His fiancée GCE wasn't in the corridor. She had gone off quietly with that man. He went after them without thinking about it once. They had gone into the emergency stairwell. He hit the door hard and came round the turn in 3 strides. Bai Ling Yun, what are you doing? And then he stopped because the 2 figures on the landing were simply standing there, not startled, not guilty, not doing anything at all. His fiancée GCE had nothing in her eyes but a little guilt and a great deal of composure. I looked at the young master with real interest. Then, under the emergency lights, I said, "Young Master Jiang, how does it feel losing your father and your mother on the same day?" Calm, pleasant, slightly amused, it went down that stairwell and came back up. He stared at me. "What the hell are you talking about? My mother isn't dead." I shook my head. "I can tell you with complete confidence that your mother is going to die, which is a shame." And it was. Out of that household of 3, the yin energy had settled hardest on those 2. Age, plus 2 weeks under that thing, plus a shock like the one she'd just had. A bleed like that does not get walked back. And what I regretted wasn't the loss of an innocent life. What I regretted was that dying like that meant neither the yin god of wealth nor the thing in my eyes would see one single day of yin lifespan out of her. That's money. That's my money. I had already dropped 1. I wasn't dropping 2. I looked at Zhang Haoqian with considerably more warmth. He started to say something else and I cut him off because I was bored. "Right. That's not why I asked you down here." He blinked. Something in the way I said it made the room reorganize itself, and for the first time it occurred to him that he wasn't the senior person on that landing. And then I said, "Look at it this way. Both your parents went on the same day. You're their only child. You can't leave them lonely over there, can you? Why don't you go and keep them company?" I said it the way you would suggest somewhere for a late supper. His mouth moved. There was shock in his face, and fear, and a lot of fury. Even Bai Ling Yun's head came round. I had never said one word to her about killing Zhang Haoqian, and then her eyes went somewhere else, fast. "Don't come near me. I've trained in Sanda. You think you can just kill a man in this day and VDG?" He put his hands up in a stance, and then his whole body locked, because under the emergency lights he had finally noticed that the eyes in the face in front of him were red. He was shaking hard. He wanted to run. The blood in his legs had apparently stopped moving. He couldn't shift a centimeter, and just as he became completely certain he was going to die there, I said in a bored voice, "This is a bit dull." Bai Ling Yun. He remembered then that his fiancée GCE was standing right there. She answered, and I laughed. "Fine, I'll give you face. You tell me. Do you want your beloved husband to live? Think it over before you answer. His life is entirely in your hands." She went rigid. My eyes had come round to her, and Jiang Haotian looked at her with terror and hope all over his face. He believed in her. Even then, he had believed in her from the first week. Beautiful, kind, good with animals, ambitious. She had started as an ordinary salesgirl at his family's company and closed deals the sales managers couldn't. Within a few months, he had decided she was the love of his life, and he had gone against both his parents and registered the marriage in secret so that it couldn't be undone. So of course she loved him back exactly as much. This is all Qin Feng's fault, he was thinking. When we get out of this, whatever it takes, whatever it costs, I'll hire someone, pull it up by the roots. And under that hopeful stare, Bai Ling Yun let out a long breath, glanced at me once, and slowly stepped backward. Which is an answer. Both men on that landing understood it. One of them was relieved, the other one was me, and I was disappointed. Then she stopped, and picked up the fire extinguisher off the wall bracket. Under the emergency lights, it was a very bright red. It looked like something that had been dipped in blood. She walked toward him with it. She was crying, genuinely crying, 2 full streams of it, taking her makeup apart, and there was even a bit of a mess under her nose, which tells you how upset she was. And out of that grief-stricken face came this. "Hengtian, we already registered the marriage. Once you and your parents are all gone, everything your family has comes to me. It's so much money. Even if I never ran the business, I could sell the shares and live several lifetimes on it. Hengtian, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But it's just too much. There's just too much money. And I don't want to share that much of it with someone I don't love." And she lifted a half-meter fire extinguisher and swung. Bang. Deep and very clear, in a concrete stairwell. I stood against the wall and watched a scene about 30 times better than the one upstairs, and I couldn't help smiling again. People ask why humans get to take these jobs, why we're the ones who take on the strange and control it. I think it's this: the strange follow rules. Human beings do not. Now, I want to correct the record on something, because in the version that went around afterward, she killed him. She did not. I was never going to let her. Not out of any tenderness for Zhang Haotian, obviously. It was that a body in a stairwell with a dent in it is a great deal of paperwork, an enormous amount of physical evidence, and a room full of inspectors with an actual case. I had 30 hours left and no interest in donating any of them to the Luo City Supervisory Department, but there are a lot of unexplored corners in what my eyes can do, because once you have eye contact, controlling the blood in a person means controlling the person. So the moment I had my answer out of Bai Ling Yun and I was certain of what she was, I took Zhang Haoqian back up the stairs and out onto the 8th floor and let him step off it in front of a full corridor of medical staff. Clean, witnessed, unarguable, suicide by grief. Nobody had to open a file, and it paid a full month of Yin Lifespan. I left her at the hospital to handle the aftermath, and I took what I had actually come for and went home. I found out how the story landed the next day because my former classmates are efficient. Chen Qiang. Something awful happened. Zhang Yuankai, chairman of Senmu Group, took his own life at the second hospital tonight. Mental health issues. His wife had a brain hemorrhage from the shock and died. Their son couldn't accept it and went off the building. Xu Qian? Seriously? Chen Qiang. I was there with my mother for a checkup. I was maybe 30 meters away. 8th floor. I'm not describing it. Zhou Xuan. Hold on. I interviewed at Senmu Construction today. Does this affect my 6,000 a month? Lin Hui. Wait. Senmu's young master? Surname Lin? Is that the one Haojie? Gao Jun. Yes. Our campus beauty's new boyfriend. Good grief. She got wiped out before she even made it into the family. Xu Qian. Honestly, Qin Feng and Bai Ling Yun were such a good match back then. Why did it have to go like this? And now look. Zhou Xuan. What's good about handsome and beautiful? These days it's rich and beautiful. Shame though. She missed her one shot. Wu Yan. You lot are enjoying this way too much, and none of you know the actual part. Ruoxu and Zhang Haoqian registered the marriage ages ago. Do you have any idea how much of that estate is hers now? Zhou Xuan. Hold on. They get the certificate and then the entire family dies? Is nobody going to say the word? I read all of that with genuine enjoyment. Lin Hai read it too, in his apartment on the ground floor of a half-abandoned block in the old city, where they'd built a processing plant and everyone who could leave had left, so what remained was people waiting on a demolition notice and people with nowhere else to be. He'd spent the whole evening folding paper men until his fingers were red. By my standards, maybe 4 of them were usable. He was proud of them, and he was holding the one I'd made him, the red one, ugly and somehow charming, with his birth date on the back, and thinking that this scrap of folded money felt like a second copy of himself. Where did Qin Feng even learn this? He never had a skill in his life. Then he opened his phone and found the class group chat at 99+ and read the first 4 lines and sat straight up in bed. Because the rest of it, the estate, the conspiracy, none of it existed for him at all. There was one thing in his head, and it was what I'd said to him at noon, with my arm around his shoulders in my worst voice. These keep ghosts off you. Zhang Haoqian is possessed. In fact, I suspect his entire family is possessed. There's a ghost on him. He won't last long. He grabbed the paper man out of his shirt, and then he noticed a faint red glow outside his window. Ground floor. Old building. 6 stories. No lift, and certainly no bright streetlights. A red light like that had no business being out there. He looked up. A lantern. No. A balloon? He couldn't tell. It was glowing, so probably a lantern. But how did a lantern get outside my window? And, because he is who he is, he opened the window to get a better look. The red light came in and covered him from head to foot, and it felt wonderful. That is the part people never believe. It felt so good that his eyes went half shut and he had a pleasant, drifting thought about how nice it would be to just go up. Then something in the back of him snapped and he looked up properly. The lantern was directly over his head, and now he could see what was giving off the light inside the paper. It was a head. I'm told there was a moment there where he understood everything. Then the lantern came down on him like a hat, and a grown man went out through his own first-floor window and straight up into the air. Meanwhile, I was getting out of a taxi at my gate with a bronze statue under my arm, while a driver accelerated away from a graveyard at night with real feeling. Qin Feng, ungraded. Yin Lifespan, 4 months. Yang Lifespan, 3 months. Note, that tasted good. Although the inferior one had already been marinating in yin energy, which is the only reason there was that much of it. Now let me eat the thing under your arm. I have a feeling it's better. 1 month. From a man who had insulted me for 4 minutes and then stepped off a ledge. In the current economy, that's a good day. I let myself in. At night, the yin energy on that hill is much heavier than in daylight, and I still had an entirely ordinary human body, so I felt the cold. The whole cemetery was black. No lights anywhere. That didn't slow me down at all now. Meow. 2 small green lamps off to the left. I put my hand out and smiled. You little thug, guarding the house properly. Good, there's something nice in it for you tomorrow. Meow. It understood the word nice perfectly, hit my arm at speed and went up onto my shoulder. I let it stay and breathed out because neither that statue nor anything else on the property mattered next to the door I was about to walk through, the death apartment. Assembled out of Ji Yuan's drunken confession and a lot of my own guesswork about how the rules of this world actually thread together, brought forward by a couple of years. The best possible grave ghost a gravekeeper can own, not something I could afford to fumble. I pushed the guard hut door open. The Yin god of wealth came in behind me at its own unhurried pace. I'd left the faceless ghost pinned on that door all evening, so by now the glass had been steeping in yin energy for hours. I put the light on, dismissed the faceless ghost with a flick, and looked at the dried red writing. 3 minutes. Nothing. I was prepared for that. Zi Yuan had to do it several times, possibly a dozen. Waking a thing like that on the first attempt, even with everything I'd added, was optimistic. Fine. I'd expected it. I wasn't upset. And then, right as I was letting go of it, the red went bright. The dried writing on the glass looked freshly painted again and started to move. And then it went off the glass entirely, as if something had put its mouth to it and drunk every word. Nobody can tell you where the strange come from. There is no answer to that question. There is only a rule, and the rule is, there is no rule. It can happen anywhere, out of anything. A person who gets killed and absorbed by one, or a person who becomes one. An old tool, a coincidence, a sentence, a sound, a website. I am not joking about the website, but I had one piece of inside knowledge from 20 years at the top end of this. Yin energy accelerates it, all of it, everywhere. That is the actual defining feature of the era, and it's why the world's weather and biology were both different by the end. Which is why I had confidence about that door, assuming Si Yuan hadn't been showing off. I didn't expect it to go this smoothly. The red went out of the glass. I put the full weight of my eyes on a completely ordinary stainless steel and glass door. The yin energy was obvious, and past that, something else. Note, the human has been pulled together with something. Damn it, why can't I see it? That's right, my eyes couldn't read it. Which was more than enough, because whatever was forming behind that glass was already outside what a rank 9 could look at. On the first night, before the world had even opened. I put the Yin god of wealth on the counter, checked the time, and lay down on the plank bed in the back room with my clothes on. For all the fusion and the symbiosis, my body was still exactly what it had been. If anything, the eyes were a load on it. The numbers said so. So I was tired, and I shut my eyes. And approximately 1 minute later, something started hammering on my gate. Hi Gay! Qingzi! Help! I got up and opened the door, and there was Lin Hai hanging off the iron gate. He was in poor shape. His clothes were a mess, there were cuts across his neck, and he was scraped down one side. What happened? A ghost! A ghost! Hi Gay, you saved my life. I'll kowtow. I'll actually kowtow of Jay. I looked at the yin energy hanging off him. It was thick. Come in, I said. I put the lamp back on. So you saw a ghost. He came into the light and the terror started to let go of him, and he blinked at me and had a thought he would spend the next several years having. Is Qin Feng not a little too calm about this? Did you use the paper man? He nodded, and then he looked at me. Tell me all of it. I yawned and poured myself a glass of water, and I felt considerably better. He told me, human head lantern. I had to think for a moment. Lua City had a lot of these because of where it sits, far more than most cities in the country, and I know a great many of them, big and small, but nobody knows all of them. But from his description, that thing pushes its kill rule out through the light, which is frankly more convenient than mine. Mine might be more sophisticated. In raw force, and in the weight of the rule, I haven't yet met a rank 9 that stands with my eyes. But delivery matters, and light travels further than a stare. If that thing grows up, it's going to be worth having. So the cuts are from falling out of the sky when the substitute took the hit. He nodded. Haige, you have no idea how scared I was getting here from my place. Those taxi drivers, several of them saw me and nearly ran me over rather than stop. Thank God somebody decent came along, or you and I would be separated by death right now. I ignored the crying and nodded. Right. Go to sleep. Sleep here. Tomorrow in daylight I'll go back to your place with you and have a look. My guess is it can't kill without limit. It took a bad loss tonight, so it'll come back for you tomorrow. Be ready. He went white. I had already gone back inside. He didn't sleep well. I slept excellently. In the morning, the gate started up again, and it was Bai Ling Yun. I found this funny, and I'll tell you why. 2 days ago, she drove me to that villa in a BMW 530. Today, the woman whose husband and both parents-in-law had died the previous evening pulled up at my cemetery in her late husband's Ferrari. She caught me looking, and she made herself smile. I brought breakfast. You haven't eaten, right? Come in. She got into the hut, saw Lin Hai, had a very short moment, and recovered. Let's eat. Crab roe buns, shrimp dumplings, peppery soup. She had thought about it. She had brought several different kinds because she didn't know what I liked. The three of us ate in complete silence, each of us thinking about something entirely different. And then, to my surprise, another engine came up the road. Is my graveyard always this busy? What surprised me more was the sound of my locked gate being opened by somebody with a key. I went to the window. A woman around 40 walked in, glancing back at the yellow Ferrari with an expression I enjoyed a lot. Then the three of us came out, and she screamed, You're not dead?" Something red moved at the back of my eyes. Was I supposed to be? 3 words. An enormous amount of information. Early morning visitors are the best kind. I'd already noticed that this job was odd. Not because of the faceless ghost, because of the hiring process. From the residue, and from what the faceless ghost was, it wasn't hard to work out that before I got here, somebody had died on this property, and not long ago at all. Possibly the day before. One day. My predecessor wasn't even cold, and they were already handing keys to the next one. Why the hurry? And didn't the last gravekeeper have any family to make noise about it? I had a list of questions, and I hadn't bothered with any of them. Now the answer had let itself in. She got her face back under control fast and went straight to it. Well, if you're not dead, what were you doing last night? You didn't clock in for the night patrol. You didn't clock in this morning. Lazy on your first day. You're Chin Feng, yes? You're fired. Effective now. Around 40. Very high cheekbones, very thin lips, and an expression built entirely out of being unpleasant to people below her. And what a thing to say. Firing a gravekeeper out of his own tomb is one of the more imaginative jokes I have ever heard. Before I could enjoy it properly, Bai Lingyun stepped up. And who are you? Chen Yan, manager of the North Mountain office. Bai Lingyun's mouth went cold at the corners. In that case, you're fired. Effective now. What? On whose authority? Chen Yan came straight at her, and honestly, if there hadn't been 2 men standing there, I think she'd have swung. Bai Lingyun didn't move. She took 2 sheets of paper out of the Hermes bag, glanced at me, and said, "They were going to surprise you with this." Then, to Chen Yan, "This morning I spoke with Mr. Li Bo, the general manager of your North Mountain office. He has leased the operating rights to the North Mountain Cemetery and the Beimang Scenic Area to Mr. Qin Feng and to me, 10 million, 20 years. Which means the 2 of us have full authority over hiring and firing at the North Mountain office. My name is Bai Lingyun. Any further questions?" Chen Yan went pale, read the paper, saw the signature and the thumbprint, and stopped working entirely. Even I had a question, which was, how? How does a person do that in one night? The Zhang family weren't yet buried. I had underestimated her, comprehensively. Here's what she'd worked out, and I want to give her the credit. That morning the Zhang family villa was full. Shareholders of Senmu Group, business partners, relatives so distant they'd needed a map. All of them there for the estate. And the sole heir was a girl from nowhere who had been married into the family for under 3 weeks and had been standing in the building when all 3 of them died. She was going to be eaten alive. She knew it before anybody else did, because she had been standing in that stairwell. Even with all her instincts, she wasn't going to hold that money. Not against the open attacks, and definitely not against the quiet ones. And there was exactly one person on the planet who could protect her. So in a single night, she stripped out whatever cash the Zhang family could liquidate immediately, worked their contact list, got the general manager responsible for Beishan on the phone, and closed a private deal in a few hours. It was a gift for me. It was also a life raft for her. I noticed the maneuver. I didn't care about it because contracts and official documents are useful for a few more months, maybe 6, and after that, the only enforceable contract in the world is what you can personally do to somebody. I put it aside and looked at Chen Yan. So the North Mountain Cemetery had a secret I hadn't found yet, and this woman was standing on it. I walked toward her. She backed up. Her expression was bad. It might have been being fired. It might have been something else, because every so often something moved behind her eyes that had nothing to do with employment law. She looked at my face, which people usually enjoy, and it didn't calm her down at all. I stopped 5 meters away, and I said the first thing I'd said to her all morning. "You smell strongly of death." She laughed. It was a bad laugh. What was that? Too much damp in my system? I'll go get cupping done. And she turned round and walked out without looking back and drove away fast. I watched the road for a while. Lin Hai, beside me, finally cracked. "Brother Feng, that woman's a bit off, isn't she?" And then I watched something happen to my friend's face. Last night had rearranged his entire understanding of the universe. There are other things in the world. Those things can decide who lives and dies, whenever they feel like it. And his best friend is clearly an expert in them, because one badly folded piece of money pulled him out of the sky. So obviously the 3 of us were now going to form a paranormal investigation team, like in the comics. I watched an inexplicable sense of destiny arrive on his face and burn off his hangover in real time. "Brother Feng, when do we move out?" I looked at him for a while, trying to locate the source of this. "Move out? To where?" He pointed at the dust Chen Yan had left. "To investigate her." Obviously, she's behaving suspiciously. She's clearly involved in something. I looked at him for even longer. Lin Hai. In your entire education, did nobody ever teach you the basic principle? He blinked. What principle? If you encounter danger or a bad person, you call the police. You find a nice inspector. Huh? I ignored him, took out my phone in front of him, and dialed. Hello, I'd like to report something. One of the survival rules of that era, and I mean an actual one, not a slogan. Never get casual with a strange thing you have no information on, because you never know. One of them will have a rule that lines up perfectly against you, like a key in a lock, and you will find out about it exactly once. An enormous number of confident handlers went that way. I had the eyes. I still didn't get casual, especially not with something I couldn't identify. And filing a police report is an excellent way to collect intelligence for free. At the Luo City Supervisory Department, in the criminal division, the young man who took my call looked at the screen with despair. Another one. How many is that in 2 weeks? Well, don't sit there. What is it? That was the captain, who was in a mood. The cemetery up at Beishan. Caller says somebody died there previously, and it was never reported, and the office did nothing about it, and they hired a new security guard the same day, and the new guard is the one who just called. Why is this ours? Do you have any idea what our workload looks like right now? No idea. And while they were discussing it, 2 people came in. The captain looked up. Xiao Mei, Xiao Li. Did you get anything useful? Most of the room was looking at the female inspector, whose badge read Mei Xin, partly for reasons that had to do with a uniform not designed for her, but mostly it was the face, which hadn't entirely finished being a child's face, so when she put a cold professional expression on it, the effect wasn't intimidating. The effect was that people wanted to buy her a snack. Reporting. We went out to the Shihao Villa district today. The captain's brows came down. Why? How does a headless body from the old city end up in the Villa district? The 2 of them looked at each other and then at the floor, and Mei Xin went first. Captain Zhou, it's like this. In the old city there were no new victims today, and the door-to-door and the forensics haven't moved. And the seniors have that covered, so I felt like I wasn't needed. So I heard something last night that sounded strange, and I had spare time, so I went and looked into it. Which is? Last night at the Second People's Hospital, the entire Jiang family of Senmu group died. Captain Zhou sighed. Of course he knew about the Jiang family. Jiang Yuankai was a name in that city, but there was nothing there. Everyone knew the man's mental state. The corridor cameras were running. Nobody went in or out, and the manner of the death wasn't something an outsider can do to a person. The wife was a hemorrhage, with 2 doctors present. The only one with any texture at all was the son, and a corridor full of nurses and doctors watched that happen. So what does that have to do with the criminal division? But given who her family were, Captain Zhou nodded and asked, And did you find anything? I did. She said it like a conspirator. After all 3 of the Jiang family died, the person who benefits most is Jiang Haotian's fiancée GCE, a woman called Bai Ling Yun. And from what I've dug up, they had been married less than half a month. Less than half a month, and all 3 of them are gone, and the entire estate lands on an outsider. I'd say Bai Ling Yun is the prime suspect, and she has the strongest motive in the city. And? Captain Zhou shrugged. Where's the evidence? Everybody has already established it was suicide. She scratched her head. We're still looking, and I found something else while I was out there. This morning, the Zhang family villa was packed, and Bai Ling Yun wasn't there. I pulled traffic cameras. She appears to have gone to visit her ex-boyfriend. And most importantly, when all 3 of the Zhang family died last night, her ex-boyfriend Qin Feng was also at the second hospital. Nobody in that room cared. And here's the thing, she was correct. Every single instinct she had was correct. But the deaths of the Zhang family were documented to death, and an inspector cannot act on a feeling, however good the feeling is. Motive is not evidence. And then the inspector at the next desk said, Hang on, little durian, what did you say the ex-boyfriend's name was? Qin Feng. Who has, for no clear reason, gone off to the North Mountain Cemetery to work as a security guard. My gut says he and Bai Ling Yun definitely have something going, DJ. Right, because the call that just came in, that was him. She was on her feet. Captain Zhou saw the reaction and made a decision on the spot, mostly to get her out of the building. Fine. Mei Xin, drop the old city case. Take Li Wei, go up to the North Mountain Cemetery and ask your questions. Yes, I will admit that the female inspector who arrived at my gate was distinctive, and I don't only mean the shape of her, it was the face. There was something in that face I recognized from 20 years away. You're Qin Feng? You filed the report? Give me the details. Right. We've got that down. Anything to add? That was the male one, Li Wei, doing the actual work. I shook my head, and then she couldn't hold it in any longer. I was wondering what your thoughts were about the deaths of Zhang Haotian and his father. My heart moved a little. I arranged my face into something wistful. I was at the second hospital yesterday. What I saw there affected me quite deeply. It turns out that even rich people aren't really happy. The most important thing in life is just to be content. It didn't work even slightly. She kept looking at me with open suspicion, although she did have to admit privately that it was very hard to look at a face like that and file it under suspect. So I smiled at her and said, "Inspector May, what is May Rui to you?" She stopped. "He's my brother. You know my brother." "No, wait, that's not possible. He's doing his doctorate in Beijing, and I pulled your file. You've never left Luo City of DJ. And then she shut her mouth very fast, blinked, and looked at me with the beginnings of actual nervousness. I let it go and smiled. That Chen Yan is dangerous. My advice, check whether anyone around her has gone missing or supposedly gone back to their hometown. Don't summon her. And don't go near her alone. This is my WeChat. Contact me anytime you need help. They both gave me a strange look. They added me anyway, because what I described was, in fact, worth checking, and they did need to find the previous security guard. The gate shut. They drove off, and I stood there for a while. Mei Rui. In my last life, King Xian of Chu, first of the 10. He ran the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs, which was the last thing in that country anybody still believed in. And King Xian of Chu's little sister was in Luo City in a uniform 2 sizes wrong, chasing a case out of a feeling. Interesting. As for her suspecting me, she could suspect away. Lin Hai came back a while later, hauling a very large bag and sweating through his shirt. "Brother Feng, what do you need all this for?" He dumped it out. Reams of white paper for folding, lengths of wood, slabs of marble, cinnabar, a pile of things that would look to any normal person like the shopping list of a man having an episode. "Mind your own business and keep folding." He tried again anyway. "Brother Feng, when are we going after the lantern?" Originally, I was going to scout it in daylight while he did the shopping, but Chen Yan reporting to work had cost me my morning, and I had less time than I liked. The sooner this was done, the more comfortable I'd feel. "Tonight's fine. You didn't sleep. Go and get some more if you can." "Right." I left him to it and went through the pile, and it was all correct. Those things have one purpose. They are the tools a gravekeeper uses to build a grave, and the bait a gravekeeper uses to draw the strange into the ground he keeps. They are also the equipment you need to take the job in the first place. I had to have all of it laid out and ready before midnight tomorrow, because if I remembered correctly, being the first person in the world to take a given job title pays out, and it pays out well. Last life, I never got a first at anything. This life, I wasn't letting one go. September 1st, 6:42 in the evening, 29 hours and 18 minutes left, and the sky was already completely black. It should not have been. Not at that hour, not that time of year. That year, the nights had been arriving early all month. Mei Xin sighed in the passenger seat. "Old Li, why is solving a case so hard? Why is finding a murderer so hard?" "Because a case needs evidence," said Li Wei. "Although I do think her situation has a lot of problems. You think Qin Feng's behaving strangely too, right? He's been asking me about Chen Yan on WeChat all day. He's really paying attention." Li Wei looked at her excitement and gave her the polite, slightly pained smile of a man about to disappoint somebody. "The suspect I mean is Chen Yan. We turned up some things today, remember? Chen Yan's husband, Wang Bo, told everyone he was going back to his hometown 3 days ago. Nobody in his hometown has seen him. And Gao Ming, the security guard who was posted at the North Mountain Cemetery, has also vanished. That woman is suspicious. I've already put in for a warrant with Captain Zhou." Mei Xin deflated. "So you also think the Zhang family thing has nothing to do with any outsider?" Li Wei scratched his head and changed the subject rapidly. "Sister Liu, we're off the clock. I'm heading out. It's been a heavy week. Don't be too hard on yourself." "Want me to drive you home?" Li Wei was clear that this young lady had been personally deposited in that department by Director Guo and a name from the top of the city, and that she was therefore not something he would ever be permitted to want. The most valuable quality a man can have is self-awareness. She sniffed. "Never mind. Drop me here. I'll get something to eat. Where is this anyway?" He looked out. "Chen Yan's family lives in the old city. Sister Liu, forget it. Let me run you into the center. It isn't safe around here right now." "No need. Don't forget what I brought." She patted the holster. He thought about it and nodded. Because that woman is not decoration. In every internal assessment they'd ever run, she came first on the range. Every time. All right. An hour later, she came out of a small restaurant in an alley, full and content. They call the old city because of the infrastructure. The streetlights there are the color of a dying phone screen. 8 in the evening and there was nobody on the main road. She walked along the curb, irritated by the moths and the mosquitoes, muttering, "I need to feed this back to Uncle Du." Old city redevelopment has to go on the agenda. I haven't seen a single taxi all night, honestly, DJ. And then she brightened, because there was a taxi parked at a gate up ahead. She went and knocked on the driver's window. The window came down on a middle-aged man whose face was so pale it seemed to give off its own light in the dark. Faced with the beautiful woman knocking on his window at night, the driver had no reaction whatsoever. He just looked at her with the eyes of something at the back of a fish counter. "Master, are you free?" He didn't speak. He nodded. She was delighted and had her hand on the door when a scream came from somewhere behind her. Not a loud one. She came round instantly because she is what she is. An old residential compound. You could tell from the shop fronts and the rust on the gate. She went in without a second's hesitation and caught the name of the compound out of the corner of her eye as she passed. Jinshan Residential. And because she was already moving, she didn't see the pale driver's dead eyes begin, slowly, to move on their own. Then that entirely ordinary taxi pulled away from the curb, drove about 10 meters, and stopped existing. Less than 2 minutes later, a black Audi rolled up outside the same compound. A window came down. Somebody looked at the gate, and a red glint crossed their eyes. That's a lot of yin energy. This is the place. Wait here. Meanwhile, Mei Xin was having the best night of her professional life, because the break she had been waiting for was right in front of her, and it was attached to a live major case. The scream had come from a man. The man was no longer able to make any sound at all, because something had him by the throat, and half of his head was already inside a red glow that was hanging in the air 10 meters up. She didn't run at it. She got into cover. Everyone in that division knew she wasn't decoration, and this is why. Even standing there, watching a man get lifted off the ground by nothing, she sent a message to Captain Zhou and one to Li Wei calling for backup, and only then took the safety off and chambered around. 10 meters up, nothing around it. No wires, no operator, nothing. At least nothing she could see. So what is it? A drone? Can a drone do that? And who's flying it? And how are they killing a man with it? She had no idea. What she did know was that if she waited any longer, the man was going to die. So she blew her own cover on purpose. "You up there, come out, put him down, or I fire. And once I put this thing on the ground, I'll find you anyway." Her voice went across the whole compound. Nothing came back. That red light cut every sense in the area. Even the flats with their lights on heard absolutely nothing. She didn't have time to think about what that meant. She had the muzzle on a red glow drifting under 10 meters in near total darkness, and her hands didn't move at all. Bang! The flash tore across the dark and went straight through the light, and the light lurched. Thump! It worked. It actually worked. The man dropped out of the air, and she was already moving to get to him when the thing didn't fall. It floated. Gently, sideways, and came to a stop directly above her head. She looked up, and in that instant she finally saw it clearly. A big red lantern. The light off it was almost nothing in that dark, but standing under it felt incredible. It was cold water over your head in August. It was a hot spring in the middle of January. It was the first drag of a cigarette after a night shift that wouldn't end. It felt so good that the gun came down in her hand without her deciding anything. It felt like flying. Wait, flying? She came out of it hard, and yes, her feet had left the ground some time ago. Something had her, and it wasn't painful. It was still the same warm pull. She looked up, and the lantern was right there over her, the size of a hat coming down. And then her pupils shrank to points, because in the gap under the paper, inside the lantern, she finally saw what was making the light. A face. It was smiling at her. She clamped a hand over her mouth and fought, and it did nothing. Even the pistol, the one thing in her life that had ever made her feel safe, had already hit the ground somewhere below her. She was going to die. She didn't know what it was. She only knew that. And she didn't want to. She was in her early 20s. She had never been in love. There was an enormous list of things she hadn't done. And then, as the lantern got closer, all of that went out of her, and something surprisingly quiet came in. Well, she had died saving somebody. That was the whole reason she had forced her way into that department in the first place, over her family's objections, over everybody's advice. So she got the corners of her mouth up, and she looked at it, and she was ready, which is when she heard footsteps. Nobody has streetlights in that compound. The footsteps came out of nothing, unhurried, absolutely steady, on a night when every other person in that neighborhood had gone deaf. She got her eyes open one more time. The figure was carrying a black umbrella. At night, under a clear sky, it walked all the way to directly under her feet without once glancing up at the enormous glowing thing eating a police officer 10 meters above the ground. And then, finally, the umbrella tipped back, and so did the head under it, and she felt like she'd put her hand in a socket because the face was still in the dark. She never saw the face. What she saw, inside a darkness thicker than the night around it, was a pair of red eyes. Deeper and worse than the lantern. Here is how you take prey off something that has already sunk its rule into it. You don't fight for it. You get your own rule into the prey first while it's still alive, and then the prey belongs to your rule, and the other thing is holding an empty hook. That's all I did. The instant she saw my eyes, everything the human head lantern had on her simply stopped applying. She had been in a battlefield between two strange things for about 4 minutes, which is roughly 4 minutes longer than a person can take, and she went out cold on the way down. I caught her with both hands and put her on the ground the way you'd put down a bag and looked back up. Human head lantern. Rank 9. Category: ghostly entity. Yin lifespan: 7 months, 16 days. Rule: lift and carry. If a head is directly beneath the human head lantern, it enters the dragging state. Once the head has been drawn into the lantern, the kill is complete. Ability: darkness under the lamp. The flicker of the candle alters the perception of living things. While the flame flickers, it also blocks the sight of anything outside the light and blocks every attack that is not made by supernatural means. Status: spirit form, normally unobservable, can pass through solid matter at a cost in Yin lifespan. Note: this bit of junk has decent potential, sadly, still not quite up to me. It really is lonely at the top. I stood underneath it and looked at it. 2 meals in a row had gotten away, and something in it went off. The red light started to pulse, and the whole world went crimson, and I felt myself get pleasantly light. So that's perception blindness. That is a frightening ability. A thing like that, left alone, empties a city. If it grew up and nobody dealt with it, an enormous number of ordinary people in Luo City were going to have a very bad few years. Even the thing in my head, which believes it is the most important object in the universe, admitted this one was only slightly beneath it, and it was right. That kill rule is weak and clumsy. But the part where it can hide the truth of a thing from everyone standing outside the light, that is high tier, none of which changed anything. I said gently, "It does get quite dark at my place at night. We've got nothing to light the path. Would you like to come over?" Wind came through the whole compound at once. The human head lantern gave its answer. The thing dropped straight down at me, as if it had already gotten a rope around my neck, and froze in the air. Because inside the paper, the face had turned to look at me. Red met red. The rope came off my neck. The lantern came down and sat on the ground. Rank 9 against rank 9, and when the two rules met, the human head lantern had to give way to the blood-eyed dragon lord. Eye for an eye. The instant we made contact, its rule came off it and went back on it. So it wasn't dragging me anymore. I was dragging it. And if I'd felt like it, I could have put its own head into its own lantern, and the thing that died wouldn't have been me. It worked that out and stopped resisting immediately. I lifted it up. The red had gone dim and sulky. I smiled at it, and I got curious about something. How much weight do my eyes actually carry? Weight is the force behind a rule. Later on, when things get promoted and everything in the world has a rule, rules run into each other constantly, and when two rules collide, the outcome is decided by weight, not by rank. Handlers eventually judge the potential of any strange thing on 3 things. 1. How easy is the rule to trigger and how bad is it? 2. The weight behind it. 3. The promotion path, which I hadn't touched yet, and the one thing my eyes couldn't read was their own weight. Well, the book would be along in a day. I walked over and picked the lantern up by the hook, and with the light in my hand, I got a look at the other figure on the ground. Not Mei Xin, the man she'd been shot at a monster to save, and it was somebody I knew. I've forgotten most of the people from before, genuinely. But I'd met this one the previous morning, and his behavior had made an impression. Chen Jun, the man from the North Mountain office, the one who wouldn't put a foot inside my gate. What was he doing here? Chen Jun, ungraded. Yang lifespan, 1 month. Status, near-death coma. Cannot move or think. Note: a weak human male, contaminated with corpse energy and yin energy, cut up quite badly. He wasn't going to last long with or without the lantern. Human, with that brain of yours, you've already worked out what did this, haven't you? As thanks for my contribution here, how about you let me have him as a snack? I put the umbrella back up and started walking. Stop it. Too much of that is bad for you. It'll stunt your growth. Be good. Besides, how exactly? Do you want me to hold his eyelids open for you? That woman? No. I need her later. Right. Enough. It was coming up on 9 at night in an empty black compound, and there was one figure walking through it under an umbrella with a glowing red lantern in one hand, arguing with nobody. And in the middle of that, somebody surfaced. Mei Xin got her eyes open, saw the red light and a tall shape in a long coat, and tried to reach out, and could not. Everything from the waist down had opinions. Wait, DJ. Wait, DJ. The figure stopped. It didn't turn around. What is that thing? Because the enormous blood-red lantern was hanging off that hand as quietly as a cat. And the voice said, "It's a hungry little thing. Sorry for the fright." She lay there and looked at it and at the back of the coat, and everything started sliding sideways on her, and she couldn't hold the shape of the person in focus. So all she managed was, "Then, who are you?" The figure didn't answer. It started walking. And this is the thing about that lantern. Its light hides everything inside it from everyone outside it. So she watched a man walk away, and watched the light swallow him whole, and watched the dark take the light, and then her grip on being conscious came apart, and in the last second, out of the dark, she got an answer. King Yanluo. 10 minutes later, the sirens came into the old city, armed men out of the vehicles fast, and they found 2 people on the ground. Director Guo, who is a heavy man and got there first anyway, nearly came apart at the sight, and then found she was breathing and had to stop and hold onto a wall. Nobody looked at Chen Jun at all. Xiao Mei, are you all right? She opened her eyes and saw a uniform cap and let go of everything, and then forced out the only thing in her head. King Yanluo, go and find him. King Chu Qing. Director Guo, Captain Zhou, and Li Wei looked at each other. King Yanluo, the one out of the myths, second of the 10 kings of hell, the one who runs the drowned? The girl has had a near-death experience and is now hallucinating. Ambulance, said Director Guo. Now. Lin Hai was driving me home and couldn't stop looking at the rear-view mirror, because in the back seat there was a red lantern about the size of a millstone. That thing dragged me out of my own window last night and nearly finished me, and now it's in my car, behind my head. You try it. I let him have his little private crisis because I was working. Chen Yan's family home is in the old city, very close to the Jinshan compound. That much Bai Ling Yun had already dug up, and King Xian of Chu's little sister had confirmed the rest of it for free, and Chen Jun was obviously her work. The death smell coming off him was the same one that had been coming off her, so the woman turned her missing husband into a corpse thing. That's the obvious read, and the obvious read was wrong, and I knew it was wrong before I finished thinking it. At this stage of the world, a true walking corpse is impossible. Those things give rank 7 and rank 8 handlers a serious problem, never mind a rank 9. If a real one had been in that compound, Chen Jun wouldn't have gotten out with an intact anything, and more to the point, why would it take orders from her? Because it used to be her husband? She doesn't even know for certain that she's the one who killed him. That isn't how a contract works. For Chen Yan to have been running a corpse thing before midnight tomorrow, she'd have to have been reborn and to have come out of the gate as a rank 7 corpse driver, and if that were true, I might as well go home. So, not that. Then what? I raised an eyebrow and enjoyed the answer. Because if it was what I now thought it was, then that thing needs a steady supply of bodies to keep going, and Chen Yan is not stupid. She had already gone at somebody in her own office, which means she knew the police were on her, which means she was in the panic-feeding phase. Her next few days were going to be unpleasant. And after midnight tomorrow, the book arrives, the game opens, and the number of strange things inside the city limits goes up by an order of magnitude. Nobody was going to have the manpower to chase one woman. Fine, let her play. Brother Feng, back to the cemetery? Meanwhile, on the roof of an old block in that same district, somebody was crouched watching the ambulance and the police cars go past underneath. So the inspectors have already traced it back. It's that kid. It's all because of that kid. But how is he still alive? Has the thing at the North Mountain Cemetery gone? Craw. Chen Yan turned her head to her own shoulder. There was a crow standing on it, a full size bigger than a crow ought to be, and its eyes weren't a crow's black. They were a poisonous green, the color of something hunting in a forest at night. Its claws were in her shoulder hard enough to draw blood. She didn't appear to notice. Her voice went soft and warm, the way you'd talk to a baby. Don't worry, sweetheart. We'll look again. We'll definitely find you something to eat. Come on. The crow spread its wings and went, and she took hold of one of its legs, and this bird lifted an adult woman off a rooftop like she was a shopping bag. Let's leave it till tomorrow. We'll rest today, and tomorrow night we'll go and pay that boy back, all right? And when we do, I'll get you those eyes. I know they're your favorite. Craw. I didn't know, at that point, that the most valuable objects I own had already been put on a menu. I carried the lantern into my guard hut, and it was exactly as I'd hoped. The writing on the glass was moving again, fast, and I could feel the difference. Whatever was in there was stronger than yesterday. My summoning method is more direct than Zi Yuan's was. He used ordinary paint and years of patience. I used my own blood, which was already saturated with yin energy from living behind these eyes, mixed with the yin energy of an earthbound spirit I'd pushed 3 bowls through. It seemed to like the recipe. The bloodletter writhed and pulled itself together and went a deep red, and then the glass drank it and there was nothing there at all. Behind me, Lin Hai had stopped being able to process input. Brother Feng, what is this one? A new strange thing. You'll get used to it. How are you feeling today? He wanted to say that he felt nothing in particular because he had contributed absolutely nothing to the evening's activities. Then he looked at the glowing red lantern sitting on my floor, the object that had nearly ended him, and revised his position. Brother Feng, what is actually going on? What do you think? There are ghosts. You've seen them. But before, there weren't. Wu Jie. Before was before. Now is now. I put my hand out and the black cat came out of the dark and hit my chest at speed, and I remembered something. Oh, little one. I promised you something good yesterday and then I got busy. I reached over and took the black copper coin out of the yin god of wealth's hand. Under it, where nobody had put it, was a single thin sheet of white paper money. 1 day of Yin Lifespan. Right on schedule. The cat looked at it. Then something in it woke up, and it opened its mouth wider than a cat's mouth should go, and took the whole thing. I scratched its head. I still haven't given you a name. Let me think. From now on, you're Mao Mao. Get promoted soon. Talent like yours doesn't turn up often. I'm not saying I expect you to grow into one of those two-tailed things they have out on the islands, but I don't keep anybody around here who doesn't work. Meow! Lin Hai, watching a man feed paper to a cat and then threaten it about career progression, opened his mouth. Brother Qing, enough talking. Come and help me hang a lantern. I carried the human head lantern. He carried the ladder in a daze. I hung it on the mast behind the main gate, and the entrance of the North Mountain Cemetery got noticeably less dark. I looked up at it. You live here now. If you run and I have to come and get you again, it will go differently. But relax, I'm not cruel. Your Yin Lifespan will always be covered. Then I jumped down and stood back and looked at what I'd made. Behind a black iron gate, a large red lantern on a tall mast, burning steadily. And behind the lantern, a hillside of broken markers and empty ground. It was, I thought, an improvement. I didn't go back in. I picked up Mao Mao and started up the hill instead, past midnight, and Lin Hai came after me, and 10 minutes later, we were standing on the top of the North Mountain, looking down at the whole city. Lin Hai, I said, there are 3.5 strange things on this property right now, and there are going to be more. Do you understand what that means? He nodded. He thought about it for a while, and then he made up his mind. Brother Feng, I want to go back to the countryside. The countryside. You think you can outrun this by going somewhere with fewer people? That's optimistic. And he shook his head. No, I know. I've been thinking these last few days. I want to be with my parents. I know I'd probably live longer standing next to you, but I'm their only son. It's my turn to look after them. I didn't have an answer ready for that. Half a minute later, I nodded. All right, don't forget what I taught you. After midnight tomorrow, fold 10 of them yourself. Burn them. Take the ash. Put it in water. And drink it. You'll work out the rest. If you get into trouble, call me. I probably won't get there in time, but I'll collect the body. That is the job change procedure for paper craftsmen, and I want to be clear about what I handed a boy on a hilltop for free. The exact method to take a rank 9 underworld job on the first night the world had one, which meant he would almost certainly be the first paper craftsman on the planet, which meant a first mover reward. Used properly, that is enough to make a person somebody in the opening year of a collapsing world. He nodded, excited, and didn't once ask how I knew any of it. Because he'd learned something that night about which questions are worth asking. But at the end, he looked at me looking out over the dark city, and he couldn't help it. Brother Feng, King Yanluo, do they actually exist? He left before dawn. I didn't stop him. I'd done enough. I'd pulled him out of an early grave and handed him a career. I opened my eyes onto September 2nd, and my body made me laugh at myself. Under 3 months of Yang Lifespan, and on top of that, I'd taken 2 small bowls of blood out of my own arm in 2 days to feed a door. If the death apartment didn't finish coming through soon, I was going to run out of the raw material required to summon it, which would be an embarrassing way to go. Fortunately, it was the last day, 7:12 in the morning, September 2nd. Tonight the world opens. After midnight I can take the job. And once I have a rank 9 title, whatever else it does for me, I stop being this weak. 15 hours. The correct use of 15 hours is to not do anything stupid. So I got out my laptop. It is a very bad laptop. Somewhere in the back of my head is a memory of buying it secondhand with Bai Ling Yun. Out of money we'd both earned doing part-time work. I plugged it in, opened a browser, typed a domain from memory, and put a VPN in front of it. 10 seconds. A black page came up. 4 red characters in Chinese and in English. House of Strange Tales. I smiled. These people are always faster than you expect. In my last life, that was the largest handler forum on the planet. Everyone was on it. Kings at first rank and children who had just managed to hold on to their first rank 9 ghost and hadn't yet worked out that this wasn't a hobby. And not only people, some strange things could log in too. It started as a hobby board. Then more and more of the world stopped making sense, and people started posting what they'd seen, and then the truth of the world arrived, and the board was suddenly the most important building on Earth. And then, and this is the part that people who weren't there refused to believe, the House of Strange Tales became a genuine strange thing itself, an actual ghost story with a URL, a website that loads with the power off and the network down. You could run auctions there, post jobs, sell information. which is exactly what happened, and which is why in the later years, half the profession treated it as the official record. It clearly hadn't gotten there yet. And then I sat up. Because I remembered something. After the House of Strange Tales became a real strange thing, its forum points changed. Before that, and in the early era, points were bought with money. Afterward, they weren't. Afterward, points cost Yin Lifespan. That is the entire reason that place mattered so much later. What I couldn't remember is whether the old balances carried over. But I did remember faintly that a handful of very online handlers made a fortune out of something around that. I picked up my phone. Transfer 1 million to my account. Okay, said Bai Lingyun and didn't ask a single question, and 5 minutes later my phone buzzed. I registered an account. I didn't have to think about the name. King Yanluo. I know. This life I'm not walking that road. I gave up the ferryman line before I even started. But I carried that title for most of 2 decades after I became somebody, and I'm allowed to be sentimental about exactly one thing. I put the entire million into points, 100 million forum points. After that place became a real strange thing in my last life, 100 million points was 1 million days of Yin Lifespan, which is somewhere around 2,700 years. That is an obscene number. That is more Yin Lifespan than most handlers see in a career. And that is exactly why I stopped at 1 million yuan and closed the page. Because once the world opened, money died, currency became paper, and if you could buy Yin Lifespan with cash at any exchange rate at all, 10 to 1, 10,000 to 1, a million to 1 for a single day, there would have been a line of billionaires around the planet. There wasn't, you couldn't. So I had just quietly done a thing that is not supposed to be possible. And the entity I had done it to is one of the most unpredictable things in existence, and I would very much prefer that it not develop opinions about me. Greed is fine. Greed with no exit plan is how people end up as a post on that forum. I got off the recharge page and looked at what was trending. Strange red dancing shoes in the land where the sun never sets. Everyone who puts them on dances until they stop. Ghosts of the first peoples found in the lighthouse country. A curse laid on an entire nation? Horrors of the other world? Does Silent Hill actually exist? The Snow Woman in the Snow Town. So it was already getting traction. As the world came apart at the edges, more people were brushing against it, and even if only 1 in 10 of them lived, that one came away permanently convinced. I added a board for our country to the list because there was going to be traffic, and the second I clicked it, somebody knocked on my gate. Since starting this job, I hadn't met one single person who wanted to buy a burial plot. Every visitor I'd had was, by any reasonable standard, not a normal person. This one had had her head halfway into a lantern about 36 hours ago and was standing at the gate of the place that lantern now lived. So no, not normal. Hello, nice to see you again, Mr. Chin. Inspector May, where's the other one? She was alone and still the color of paper, and I could see hospital clothing under her shirt. She had absolutely discharged herself. Something came up. Li Wei's handling it. I came. Today to tell you something. Come inside. She followed me in and looked at the wooden boards and the small stone slabs stacked on my floor, and her face did something. For some reason, she thought, this room is colder than outside. Until the previous night, she had been a committed atheist. She had had that taken off her, that lantern, and the figure that turned up while she was on her way out. King Yanluo, she said under her breath. Everyone she worked with had decided she'd hallucinated it. She remembered it perfectly. She remembered the voice. Inspector May, go ahead. Sorry there's no tea. She took the water and said thank you automatically, and then went very still for a second because a voice had just come at her from about a meter away. That voice last night. She looked up at my face, and then went slightly pink and pulled herself together and got on with it. Right. So, last night we established that Chen Jun, who also works at the North Mountain office, was attacked, and that Chen Yan is very likely responsible. My colleagues followed it up overnight and went into Chen Yan's home, and then she stopped. Whatever color she had left went, and she shivered without meaning to. In her freezer, there were remains. The lab matched 8 separate people, and the oldest of them was Chen Yan's partner, and her child. I frowned slightly. That far gone already. That is what an era like this actually does. Some people scrape by, a few climb, and a number of them stop being people at all and end up as something the strange would keep at arm's length. Preliminary forensics says 8 dead, she said. And none of them more than 7 days ago. I nodded. Then my guess was right. Did you make the arrest? Her brows came down. I was attacked myself last night, so I wasn't on the operation. But according to my colleagues, they ran the search and they had eyes on every exit and they still couldn't find her. Which is the main reason I came. Mr. Chin, you're the person who reported her. And more importantly, you had words with her before you did it. So I have grounds to think you are very likely her next target. She watched my eyes for panic and didn't get any. Thank you for the warning, Inspector May. I'll be careful. Careful isn't enough. If anything happens, you call me, and you call the department immediately. She was staring at me with real force. Don't worry. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. You should look after yourself too. You've been attacked. Go and rest properly. And then she stood up and did something I wasn't braced for. She bowed, all the way down. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. For what? I didn't follow. For suspecting you of murdering the Zhang family yesterday. She said it at volume. I laughed. What, you've stopped suspecting me today? She pressed her pale lips together and nodded. Yes. Something happened last night that I could never have imagined, and it made me understand that there is a great deal in this world I don't know. So, Mr. Chuji, stop with the Mr. Qin. Qin Feng is fine. Okay, so Qin Feng, I want to ask, when you were at the Second People's Hospital, did you see anything else? She didn't say what she meant by anything. She didn't have to. I shook my head. I didn't. And you don't need to apologize. And then I leaned in until there was about 20 centimeters between us and smiled. Then again, maybe I really did kill him. Her mouth opened. She produced a laugh. Qin Feng, are you joking with me? Killed him with what? I pointed at the counter. With that. She turned her head and stopped. 30 centimeters of black bronze, a god of wealth with a black copper coin in its fist, and sitting on top of the coin, one sheet of snow-white paper money. She started laughing properly. I didn't expect a face like yours to come with jokes that bad. There wasn't a mark on any of the Zhang family. Nobody was hit with anything. Right, I've got things to do. I'll head back. I'll walk you out. We had come in one behind the other. We went out side by side, and as we walked, she said, Qin Feng, do you think ghosts are real? And as she finished the sentence, a small wind came through the cemetery. Yes, I said, you're not about to tell me you've got one here. Chach, you've caught me out. There's one following you around right now. But relax, while I'm here it won't do anything to you. She laughed. Colorless face, real laugh. You're the worst. Ha, ha, ha. It lasted about 3 beats and then it stopped and then it froze on her face. Because she had tipped her head back and was looking at what was now over the entrance to the North Mountain Cemetery, on a tall mast, one very large red lantern, hanging completely motionless while a mountain wind went through everything else on that hill, like an upside-down head with a face in it, looking down at her with a specific and personal hatred. Every remaining bit of color went out of her, and her teeth started going, and a voice arrived beside her ear. Isn't it pretty? The breath of it went down her collar like something cold-blooded checking her with its tongue. She looked at me in horror, and what undid her completely was that I was perfectly calm. She dragged herself back and produced a smile. When did you buy that lantern? Yesterday. It was too dark at night otherwise. Right. We should definitely get one. Although, why not a streetlight? Streetlights are expensive. Neither of us said anything else all the way to the gate. She stepped through the iron, out onto the road, and let out a breath she'd been holding since the hut, and turned around to look at me still standing inside it, smiling, and she couldn't stop herself. Qin Feng. Do you know King Yanluo? She regretted it before she got to the end of the sentence, and I nodded immediately, cheerfully. Of course I do. She went through about 4 expressions. Astonishment, shock, fear, confusion. And I blinked at her. One of the Hades out of the myths, second of the 10 kings of hell. He runs the water hells. Everything that drowned, and everything strange that belongs to water, answers to King Yanluo. Every one of those 4 expressions came off her face at once. Ah, I see. You're very well read. I've always been interested in this sort of thing. Why else would I take a job here? At school I used to see old temple murals now and then, the 10 kings and so on. I even tried to paint them a few times. She opened her mouth like she was going to try one more angle, and I got in first. All right, you look terrible. Go home and rest. If you have questions, or if you run into anything, come to me. She nodded, and left, having entirely forgotten that she had driven all the way out here to warn me about a woman with a freezer. I watched her go. I was about to go back inside when I heard an engine I was becoming familiar with, and the yellow Ferrari came up off the road. Bai Ling Yun got out with breakfast. Who was the cow? Watch your mouth, I said. She pouted and followed me into my shabby guard hut. Ah, Qing. Let me pay to have this place done up. It upsets me that you live like this. Later, I got some egg soup into me and said, your people should have finished by now. Business, she sat up. Yes. The Yin god of wealth was given to the Zhang family about 2 weeks before it started, and the person who gave it to them is the single biggest beneficiary of the Zhang family's misfortune, after me. Second largest shareholder in Senmu Group, also chairman of Gaojian, out of the provincial capital, not just a name in Luo City and Ying City, a name across the whole province. Chairman Zhao Ming handed Zhang Yuankai that statue about 2 weeks before Zhang Yuankai started coming apart, And over the last 2 days, Zhao Ming and his company have been buying up Senmu Group stock. I nodded. So Chairman Gao has capable people around him. Which is the interesting part. Based on how it went the first time, the sign started showing up between 2 weeks and a month before midnight on the 3rd. So the moment that statue started causing problems, somebody in Zhao Ming's organization spotted it and knew exactly where to put it. I looked at her. And your position isn't comfortable right now either, is it? No. I met Chairman Gao the other day. He told me straight out that he wants the Zhang family's block of Senmu shares, and the number he said out loud was insulting. Shh. I laughed. Once a person gets hold of a little power that other people don't have, they start believing they can stand on anybody they like. To be fair, so do I. It's not a moral failing, it's what the species is. Fine. I know what you want. Next time Chairman Gao surfaces, tell him plainly. He and whoever he's leaning on should come and see me. Okay. I'll tell him. Brother Feng, there's one more thing, Vijay. And she looked at me with an expression I had been waiting for. I knew exactly what she wanted, obviously. In my last life, Bai Lingyun became a handler after watching me put Zhang Haoqian off a building with my eyes. That was the whole trigger. And in the 2 days since, she had been well behaved. Meals delivered on time. 1,000,000 yuan wired without a question. A 10 million yuan lease bought overnight and handed to me. An offer to renovate. All of it comes out of one thing, which is that she has seen the power and she wants it. I have never had a problem with ambitious people. Ambition is useful. Ambition is the only thing that gets anybody up a ladder like this. So I thought about it and said, I know what you want. And I'll tell you in advance that this power has a price. Of course, you almost certainly won't care what it is. Come and find me at midnight. Her eyes lit up and she was on her feet. Really? She got an arm round my neck and kissed me. Brother Feng, I knew it. You do still love me. I smiled. Love. That is an expensive hobby, and King Yanluo spent 10 years in hell without ever being able to afford it. But Bai Lingyun is an excellent test subject, because here's what I actually wanted. Once the death apartment finished forming, somebody was going to be its first customer, and I wanted to watch it happen to a person I could observe closely and didn't care about. In my last life, the handlers who came out the other side of that thing came out carrying abilities nobody else had and a frankly unreasonable number of nether artifacts, and I wanted to know what changes when the apartment belongs to me. Fine, go and be busy. She went, delighted. I went back to the House of Strange Tales, and this time I didn't browse. I bounced my address around, put a fresh tunnel on it, and made a post. A survival guide to the strange. A terrifying era is coming. Here are the basics of staying alive in it. Posted by King Yanluo. Price to read, 100 points. 100 points is a yuan. In any currency on that board, it's pocket change, or 20 minutes of doing small tasks. So a lot of people clicked. Ha, who wrote this? It's very convincing. Yin Lifespan and Strange Things. Genuinely funny. Actually, hold on, this guy is telling the truth. I ran into something in the Lighthouse Country. It was a doll. Hey, Lighthouse Country, sounds like you met exactly the kind of thing OP is describing. No, hang on. Are we turning this forum into a prepper board? Amazing. I'm in. It got to the front page, and then the replies changed character. OP, how do you know this? King Yanluo, are you Chinese too? Your Excellency. King Yanluo, do you have a contact? Could we talk by voice? OP, I've sent you a private message. Please answer it. OP, one question. How is humanity supposed to fight these damn things? Friend. I am the Shadow Baron, a director of the Hell Society. I would like to sincerely invite you to join the Hell Society as its representative in the Dragon Kingdom. The details of what that involves have been sent to your inbox. Please consider it seriously. Why do the people above me sound so serious about this? The Hell Society? What is that? And they have a China rep? That got my attention. I opened my inbox and found 99 plus messages in it, which tells you how much traffic that board was already carrying. The first one I read was from the man calling himself a director of the Hell Society. I knew the Hell Society. Not the Shadow Baron personally, never heard of him, but the society had a name, and one of the more persistent rumors was that whoever founded the House of Strange Tales had ties to it. Although once that forum became an actual strange thing, the question of who founded it stopped being meaningful in the way most questions stop being meaningful when the thing you are asking about starts thinking. The Hell Society in my last life was a handler organization with global reach, big enough to trade blows with the official apparatus of a mid-sized country. I didn't know they were already that size before the world had even opened. I never had much to do with them, mostly because our country was the one place they never got a foot into. As for what they were offering me, money, salary, status, resources, they knew the strange existed and they were still trying to buy people with paper, meaningless. But an organization that even first-rank kings preferred not to irritate is not one you leave on red. So I replied, The rest were mostly people asking about specific incidents. I answered a few at random, and then, halfway out of the tab, my eyes stopped. Among several hundred replies on my post, one line in Chinese, OP, I'm in Zhongyuan province, in Ying City, and something has happened to me. I came out of the bathroom, and it's like I'm the only person left in the entire city. I'm really scared. I opened a private channel immediately. Tell me your situation. OP, help me. Slow down. Tell me exactly what happened. I honestly don't know. I like this kind of stuff, right? Last night I saw a thing about a boundary-breaking ritual. Candles and incense in front of the bathroom mirror at midnight, and after midnight you can cross into another world. So I tried it, and I didn't find another world. I found that I'm the only person in this one. Help. My eyelid did something. The boundary-breaking ritual is nonsense. Complete nonsense. He got there by accident. But mirrors were, for 20 years, one of the worst categories of thing on that planet. Alongside the secret realms, there were a few permanent standing worlds, and one of them is the mirror realm. Mirror-type strange things are all built on the same principle, light bends, and inside the reflection there is a world identical to the one you're standing in, with one difference, which is that it is not yours. He had walked straight into it because a video told him to. But the mirror realm is dangerous and it is valuable. Leaving everything else aside, a large enough fragment of one works as a trap for catching mirror-type strange things. And, if I remembered correctly, certain nether artifact pieces need mirror realm material to assemble at all. And most importantly, Ying City is the provincial capital and it is 100 kilometers from my front gate. That is nothing. That is not even a difficult trip in a bad year. Send me your name and address. I'll come when I have time. My advice for tonight. At midnight, go back to that mirror and do exactly what you did before and see whether it lets you out. Okay, boss. My name's Shu Dong. I'm in Ying City, Yulong Residential. I wrote it down. Remember that name. I certainly did. I went back through the rest of the board, and there really were a lot of incidents inside the country now, people climbing over the firewall to post them. Then I looked out the window and it was dark again, early, the way it had been all week. I got the 2 white bowls out. Third time, only half a bowl. But 3 days running is more than a body wants to give, and I could feel it in my hands. Still, it ought to be about ready. Gravekeepers hunt on a wire. Your only real move is to provoke a thing into following you home so your grave ghost can take it. He had no shortcuts. I have shortcuts. This was my 3rd go, not my 30th, and my ink is better. Drip, drip. I stirred in the cinnabar and the water and the yin energy, and this time I picked up a brush instead of using my finger because I was going to be writing a while. Name, Chen Yan, half ghost. Rank, unranked to 9. Location, Luo City. Objective, investigate the strange thing attached to Chen Yan. Destroy or subdue it. Kill or capture Chen Yan. Commentary. They say demons and monsters disturb the hearts of men. The wickedness of a human heart goes further than any ghost. By imperial edict of King Yan Luo, Qin Feng. Then, I stood up. 5 in the evening and completely black outside, which does not happen in September. Good. Tonight the hunters and the prey get to argue about which is which. Elsewhere, on a water tower, a woman was crouched in the dark with her eyes glowing green. She was watching the children on the ground below. They were from the school nearby. It smells so good. It smells so good. Why does it smell that good? Come on up here and play. Come on, come quick. Auntie's got toys. And she was about to go down there when the shape circling above her dropped onto the rail beside her. Krah! Her head snapped round. Sweetheart, you mean that thing has finally come out of its hole? Krah. All right. But darling, don't you want these little ones? I remember how much you liked the last little one. I know. You don't like live food. Don't worry. I'll do the first part for you, and then we'll share, all right? Krah. What? You think that boy deserves it more than they do? You're right. He deserves it most. He's finally come out of that shell. Kill that boy. Come on, let's go now, and afterwards we'll come back for the little ones. I had never actually walked my own territory. Every time I'd gone anywhere, I'd been in a car, so I'd never seen what was actually around the North Mountain Cemetery. The answer is nothing. There's a crematorium that also looks abandoned. Beyond that, no shop, not one. The nearest supermarket is nearly a kilometer. The nearest residential building is over 500 meters. The old North Mountain office was 2 kilometers away, which explains a great deal about their management style. If somebody died out there, it might be a while before anybody noticed. Except for the streetlights along the main road, the whole stretch was black and silent with a cool wind moving through it, and the streetlights weren't doing much. The only thing up there with any conviction was a thin moon coming off the horizon. Fortunately, I don't go out unprepared. I looked down at the large red lantern in my hand. The head inside felt me look at it and produced a smile that would empty a bus, and which I have come to read as ingratiating. I smiled back. Then I put the black umbrella up. Yesterday, I used this umbrella so that the darkness under the lamp couldn't get at me. Tonight, it's for somebody else's benefit. I didn't go toward the city. I went out into the open ground between the cemetery and the edge of town. One man, black coat, black umbrella, a scarlet lantern swinging in one hand, walking slowly through empty fields under a moon. Very peaceful, very solitary. The moonlight was doing an excellent job as a spotlight on the only actor on that stage, except it wasn't the only one, because the moon went out. Something with its wings open crossed it, and under the wings, there was a shape hanging off a set of claws, and that shape came down out of the dark with a cleaver up, straight at the man under the umbrella, like a hawk on a snake. Unfortunately, that thing with the wings wasn't a hawk, and the figure walking through the empty fields wasn't a small poisonous snake pretending to be big. That figure was standing in a field with its mouth open, waiting for a bird. The prey usually doesn't know. That cleaver was chipped to hell, and it was still bright in the moonlight, and in the flat of it, for 1 second, you could see the whole picture, 2 shapes falling out of the sky, and a man looking straight up at them, and smiling. His calm was so absolutely wrong for the situation that a woman who had run this exact play more times than she could count actually hesitated in the air, and then somebody pulled the curtain back. The red light that had been folded away came out all at once, and that light does something to time. The cleaver went through it and kept going and passed clean through the space I was standing in and didn't touch me at all. Darkness under the lamp. Inside that light, every attack that is not made by supernatural means is nothing. Not a knife. If you had stood a kilometer away and put a rocket into that field, it would have done exactly as much. Technology has no purchase on this. In a lot of cases, it makes things worse, because a strange thing will simply take your weapon and use it, which is what I could have done. The knife was right there, and I could have had it out of her hand and finished her with it in about a second. But for a woman like that, and I am being generous with the word woman, dying is a discount. For anything living in that world, death is a way out. So I threw the human head lantern up into the sky instead. Crimson went out across the whole field, and the shrieking, frenzied thing that had come out of the air hit the ground hard and stayed down, staring up with nothing behind her eyes at all. Half a ghost is still not enough to argue with a rule. I ignored her. I turned and looked at the bird. Now, there are a lot of shapes a strange thing can take. There are human-shaped ones, like the faceless ghost. There are object-shaped ones, like the yin god of wealth. There are ones with no body at all that are basically a curse with a filing system, like what was growing on my door. And there is a website, and there are animal-shaped ones. Mau Mau, my cat, is one, and he has the potential to become something called a demon ghost, which is rare and good. The one in the air above me was also animal-shaped, and it wasn't the same thing at all. Black crow, ungraded, category, ghoul, yang lifespan 20 days, yin lifespan 19 days, rule, unranked things cannot hold a rule. Ability, night patrol, sees in the dark, senses danger. Status, ghoul, can devour the dead for extra yin lifespan, consumes both yin and yang lifespan daily. Note, what a feeble little object. Human. You made this much fuss over that? I'm starting to have doubts about you. I ignored the commentary because I'd been right. That many bodies going somewhere, plus that specific preserved smell coming off her, left exactly 2 possibilities, and a real walking corpse was impossible. Ghoul. They also get called cleaners, and they're a strange little category. Their own rules and abilities are usually unimpressive, which is why a ghoul almost always attaches itself to something much bigger. It eats what the big thing leaves, which explains everything about Chen Yan. She had been feeding this bird off the faceless ghost's leftovers up at my cemetery for weeks. That was the arrangement. And then I took the faceless ghost off the board, and the woman who had been spending every night in that thing's company had nothing left holding the lid down, and she came apart, and what came out the other side was a half-ghost. What surprised me was that the bird wasn't even ranked yet. It had only just started becoming something, although from the state of it, it was about due. And it had value. Night patrol is an important ability. A thing that can see in the dark and can feel danger coming is worth more to me than something that hits hard, so I put the red on it. Crack rack rack rav DJ. That was a scream, and it went through the whole field. It had just seen the worst thing it had ever seen, and it wanted to be in another province. And it couldn't move. The instant it tried, the blood in it stopped, and every gram of yin energy it had built up from years of feeding turned into a cage and held it there. I watched it fight and then stop fighting and accept the situation. Then I put my hand out. It came down out of the air into my palm, and it was careful. It was actually careful. It tucked its claws so it wouldn't break my skin. I had a good look at it. Feathers black as silk with a bad shine on them, and in the eyes, fear. Even an animal is afraid to die. Even something with almost no self is afraid to die. I put my other hand out and smoothed its feathers down and said, "Do you want to know how to become a real strange thing?" Kra. It had no idea what I'd said. Its whole mind was occupied with trying to please the frightening human holding it. That's all that was. I smiled anyway. Below a certain level, a ghoul can't hold a real rule. You're one of the lower forms, which means your promotion condition is simple and stupid. Get your Yin Lifespan level with your Yang Lifespan. Then it happens on its own, during normal consumption. Kra? It just shook. I kept my eyes on it. Little thing, come with me from now on, and I'll promote you tonight. How's that? Kra. That one had begging in it. I didn't believe a word, because look at my situation. The yin god of wealth and the faceless ghost are fine. They physically cannot leave. The human head lantern is on a short leash because I stand over it. But intimidation is not control, and none of these things are intelligent enough to keep a promise. The only way to actually hold a strange thing is to have an underworld job, which was, at that point, about 3 hours away. And then, from the ground behind me, a sound went up. I turned around. The human head lantern had drifted over Chen Yan's head, and the woman who had spent weeks with nothing in her but appetite finally found out what fear was. Yin energy had her by the neck, and she was tied to the thing above her, and the face inside that lantern was looking down at her with a very specific and personal hatred. I looked at it and said, "All right, put her down." The lantern swayed. It didn't want to. Something went cold in my eyes, and the rule came right back around, and the human head lantern remembered its position immediately. The mountain wind came through. Chen Yan hit the ground, and the pain in her leg couldn't compete with what was in her head, which was one word: run. Get away from here. Get away from him. That is not a person. That is definitely not a person. And there, on the floor of a field, with her mind almost entirely gone, she finally worked out the only question she had ever needed to ask. Why has that boy been living inside the North Mountain Cemetery for days without anything happening to him? She had assumed the thing on that hill had left. Now she understood. The thing standing in this field is worse than anything in that cemetery by a factor she couldn't count. Run. She dragged herself up on a leg that should not have taken her weight and looked into the sky, and she called, "Baby! Baby! Kra!" And she let out a breath because whatever else happened in the world, her baby was the one thing she could count on. The voice got closer. She put her hand up, the way she always did, ready to take hold of a leg. Flying. That was always the edge. Being in the air is the whole reason she had gotten away with it for a month. Air superiority is everything, in attack and defense both. And with that thought, she got some of herself back and turned her head for one last look. The red lantern was back in the man's hand. And under the raised black umbrella, there were 2 scarlet pupils, moving wrong. That is the last thing Chen Yan ever saw, because the claw came in. And this time, it didn't take her hand. The howl that went up out of that field didn't sound like it came from a person, and I want to be honest with you, I didn't feel anything about it at all. The bird settled onto my arm and shifted its weight and started putting its feathers back in order, the way you'd straighten your collar. I flicked it a sheet of white paper money. It took it whole, and the yin energy came up through it and started to spread. I put the umbrella back up, and the lantern lit the way home, and behind me, a woman went off in the opposite direction across an empty field, screaming about what she was owed. She seemed to think that being alive was the good outcome. Nobody had explained to her that a thing standing halfway between human and ghost does not even qualify as food. At 8 that evening, the criminal division was still lit up. Captain Joe looked like a man at the end of a long week, partly because of the caseload and partly because of the young woman he wasn't allowed to shout at. "Xiao Mei, you were attacked yesterday. Do not come out on this one. Go home. I'll call you the moment there's movement." She went straight past that. What did Director Guo say? What did the people upstairs say? Which was a sore subject, because after a night like that, with a division head personally filing, the response from above had been no reprimand at all, just one instruction. Tomorrow, a specialist in this area will arrive from the capital to assist Luo City with the human head lantern case and related matters. That is the entire reply. A specialist, in this area, from the capital. Nobody in that room had the faintest idea what that meant, and it kept several of them awake. So today's target is Chen Yan. 2 bodies were found on the edge of the city this morning. Their car was on the roadside. From the dashcam and some traffic cameras, it looks like Chen Yan flagged them down, got in, and killed them both. And here's the problem. Not one camera in that district has her on it. Not one. It's as if she went over the top or under the ground. Mei Xin opened her mouth, and then somebody came through the door at speed and got in first. "Captain Zhou, Chen Yan." "We've got Chen Yan." "What? Where? What happened?" The whole room turned around. "Picked up out on the edge of the city. Her condition is strange. Broken leg, badly hurt, and most importantly, both her eyes are gone. It looks like there was a struggle." Mei Xin was already moving. Xiao Mei, where are you going? To check on Qin Feng, he might be in danger. Captain Zhou, you keep hold of Chen Yan. Call me the second anything changes. Captain Zhou watched her go and had exactly one thought, which he was ashamed of. Being handsome really does open doors. If that poor kid ends up marrying into that family of DJ, he shook it out of his head and stood up. Right, come on. Let's go and look at the madwoman who wouldn't even spare her own family. I walked home under a lantern with no idea any of that was happening, in an excellent mood. There was a block of ice sitting on my shoulder that got colder the longer I carried it, which is what a ghoul feels like when it's coming up. A thing that has never held a rank at all doesn't cross that line quietly. I got the gate open, and the shape on my shoulder, which had been silent the entire walk, opened its mouth. Kra. Krea, Krea. The sound was like fingernails on slate, and I had both hands over my ears before I'd finished deciding to, and I got the red up. Wrong. That is not the black crow. After that one sheet of paper money, its yin and its yang came level, and it went up. And what came out the other side wasn't the same animal, same size, slightly smaller if anything, barely bigger than an ordinary crow. But the eyes had gone from black to a blue-green that gave off its own light in the dark, and the feathers had dark red running through them, and the beak was entirely red now, all the way to the base. Crow Ghost. Rank 9. Category: Ghoul. Yang Lifespan 30 days. Yin Lifespan 30 days. Rule: the tolling bell. The call can mark a living thing. A marked creature attracts every strange thing in a greatly increased radius. The location and condition of anything marked can be read at any time. Maximum of 3 marks at once. Ability: Night Patrol. Sees in the dark, senses danger, and now flies considerably faster and further. Status: Ghoul. Unchanged. Note: that is a useful ability. Human, you really did turn up a promising ghoul under my guidance. I ignored the credit taking. Ghouls almost never get a direct kill rule. They're support, which is exactly why the ones that do get something are worth having, and the tolling bell is one of the good ones. I can put a mark on a thing, and it will pull every strange thing in the district toward it, and I will know where it is and how it's doing the entire time. I was pleased. 8:30. That had gone faster than I'd planned for. I hung the lantern back on its mast, waved off the faceless ghost, which had come round to see what the noise was, and took the bird inside and put it on the counter. Then I ignored it completely and stared at my door. And yes, the moment the crow ghost came into that room, the bloodletter woke up, and this time, as it moved, I could feel something gathering on it, something that hadn't been there before. Tonight, the bloodword ghost of the death apartment arrives, and then an engine stopped outside my gate. Bai Ling Yun, this early? No, because a car door slammed and somebody started hitting my iron gate with both hands. Qin Feng, Chu Qing, are you all right? I looked at the door. The bloodletter finished writhing and went back into the glass. Although the glass wasn't entirely transparent anymore, it had gone slightly red and slightly cloudy. I went out and opened up. The supervisory department had been quick. Without the bird for eyes and altitude, a blinded woman with a broken leg got about half an hour of freedom. Phew, you're fine? What's happened? I asked a question I already had the answer to. It's polite. They caught Chen Yan, and they caught her near here. I thought something had happened to you. I was so scared. She put a hand on her chest. Good that they got her, I said. She stood there in the dark looking at my face and couldn't think of a single thing to say next. She couldn't entirely explain to herself why she had driven to the most unpleasant place in the province at 9 at night on an impulse, or why this man was so utterly relaxed about everything, so she got her nerve up. Aren't you going to invite me in? I ran the timings. The bloodword ghost still needed a while. Come in. The first thing she saw when she came through the door was a very large bird pacing on my counter. Feathers in black and dark red. Wolf's eyes. A red beak and red claws. She sucked in a breath and my brows came down, and then she said, "Oh wow, what a cool parrot." Parrot. I didn't know what to do with that. Qin Feng, do you really like keeping little animals? I suppose. I only keep the ones that are useful to me. She stopped, and then she gave me an entirely new kind of look. You're not keeping it to pick up girls, are you? I laughed out loud. What kind of girl likes a pet like that? Excuse me, plenty. I like it. It's very cool de. I let that one go straight past me and checked the time. It's late. You should go home and rest. Luo City is probably not going to have a quiet night. Something went off her face. She thought for a while and then said carefully, Qin Feng, seriously, do you believe in ghosts? I do, I said. You asked me this at lunchtime. No, I'm not joking. I'm being serious, Boo DJ. I wasn't joking then either, and I'm not now. She looked at me smiling at her under a bad tungsten bulb and couldn't find anything to say. All right, it's late. Go home. If you ever need help, come to me, for tonight's sake. She nodded. She had a great deal more she wanted to say, and none of it came out. She got in the car. In the mirror, she could see me standing in front of the North Mountain Cemetery gate with a strange parrot on my shoulder, watching her go, and for reasons she couldn't have defended to anybody, standing under that gaze made her feel safer than she had felt in her life. She let out a breath, put her foot down, and after a few minutes she was in a good enough mood to put music on. That lasted about 4 minutes, until Captain Joe called. "Captain Joe, how is it?" Chen Yan confessed. 6 people by her own hand, counting the husband and the child she says she killed by accident at the start. The woman is a demon. 6. In that era, before the world opened, 6 was a number that shakes a country. We can't take her word for it, we still need the physical evidence, and she appears to be insane, and she's badly injured, so after the first interview, we sent her to hospital. Captain Joe, how was she actually caught? Don't get me started, I asked her that. She's completely gone. She talks in circles. She says she was judged and punished by a ghost. She keeps saying it wasn't human. Over and over. There was real exhaustion in his voice, which is what happens when you have to sit across a table from somebody who has done something that size and is not making sense. She says there was a ghost up at the North Mountain Cemetery. She says she took people, homeless people, drifters, people nobody would look for, and put them on that ghost's ground, and then fed what was left to something she calls her baby. And she says the reason she stayed off every camera in this city is her baby. Her baby? Mei Xin said it flatly. What does a woman who did that to her own household call a baby? And Captain Joe, who had clearly been waiting all evening for somebody to complain to, let go. Right? Now listen to how insane this gets. The baby is a crow. A crow. You know, the black bird. She says the crow picks her up and flies her over Luo City. Do you hear this? And she says the crow ate most of what was left of the people she killed. I have been doing this job for 22 years and I have never had one like this. A crow eats how much? By her own account, between what she took to that cemetery and what she did herself, that's more than 10 adults. Average 75 kilos. In 2 weeks. Eaten by a bird. It is absolute nonsense, Jay. Inside a dark car, Captain Joe went on venting through the speakers, and Mei Xin didn't hear one more word of it because behind her eyes there was a very large bird with black and dark red feathers pacing on a counter, and a voice saying quite pleasantly, "I wasn't joking with you," and she understood all at once that he hadn't been. 9:30 on September 2nd, 2.5 hours to go. I didn't care what Mei Xin was working out in her car. Every part of me was pointed at my own front door. Under the bulb, glass that had been clear that morning was now dark red. And getting redder. It was gathering. It was conceived on that door, and it was being born on that door. When I looked at it directly, I could see threads in the air, fine as hair, scarlet, moving like something swimming. King Kongming came out of a rank 9 gravekeeping job, and Zi Yuan himself said this was the best grave ghost that job could ever have. The Death Apartment, a legend on that planet for 20 years, and it was going to show up in my hands before the world had even officially opened. Minutes went past, my face was pale and, I will admit, tense, and the red came up in my eyes without me choosing it. Then a sound like running water. And then the door changed. Blood came out of the glass. A lot of it. It came down the pane like a sheet of water going over an edge, and every drop of it had a line running back to me, because this is the difference between me and Zi Yuan. He used paint. I used my own blood, saturated with yin energy, 3 separate nights of it. The strange are born without rules. That is the only law there is about them. Which sounds like a useless statement, but 20 years in that world teaches you not to carry your ordinary assumptions across the line. So the blood word ghost of the Death Apartment was born the way it was born, which is to say, those letters are my blood. I didn't find that thing. I made it out of myself, and now it was awake. The blood came off the glass in midair and drifted down and landed in my palm. I looked at it, and I will admit that I was greedy for this. What does the prototype of the thing that ate a first-rank king actually look like? Blood word ghost. Rank 9. Category, Earthbound Spirit. Yin Lifespan, 20 days. Rule, Hell Contract. Any being that has seen a death guidance blood letter must complete the task within the time limit, or the death rule triggers, and they are erased. Ability, Death Guidance. The blood word ghost can sense what is hidden inside fate and issue death missions. Completing a death guidance returns feedback to the blood word ghost, which gains Yin Lifespan. Status, Earthbound Spirit. Must find a place to live, or daily yin lifespan consumption is multiplied by 10. Note, how does something like this exist? Human, what have you made? I looked at a handful of my own blood and couldn't stop smiling. Exactly as advertised. It reads fate. It hands out jobs. It gets paid in yin lifespan for jobs completed. At the very bottom rank on day 1, It already generates income out of its own rule. It does not hit like my eyes do. It has no opening move against another handler. It is not for that. It is for exactly what Si Yuan said it was for, because for a gravekeeper, you cannot have too many strange things in your ground. There is no such thing as enough. In this job, the strange are, in the end, stock. And with a thing on my door that goes out and finds them for me, I am never going to run short. At that point, I wanted to skip ahead, carve the stone, get in the box, take the job, put this door in the ground as my grave ghost. I looked at the clock one more time. 20 to 11, 80 minutes. And then something occurred to me. The book arrives at midnight. Where is Bai Ling Yun? I had told her to come in the evening. We'd agreed on 12, but I know that woman, and that woman shows up early to anything she wants. My brows came down, and the thing in my hand, which had existed for about 4 minutes, felt the temperature change in the room. The blood went out of my palm and back into the glass door, and started to move, and arranged itself into rows. I hadn't expected a strange thing that was 4 minutes old to use its rule immediately, and I certainly hadn't expected to be the first person in history to demonstrate that the rule works. Location. Proceed immediately to the last stop of the 404 bus route, 500 meters from the North Mountain Cemetery. Time limit, 1 hour. Objective, rescue Bai Ling Yun, trapped on board the ghost taxi, and destroy or subdue the ghost taxi. Reward, unknown. Failure penalty, death. And then, while I was reading it, the word death was struck through and replaced. Failure penalty, the blood word ghost departs to find a more suitable home. So Bai Ling Yun wasn't running late. She was leaving. Her problem had started about 20 minutes earlier, and it had started with a car that wouldn't start. Zhang Haoqian's Ferrari picked that evening to develop a fault, so she left it, and instead of going home for her own BMW, she flagged down a taxi because she was in a hurry, because she was going to be given power tonight. Miss, we have arrived. 1 day of Yin Lifespan in hell money. Thank you. That is what the driver said. And the problem with that sentence is not the price. The problem is that no driver alive asks for that. She had already made the mistake of looking at his face once. Bloodless. And the eyes had no pupils in them at all. They were white all the way across. So she had met another one. And unlike the one she'd been having breakfast with for 3 days, this one wasn't planning to kill somebody else. Is this what people mean by getting what you deserve? She helped take a family apart on Monday, and on Thursday something knocked on her window. She tried to call me. Inside that car there was no signal, no network, and nothing electronic worked. And here is where I will give Bai Ling Yun full credit, because a lot of people would have simply died in the next 30 seconds. I had told her once, in passing, that the strange kill by rules. She had no idea what this one's rule was. But not paying was obviously the one that got you killed. So she took a breath and said, "Sir, you haven't taken me to my destination. How can I pay you if you haven't delivered me? We have arrived." The voice was cold and slow and came out at the wrong speed, and she started shaking harder, and she didn't let herself panic because the moment you come apart, it's finished. I said the North Mountain Cemetery. You have dropped me at a bus stop. You are not a bus. You are a taxi. I don't pay until you've taken me where I asked. Taxi, bus? And it went quiet. She held her breath because it had worked. It had actually worked. Because the newborn ones have no intelligence, which cuts both ways. It means you cannot reason with them. It also means the rule has to be satisfied exactly, and a rule that has to be satisfied exactly can sometimes be argued with at the edges. No, that is not a node. We cannot go there. You can only get off here. Her heart went down through the floor. Then why would I pay you? You didn't deliver me. Why would I pay? She had never in her life imagined she would end up haggling over a fare with a monster. Then, half a day of Yin Lifespan in hell money. Thank you. It gave her a discount, which was pointless in about 4 different directions, and she only understood one of them. Where was she going to get half a day of hell money? What difference does half make when 0 is what she has? And the part she didn't know, Yin Lifespan does not have a half-day unit. There is no such quantity. That discount wasn't a discount. It was a thing with no mind trying to close a sale. No, why should I pay if you didn't take me? Where I asked? It has to be free. She was, at that point, throwing a tantrum at a corpse. She had never thrown a tantrum in her life. She was doing it with no confidence whatsoever. Free. Free. It repeated the word twice, and something in it processed something. And then the driver turned his head all the way around. 2 white eyes on her, and the face doing something a face should not do, and a voice pressed out through a jaw that didn't want to open. Pay or die. The temperature in that car dropped again. Her teeth were going hard enough to hurt. All right, I'll pay. The air warmed by a degree, and she picked up her Hermes bag and made an enormous production out of searching it, buying every second she could, and when the cold started to come back, she got out 3 bricks of red hundreds. 30,000 yuan. That is not a fare. That is enough to buy a used taxi outright. To the thing in the front seat, it was paper. You could tell because the inside of that car went back to midwinter. I need money. That is not money, ghost money. If there is none, you die. And that is where Bai Ling Yun finally got to taste it. She is a formidable person. It didn't help. When something arrives that you cannot argue with, all that intelligence buys you is a better view. Her eyes filled up. She didn't want to die, especially not tonight. Tonight was the night she was going to stop being a person things happened to. And the cold had already closed over her without her noticing, and she couldn't feel her own edges, and she couldn't run, and couldn't struggle, and couldn't find the part of herself that decides things. So this is what the power feels like from the other side. Bang, bang, bang. Somebody knocked on the glass, and on the absolute edge of it, she heard a voice she knew. Master, are you free? She got her head up. The driver's window was down, and in the dark outside there were two red eyes. It looked like every other taxi in the city. Blue and white, Luo City livery, and even the green plate they give the electric ones. The only thing slightly off was the number. Yin 40004. No taxi company on Earth issues that. Then again, at night, nobody reads a plate. I looked down through the open window at the middle-aged man in the driver's seat. Ghost taxi. I had never heard of it, which is not surprising. Out of 20 years, the ones I can still name are the ones that grew into third rank or higher. This was roadside stock, although a lion still puts its whole body into catching a rabbit. Ghost taxi, rank 9, category, child ghost, Yin Lifespan, 3 days, rule, debt for life. After the job is completed, a passenger who cannot pay in Yin Lifespan dies. Ability, job complete. Can pick up any passenger at any bus stop in Luo City and travel to any marked location at extreme speed. Status, child ghost. A child ghost under the control of a ghost mother. When its own Yin Lifespan runs out, it does not die. It consumes the ghost mothers instead. If the ghost mother dies, every child ghost dies with her. Note, obviously, the human is nothing. But there is something interesting standing behind this. I blinked. A child ghost. Of a mother-child ghost. So much for roadside stock. Even 2 decades into that era, mother-child ghosts were rare, and they were a nightmare to handle. The mother is almost impossible to find, and if you annoy her, she does not negotiate, she commits. If I had any choice at all, I wouldn't be poking an unknown one of those in my first week. But I couldn't skip the Bloodward Ghost's first job. Fail the first death guidance, and the thing I had built out of my own blood does exactly what Si Yuan's did. It leaves, and it goes, and finds a better address. Not acceptable. And a child ghost cannot be controlled while its mother is alive. That's structural. There is no version of this where I keep it, which leaves exactly one outcome. Get in the car. It spoke in that broken, stuttering way, and I want to be clear, this is not intelligence. Some rules require contact with a person, and the things that carry those rules can look and behave exactly like a human being right up until the moment they don't. Those are the worst ones. Without my eyes, I wouldn't have made that thing in under a second. But having made it, it was no longer a problem. It was inventory. It looked at me and thought about getting this one in the car first and finishing the other one quietly afterward. And then its eyes, which had gone back to being dead, stopped on mine, and there is nothing behind those eyes to resist with. I want to make something clear about what happened next. Bai Ling Yun, in the back, held very still and made herself not look forward, because she had already seen what those eyes do once in a stairwell, and she had understood that it wasn't a thing human beings get to do. She was right about that. There was a sound from the front seat, something like bones going out of order, something like a bird being strangled halfway through a note, and the ghost taxi came out through the open window, not climbed, came out, dragged, by a look. My pupils had never been that color before. The sockets were full of it, edge to edge, and the yin energy coming off my face was heavier than anything the human head lantern had ever managed. Everything I had taken so far had been held, locked under eye for an eye, in the mouth, never swallowed. The faceless ghost, the crow ghost, the lantern, all of them are still walking around. This one I ate. It started at the feet. The yin came apart and drained, and my eyes stopped being eyes and became 2 red vortices, and everything that thing was went into them, until there was nothing standing in the road. I shut my eyes. At some point, a line of red had come down my face from each corner, like somebody had done my makeup badly. Cold and warm arrived at once behind my eyes, and it felt, and I am not going to lie to you about this, good. In the back seat, Bai Ling Yun had both hands over her mouth. Not fear, not disgust, not horror. I looked in the mirror at her, and her eyes were shining, and what was in them was hunger and admiration and something close to worship. Qin Feng, ungraded. Yin Lifespan, 6 months 21 days. Yang Lifespan, 3 months. Note, only a child ghost, but it went down nicely. Congratulations on our first proper meal. Of course, the thing behind it is unlikely to let this go, but you have me. Nearly 3 months of Yin Lifespan out of one rank 9. That is a good night's work. And it is not how I want to make a living. Yin Lifespan taken that way does something to the way you think. Once in a while is survivable. Every day, and it wouldn't be very long before my willpower looked like Chen Yan's, and I would like to point out that I have seen where that road ends, and it ends with a woman on a water tower calling to school children. Besides, Yin Lifespan is important, and I have many ways to get it. I am not trading my own head for a shortcut. I opened my eyes. They stayed red. I ignored the woman in the back and didn't ask her the obvious question about what she was doing in a monster's car at 11 at night because I already knew and because I had noticed something else. That taxi wasn't an ordinary taxi. Taxi number 40004, rank 9, category, underworld artifact, ability, death rush. While driving, ignore and pass through all pedestrians, vehicles, and certain obstacles on the road. Speed doubled. Curse, expensive driving. Every 100 kilometers driven consumes 1 day of Yin Lifespan. Note, a bit shabby as a mount for me, but it will do. Human. Let's take it out. Every nether artifact costs, the black coin costs nothing, which is what makes it exceptional. This one costs a day of Yin Lifespan per 100 kilometers, which is expensive. Then again, ordinary cars need fuel, and ordinary cars have to stop at lights. And in the early days, these things were lying around in the street. Later, when everyone understood what they were, you didn't simply find one attached to a monster you had just eaten. So I didn't call Bai Ling Yun out of the car. I opened the driver's door and got in. Chu Qing, sit back, seatbelt. She learned within about 4 seconds why you wear a seatbelt in the back. There was no engine noise. There was a sound like the air being cut. 0 to 300 in 5 seconds. Not 0 to 100. 0 to 300. I checked the clock. 20 past 11. Plenty of time. And this was the first nether artifact I had used in this life, and a man should enjoy his work. Bai Ling Yun was breathing in a way I could hear from the front. 300 kilometers an hour in the outskirts is one thing. 30 seconds later we were in the city center, and it was gone 11, but there were still people and cars out. And she was in the back, watching the numbers climb and having a very reasonable opinion, which is that I had lost my mind. Then a large truck came into view, stopped at a light, filling the road. J. I put my foot down. 400. For reference, a high-speed train does 250 to 350. A commercial airliner leaves the ground at a bit over 300. The scream didn't last a full second before the back of that truck arrived, and she shut her eyes and there was no impact, no noise, no pain. She opened them, still moving, slightly slower, still absurd. The traffic was still there. The obstacles were still there. We had gone through the middle. She wasn't hurt. What she felt after that wasn't fear. It was the specific high you get from being close enough to the edge to see over it, and every bit of it had been handed to her by the man in the front seat. I paid no attention. For me, that was a commute. I did a full spin in the middle of a main road, came back up through 400, and did a round trip that should take half an hour in a little under 3 minutes. Her legs didn't work properly when she got out. I put the car inside the gate and took her back to the guard hut. Still time before midnight. I ignored the woman standing in my doorway having a religious experience and looked at the glass. And the moment I crossed the threshold, the bloodword ghost bled through. Mission complete. Bai Ling Yun rescued. The ghost taxi has been eliminated. Death guidance fulfilled. Bloodword ghost gains 5 days of Yin Lifespan. Executor's reward. Underworld artifact. Taxi number 40004. I read that twice. I found that car. I ate the thing driving it. I drove it home myself. And it is being presented to me as a prize. I decided not to take it up with a 4-hour-old strange thing. The important part is that the job got done, which meant the bloodletter was going to stay on that door, so everything was in place. All that was left was to wait about 30 minutes for the end of the world. At that hour, most of that half of the planet was asleep. The sky had a wrongness in it that nobody could have named. On the approach to a bridge, a driver called Chen An pulled over. That bridge is a big deal in Luo City. 4 kilometers of it, straight across the Yellow River, and there is always something moving on it, even at that hour. Chen An had been driving all day and was finished. The bridge in front of him, lit up in the dark, looked to him like a staircase going down somewhere, and that was enough to make him stop short of it. He'd sleep an hour and go home in the morning. He put the seat back and put some music on and checked the time one last time. 11:59. Perfect. He smiled. Then the number rolled over. September 3rd, 0000. The beginning and the end arrived at the same moment. Something cold came through him and took his drowsiness with it, and he picked the phone up to check the distance home. The screen was black, and then red came across it and made a line of text. Welcome to the age of horror. This is a death game in which humans dance with the strange. A paradise for the eerie, in a new era. Poor humanity. From now on, you will scratch out a living in an endless dark. And you, Chen An, Unfortunately, you are only an ordinary human being. You do not know what Yin Lifespan is. You do not know what the strange are. You certainly cannot resist them or control them. So, unfortunately, barring a miracle, you are going to die shortly. Go to hell yourself, said Chenan. A phone virus? In this day and age? And he powered the phone off. The text didn't go anywhere. New text arrived instead. Foolish human. Since you will not accept reality, then lie down in the eternal dark. Don't worry. It is waiting just ahead of you. He threw the phone face down onto the passenger seat and looked out at an empty road and the city in the distance and the Yellow River Bridge, and he had never been more awake in his life. He started the engine and decided to go home right now. On the passenger seat, face down, the screen wrote one more thing. Humans die. All of them, without exception. And the root of nearly all of those deaths is the stupidity of the species. Go on, go and hold it. The car pulled out. From above, on that bridge, it would have looked like a small boat on a very wide river, the kind that one wave takes. And on the surface of the Yellow River Bridge, at some point that night, a fog had come up. In an apartment in the city, in a room with no dolls in it and nothing pink and almost nothing at all, Mei Xin couldn't sleep. She had been through 2 days that didn't fit inside her previous understanding of anything. The lantern, what was in Chen Yan's home, Chen Yan herself, a black and red parrot, and, on a loop, one man, always with a small smile on his face. She picked up her phone and called someone. Hey, little sister, everything all right? I'm fine. Why are you still awake? Mei Rui laughed. That entire family spoiled her and he was the worst of them. How can I sleep if you're not asleep? What is it? Missing your big brother? Nothing. I wanted to ask if you know somebody. Who? Qin Feng, about my age. A pause on the line. A long one. Qin Feng, there is a Chu family in the capital, but I've never heard of anyone like that. Oh, my mistake then. Go to sleep. And he didn't hang up. Wait, little Lian. I've heard some strange things have been happening in Luo City. You insisted on going back to the ancestral city to play at being an inspector. You'd know about that, wouldn't you? What do you know? Never mind. And his voice dropped. Little Lian, take some leave. Come back to the capital. It isn't safe out there. We'll see. All right. I'm going to sleep. She hung up, and she knew perfectly well that with her brother's abilities and her family's position, he might actually know something, and that going home was probably the correct decision. And then she thought about that figure again. What is Qin Feng hiding? She looked at the clock. 23:59. Very late. What on earth is my brother doing awake? Since she couldn't sleep, she picked a book off the shelf at random, and the book turned in her hands. The pages went red, and black letters came up on them. Welcome to the Age of Horror. This is a death game in which humans dance with the strange. Poor humanity. From now on, you will scratch out a living in an endless dark. And you, Mei Xin, unfortunately, you are only an ordinary human being. You may have escaped one strange thing. Already, that is nowhere near enough for you to live quietly in this era. She didn't handle it the way Chenan had. 2 days will do that, and then one more line came up out of the red. However, you are fortunate. You have caught someone's regard. Treasure that friendship. It is going to do you a great deal of good. Welcome to the Age of Horror. This is a death game in which humans dance with the strange. A paradise for the eerie in a new era. Those poor, low creatures will scratch out a living in an endless dark. Naturally, that has nothing to do with you, Your Excellency. You need only display your kindness and mercy from time to demonstrate the graciousness of the strong. Your Excellency, you are the amalgamator, the witness to the turning, the pioneer of the age. It is an honor to serve you, Lord Qin Feng. I looked at the watch on my wrist and laughed out loud. The Book of Life and Death is exactly as much of a snob as I remembered. Mine had arrived in a cheap smartwatch I'd bought about a week before I died. It doesn't matter what shape it takes. It shows up in whatever you can reach, it never leaves, and you cannot throw it away. I ignored Bai Ling Yun, who was standing there having her own version of the same conversation with a much ruder addition, and I put a thought into the watch. Show me the strange things I control. The reason they call it a death game is mostly this thing. It reads. It shows you your own information, and the information of anything completely under your control, like my eyes, but narrower. The blood pupils entry came up almost identical to what the eyes had already told me about themselves, with one addition, tucked under the rule. Weight level, 10. I smiled. At rank 9, the scale runs 1 to 10. When two rules collide, weight decides. I have seen things in my last life whose weight went off the top of their own bracket entirely, so 10 is not the ceiling of the universe. It is, however, the ceiling of this bracket. On night 1, the book noticed my mood and got ambitious. Your Excellency, to wield a strange thing of that caliber with an ordinary human body that has never held rank is astonishing. However, that frail body is not going to survive this world. Only at the 9th rank can you fight the strange with your own strength. So, would you like to know how it's done? Ah, it's a little awkward to bring up, but great as you are, 5 years of Yin Lifespan in tribute, and I will tell you this secret that only I know. I laughed at it. In my last life, an enormous number of people paid that. Ignorant ones and desperate ones, in a bad moment, handed over years and in some cases decades of Yin Lifespan for that secret. The secret is, take an underworld job and you enter the 9th rank. That's it. That is the whole thing. 5 years for the sentence, get a job. And it does not tell you how to get one. It does not know how to get one. Those procedures weren't handed down, they were worked out over 2 decades by people who mostly died doing it. The book is a tool. Anybody who mistakes it for a cheat code is going to have an educational experience. I looked at Bai Ling Yun. Do not trust one word that thing says to you, especially anything that asks you to pay in Yin Lifespan. Remember this, Yin Lifespan is the only real asset you have in this world. She nodded fast, still glowing. I stopped paying attention to her because I didn't need to ask anything about job changes. The single most valuable thing King Yanluo owned was never an artifact. It was the several dozen underworld jobs I had memorized across 20 years at every rank with their change procedures and their promotion conditions, and the one I'd been building toward since the first minute of this life was already staked out. Your Excellency, it is hurtful how little you trust me. I ignored it. Show me my own information. Qin Feng, ungraded. Yin Lifespan 6 months 21 days, Yang Lifespan 3 months, Symbiosis, Yang Lifespan drastically reduced, full control of the blood pupil ghost. The status, unknown. Note, Your Excellency, you appear to be carrying quite a few secrets. I stopped. I read that again. The blood pupil cannot see that state, and I cannot see that state, and I have absolutely no idea what it is. I sat with it for a second, and then I decided I did know, roughly. Being reborn is not a normal event. Whatever mechanism did that to me left something on me. It would be stranger if it hadn't. So what did it? The bead in that hall, next to the mural? I don't know. I shook my head and stopped thinking about it, because whatever the answer is, I have the one thing nobody else on this planet has, and burning hours on the metaphysics of it does not put another rank on me. Get stronger, then everything is answerable. Time to go to work. Here is what a gravekeeper job change actually is. The deceased is named Qin Feng, born the 15th of July 2003 at 11:45 at night, died the 3rd of September 2025 at 3:45 in the morning. That was carved into an enormous stone I'd had cut and set in the exact center of my cemetery, with a black and white photograph of myself set into it, and the photograph was a good likeness, which was somehow the worst part. Behind the stone, in an unopened plot, there was a large, dark coffin with the lid off, waiting. I looked at the stone one last time, put a drop of blood on the photograph and smeared it flat, and stepped over it. It is not a complicated ritual. You need a stone and a box. You carve your own name, you leave your own picture, and you write the moment you start the ritual as your time of death. Then you get in the box and you wait 2 hours, which sounds easy. And there is exactly one extra condition, and that condition is the reason this job stayed a joke for years. The stone and the coffin have to be inside an area with wild, strange activity in it. So it isn't 2 hours of lying down. It's 2 hours of lying down in a box in the dark, on ground that has something living on it, unable to see, holding still. Which is why in my last life, in a country full of ambitious people, almost nobody took this job. Low income, hard entry, no fighting power. You took Gravekeeper when you had run out of options, except that the road out of it goes to King Kongming, one of the 10. Whereas Paper Craftsman, which is easier to enter and hits harder and generates decent income if you fold fast enough, narrows to nothing in the middle ranks. And I lost years there. And losing those years is precisely why I wasn't in the first group of humans to reach first rank. And being late to first rank is ultimately why a friend was in a position to put a hand on my back. So, no, not this time. I checked the time, breathed out, and walked to the edge of the coffin. Bai Ling Yun was standing to one side looking lost. I took out the sheet of white paper money I'd lifted off the Yin God of Wealth and handed it to her. This is 1 day of Yin Lifespan in hell money. Take it, go and find every strange thing in this cemetery, find one of them, and get it to agree to protect you, or at minimum to spare you at the moment you're about to die. That has to hold until I wake up. If your Yin Lifespan runs out, you've read the hint in that book, so you convert Yang Lifespan across, and you already know how expensive that is. The less Yin Lifespan you burn tonight, the higher your ceiling is later, and if you die out here, it is nobody's fault but yours. I'll be under for 2 hours. It's 12:10. I am not getting up before 2:10. Be careful. She stared at the paper floating in her hand, and the instant she took it, she felt herself being looked at from every direction at once. The black and red bird. On a branch. A shape in the dark she couldn't resolve. The red lantern on the mast at the gate. The bronze thing on the counter in the hut. And the red writing on the glass that she had seen and had chosen not to ask about. And she understood, late, what she had been eating breakfast next to for 3 days. These are the strange things the book had been talking about, and there were so many of them. So how does a person talk to those and get one to keep her alive? She had no idea. But she had spent 30 minutes in the back of a taxi with a rule closing on her, and she knew exactly one thing, which is that there was no version of this where she declined. If she gave this up, she would spend the rest of a very short life sitting in cars like that one. And not even in the long run. Right now, today, Zhao Ming of Gaojian Company, the man who put that statue in the Zhang family's living room, was already looking at her. You take fate off the shelf, or you don't get any. In that specific way, she and I are exactly the same kind of person. She looked at me, pressed her lips together, and nodded. I glanced at her once and stopped thinking about it. I had been more than fair. I had suppressed every strange thing on that hill. They are all still vicious, and they all still want to. But here at least, they are sat on. And if she closed a deal and survived until dawn, she would come out the other side as a life buyer, which is a job whose upper sequence runs through Ghost Peddler and Netherworld Merchant, and which suited her exactly. Whatever happened, it was several classes above where she started last time. I was already planning to run her through the death apartment system. Do well, and I can absolutely guarantee her growth. I got into the coffin and pulled the lid over. Krah. At the sound of the crow ghost, the king began the ceremony. The lid closed, and the world stopped. A red light came up on the book of life and death. You have laid yourself down in this coffin. Although nobody understands why you would do such a thing, it is very dark in the coffin. So dark that the only things you can hear are your own breathing getting heavier and your own heart getting faster. That sound is a good thing, isn't it? Whatever else is true, it proves you are still a living man. This place is far too dangerous. Countless terrible things are out there, and any of them could open you at any moment. You are afraid. But you know how dangerous the outside is, and this little box is the only safe place you have, although it is not appropriate for a living man to lie in a coffin like this. Are you actually a living man? I read that and didn't answer. I noticed the grammar though. The book had switched persons on me. It only does that in specific circumstances. This is a cemetery. A cemetery you prepared for yourself. You know that to live in a place like this, and to deal with things like those, you have to become something stranger than they are. Yin energy is entering your body, here, inside this box. And you find that you do not object to these creatures you are going to live off. In fact, for reasons you would rather not examine, you are glad they came. The birth date and the death date on that stone are enough to let you draw on their power. But understand this, drawing on that power will inevitably attract the attention of the terrible things outside. To take power, you must pay. That is only fair. So, be ready to fight for your life. Unfortunately, that opening is not accurate in my case. There were at that moment 5 strange things outside my coffin, all of them dangerous, and every one of them could feel the yin energy running down through that stone and into the box, and into me, and not one of them moved a millimeter. Survive in the middle of death, the ceremony says. For me it was paperwork, although I will say the cold was real, and I did shiver. Yin energy came into me and stayed, and yin energy in a human body burns your yang lifespan and calls things towards you. There is exactly one solution to that, an underworld job. An hour and a half went past. Nothing outside appears to have troubled you. You are also lucky. There is more than one thing wandering out there, and none of them noticed you, or none of them cared. In any case, you seem to be safe. At the same time, as the method takes hold, the yin energy in you is condensing, and you feel something changing inside those currents. In this state, half living and half dead, you appear to have acquired an ability. In some way you cannot describe, you feel connected to the ground underneath you. You are adapting to it. You do not yet know what it means. This is what you will survive the coming era with. I ignored all of it and shut my eyes and lay in a box in the dark while a job title assembled itself in me. I don't know how much longer it took. A stone carved, a birth recorded, a photograph left, life preserved, death guarded. At this moment you have become a dead man, and yet as time passes you feel a particular power waking in your body and in your soul. It is a wonderful ability. It is a compelling ability. It is not an ability anyone gives back. This ability is called an underworld position, and the position you hold is called Gravekeeper. A Gravekeeper does not only guard tombs, he guards death and everything that comes with death. Do you understand what that means? Don't be afraid. Don't panic. You understand how noble and how secret your profession is. The steadiness with which you chose it is worthy of what it is about to give you, isn't it? And it started arriving in my head all at once, the way instinct arrives. Gravekeeper. My hands closed. Gravekeeper. The grave ghost that grows alongside your tomb is your greatest support. Gravekeeper. Within the boundary of your tomb, you are enhanced and you recover. Gravekeeper. Your energy is endless. You are free of mortal sleep. Gravekeeper. In the moment where the night turns into the dawn, you will do your duty and take your wage. Gravekeeper. Your life ended the moment your name was carved on that stone. You continue to live because of death. Gravekeeper. You are the first gravekeeper ever made in this world. Death itself and its countless sleeping residents, in appreciation and gratitude, have given you a gift out of the deepest dark. A gift for a gravekeeper. We hope you deserve his gratitude and theirs. Gravekeeper, it is time to wake up. In a black box, in the ground, 2 red eyes opened, and I lay there and didn't move at all because I was busy feeling something. I could feel the entire North Mountain Cemetery. All 400 mu of it, at once, in complete detail, like a hand I had always had and never noticed. That is an earthbound spirit sense, and I had it, and I finally understood what this job is. I lifted my arm anyway, because I wanted to read it. Qin Feng, rank 9. Yin Lifespan, 1 year. Yang Lifespan, none. Gravekeeper, preserve life and guard death and keep the grave. Yang Lifespan is consumed and gone, converted entirely into Yin Lifespan. 1 day of Yin Lifespan burned per day. Sealed life. Inside the cemetery you administer, all physical attributes are enhanced, sleep requirement is drastically reduced, and recovery from any state is greatly accelerated. Death Guardian. At dawn, account for every strange thing inside the tombs to collect Yin Lifespan. 1 day of Yin Lifespan per rank 9 strange thing per dawn. You may actively suppress the weight level of anything inside the tombs. Current mausoleum area, 400 mu. Grave ghost control. You may carve onto your own stone a strange being whose kill rule you completely understand and thereby hold it. 1 at your current rank. A grave ghost can only exist and move inside the tomb's boundary, receives the gravekeeper's sealed life bonus, and has the weight of its rule increased. Current grave ghost, none. Symbiosis, as before. Status, unknown. Note, dear sir, you have taken the first step onto a great road, and serving you is my highest honor. That is the entire job. And I want you to look at that income line for a second, because this is why people laughed. 1 rank 9 strange thing pays 1 day of Yin Lifespan at dawn, and a rank 9 strange thing burns 1 day of Yin Lifespan a day. So a gravekeeper's net income on a cemetery full of ordinary rank 9s is 0. Exactly 0. The only reason I was above water at all is that the Yin god of wealth and the faceless ghost are earthbound spirits and burn at half rate. Otherwise, the daily profit on that entire hill wouldn't have covered the residents, let alone me, let alone a grave ghost. There is a reason this was known as the worst job in the book. It is not slander, it is arithmetic. If there had been nothing else in that panel, I would have had to consider letting my monsters out for a night on the town once a week just to make payroll, and then I read the last line, because being first pays, and what it paid wasn't an artifact, and it wasn't a clue, which is what I had been expecting. It was an ability nobody in that world had ever had. Corner of the underworld, a gift of death. You know how to seat the strange more perfectly inside your tomb. You can observe the construction requirements of a perfectly fitted upgrade tomb for any strange thing, based on the specific state of its abilities, and spend Yin Lifespan to build it. A strange thing living inside its own upgrade tomb greatly increases the Yin Lifespan collected from it each dawn, and increases its chance of being promoted. And once a strange thing is fully integrated into its tomb, the keeper can control and direct it at no cost at all. Currently, only rank 9 upgrade tombs can be observed. I lay in a coffin under the ground and read that 3 times. It doesn't make me hit harder. It does not add 1 gram of combat power. It changes what a graveyard is. Every strange thing in my ground stops being a tenant that eats more than it pays and becomes a business that grows. The income line goes up, the promotion chance goes up, and I stop having to intimidate anything, ever. Because a thing seated properly in its own tomb answers me for free, the worst job in the book, with 1 line of text appended to it. And then I thought about Ziyuan again, because he told me once what it takes to be promoted to King Kongming. You build your own city of the dead. I wonder whether King Kongming, at first rank, had something like Corner of the Underworld, and if he did, then at rank 9, at the very bottom of the same road, I am already looking at the same thing he was looking at from the top. I lay in the dark and laughed, quietly, and it didn't sound good. Something to look forward to. But that's the future. What matters now is turning the death apartment into my grave ghost. I pushed the lid off and sat up. Bai Ling Yun was on her knees in my cemetery, the color of the stone. She had never been that helpless in her life, and in the course of 2 hours, she had come to understand exactly how frightening I am, because she had now seen this place with me, not in it. The North Mountain Cemetery, at night, without me standing on it, is worse than taxi number 40004 by an order of magnitude. The bird overhead, the Yin god of wealth looking at her without pretending not to. The lantern, which at some point had come off its mast and was simply hanging in the air. The bloodletter pulsing on the glass. And the faceless shape she was currently paying to stand between her and everything else. Her book had been giving her a running commentary the whole time. Can money buy anything? Perhaps. But what you are facing is far too much for what you have. That 1 month of Yin Lifespan, handed to the faceless ghost for conversion, has 15 days left. The Yin Lifespan you converted this way is of poor quality. The faceless ghost has begun to reconsider whether it is worth risking its own Yin Lifespan against creatures that are already very eager to get to you. She wanted to scream at it. That was her third payment. And the conversion between Yang and Yin in that book is not 1 for 1, not remotely. 3 separate purchases of 1 month of protection had cost her 3 full years of her own life, and it was 2:15 and I was still in the ground. And then, right as she was about to buy another year, in this brush with death, you sense that if you get out of this, you will gain a new power. That power is called an underworld position, and your position is Life Buyer. Life Buyer. With money you speak to the dead, and with goods and services you buy life. You will have to talk to a great many strange things using willpower and cunning. Some of them do not want to talk to you at all. Some of them only want to eat. Life Buyer, the millstone that money turns, is what buys your life. Life Buyer, you have a charm the others lack. They will see you as one of their own. Life Buyer, remember this. Money is everything. With money, you can make a devil turn the millstone. Without money, you are the one turning it. Life Buyer, in your dealings with humans and with the strange alike, you will take your cut. Life Buyer, you are the first life buyer ever born in this world. In appreciation and gratitude, money itself and countless enthusiastic traders have given you a gift out of the deepest dark. We hope you deserve it. Life Buyer, something is waking up that will make every danger in front of you disappear. Go and thank him. For a life buyer, there is no shame in submitting to the strong, and every eye on that hill went off her at once. She went down on her knees, breathing like she'd run there, and a figure came up out of a coffin in the dark. Everything on that hill went completely silent. Because the owner of the blood pupils had just gotten stronger, and so had the blood pupils, there was no argument available. There was nothing to argue with. I glanced at the woman kneeling in cold sweat on my ground, and the red went over her. Bai Ling Yun, rank 9. Yin Lifespan, none. Yang Lifespan, none. Hell Money, 10 years. Life Buyer, speaks to the dead with money, buys life with goods and services. Yang Lifespan consumed and gone. Yin Lifespan consumed and gone. Physical condition and appearance no longer change or age with time. 1 day of hell money burned automatically every 5 days. Yin Lifespan buys life. When the hell money runs out, death. Speaking to the underworld with money increases how well the strange accept you and lowers their hostility, allows partial insight into a strange thing's intentions, movements, and rules, and permits initial reassurance and negotiation. When Yin Lifespan is exchanged for hell money, the rate improves to 3-to-1. Exchange of goods and services. On each completed transaction with a strange being, you take a cut of the value, which becomes your Yin Lifespan. Money makes the devil turn. The millstone. Spend half your own hell money to take control of one selected millstone demon, 1 at current rank. Current, none. Abundant wealth. All hell money you hold earns interest, 0.05% of your total, monthly. In addition, you may briefly control a strange thing with hell money for a duration determined by how much you spend. Physical contact required. The interest rate rises with the life buyer's rank. Status, survived. Physically and mentally spent. Note, human. You gave a woman that job? Not bad at all. Very much to my taste. Take her in immediately. I ignored the commentary and stood there being quietly annoyed. Because I know what a life buyer does. It is a support job. It is not built to fight. That part I had expected. What I hadn't expected was the first mover reward, interest, on hell money. Let me explain why that line matters more than anything else in that panel. There is an exchange rate between Yin Lifespan and hell money, and it is the single most infuriating thing in the entire profession. Yin Lifespan is what you live on. Hell money is what you spend, and to convert one into the other costs 12-to-1. 12. A full year of your Yin Lifespan buys 1 month of spending money, and that month of hell money, once some monster absorbs it, gives them 1 month of Yin Lifespan back. The whole economy of that world leaks 11/12ths of everything into the floor. There are almost no ways around it. The life buyer sequence is 1. The complete version of my black copper coin, the one owned by the proprietress of the narrow world, is another. And this woman, on night 1, had just been given compound interest. If she ever sits on 800 or 1,000 years of hell money, that line pays out 5 or 6 months of hell money every month, out of nothing, forever, and the rate goes up when she does. I stood in a cemetery at 2 in the morning and did some quiet arithmetic and revised my plans because I had been intending to use her as a test subject, and I had just noticed she was an asset. Nobody has ever complained about having too much Yin Lifespan. although I was not, at that stage, about to hand my savings to Bai Ling Yun and ask her to look after them. The ability is rare. It is not irreplaceable. Anyway, I had a job to finish. I went to the hut, and the bloodletter felt me coming and rose up on the glass to meet me. That is the other difference with this one. Its rule does not fire continuously the way the others do. It works when called. I put my hand out and it came into my palm, alive. I carried it to my stone, in the middle of my cemetery, and crouched down and put my hand on it, and thought, and the stone opened as if something invisible had taken a chisel to it. One more line appeared under my own death date, in smaller characters. Grave ghost, bloodward ghost. The blood in my hand boiled. It resisted slightly. Not much. Partly because it is an earthbound spirit and it needs an address more than it needs its pride. Partly because it and I fit. It has never once been aggressive toward me. And partly because the death apartment, unlike almost everything else in that world, is not desperate to eat people. It follows fate. It hands out work, and it gets paid. It doesn't need to hunt. The blood ran off my palm and into the carved characters, and something connected. Every drop of blood in my body found the bloodword ghost's true form and recognized it, which makes sense. It came out of me, and the moment it became my grave ghost, its own promotion condition surfaced for the first time. Promotion requirement, complete death guidance more than 10 times. Additionally, obtain a rank 9 strange thing with the character for gate in its name as a promotion piece. Currently completed. 1. I actually laughed at that. A strange thing with the word gate in it. Right, noted. So I had the bloodword ghost's road, which left the other thing I'd depend on. What does the blood-eyed dragon lord need? I decided not to worry about it. It would surface. I looked out across an empty cemetery, and it wasn't going to be empty for long. Then I ignored Bai Ling Yun, who was still sitting on the ground feeling around inside her new job, and hopped up onto the closed lid of my own coffin. That night was a night a great many people would remember for the rest of their lives, however long those turned out to be, and it wasn't over. I looked up through the red at a sky where even the moon had yin energy across it, and I said, to nobody, autumn wind again this year, different world though, and then, tsh, what a beautiful day. Can somebody please tell me where this stupid phone virus came from, the one that keeps telling me I'm going to die? Wait, you got it too? I thought it was my personal cheat system. No, but seriously, what is this? Why has nobody made a statement? A system. Sure, humanity's finished. I don't care anymore. I'm going to enjoy myself on the way out. What is wrong with this world? The next few weeks are the part where I stopped being a man with a graveyard and became a landlord. I will not walk you through every single acquisition because after a while it becomes a spreadsheet. Here is the shape of it. The bloodletter went to work. Every few days it produced a job, a place, a time limit, a thing to bring home, and a penalty. It got paid in Yin Lifespan for everyone completed, and so did I, and every completion moved it one notch closer to its own promotion. I hired. The second person I brought in was a widow. Zhou Yingzhu had, before any of this started, buried a husband under circumstances that a great many people in Luo City had opinions about and nobody could prove. She was the kind of person who does not flinch and does not explain, and when I put the actual state of the world in front of her, she didn't spend 1 second arguing about whether it was true. She asked what the price was. She came home with a painting, an old temple hanging, Guan Yu, the demon queller, riding a tiger. The demon queller wasn't the problem. The tiger came off the paper about 4 days after it arrived at my cemetery, and I put it back with one hand, and after that it lived in a courtyard I built for it, and it has been a very expensive tenant ever since. Zhou Yingzhu took a job called executioner. She was the first one. I made sure of it. By that point, I had worked out that being first at anything in this world pays a bonus nobody else can ever collect, and I had a list, and I was handing pages of it out to people I wanted to own. And the way the outside world found out about Zhou Yingzhu was a phone call to the supervisory department. Somebody reported that the boss of the Chengdu clubhouse, a name in this city, and something like 100 of his people had all died in one night. Which had to be a strange thing, obviously. The dead man's name was Ma Longwei. Most of his men carried firearms, and clearing that building would ordinarily take a reinforced company. Except the witness kept saying the same inconvenient sentence, which is that the strange thing that used to be at the door of the Chengdu clubhouse had gone, and that 2 humans had walked in. 2. Nobody upstairs believed it. What kind of 2 people kill 100? And it was a fair question. It just had a very simple answer. And the answer was one woman with a piece of paper and a job title nobody in the world had ever heard of. Meanwhile, my eyes came off rank 9. That mattered more than anything else that month, so I want to give you the number. Weight, at rank 9, runs 1 to 10. Mine had been 10 from the first night. At rank 8, weight runs 11 to 33. Mine came out at 33, top of the bracket both times, and eye for an eye picked up an additional clause on the way up. Once my gaze locks onto something, under the right conditions, the other party is compelled to meet it, which is the sentence that saved my life at the 14 bus station. I need to tell you about that place, because it is the closest I have come to dying in this life, and it happened twice in about 4 minutes. There was a bus terminus in the old part of the city, the last stop on the 14 route. On the map, it is a shabby depot with a waiting hall, and rows of parking bays and a lot of concrete that has been rained on since the 80s. It had also, at some point, stopped being a place and started being a secret realm. The Bureau had it ringed with the highest security they had and were forcibly relocating the neighborhood, and they had a very good reason for that, which is that something in there had made a certain smiling mask cry, and by their assessment, that mask was the worst thing in Luo City. I went in anyway. The name it uses is the Returning Home Station, a mother-child ghost, rank 8. And I had already met one of her children on a road outside my cemetery the night the world opened. Inside, it is a bus station at night, with the lights on and nobody there. And it is not empty. There are vehicles, rows of them, in the bays, all sizes, all decades. Some of them are child ghosts. Some of them are just shells the station is driving. And there is a bus at the back, and on that bus there are people, not real ones. Memory, impressions of the last 50 years of everybody who ever caught the last service home out of that station. Uniforms, work jackets, grease on the hands, faces with a shift behind them. One of them, an old man, talked to me. He gave me a hint, and it wasn't a small hint, and I wanted on record that he didn't have to, because everything else in that station killed me, twice. The first time I do not have a clean memory of. The second time I do, and what I remember is the cold arriving before the understanding, which is the worst way round. Here is the rule I was up against, as best I ever reconstructed it. The station is a place people come to in order to leave. Its authority runs over the ground inside its boundary. Stand on it, and you are a passenger, and passengers are its business. You cannot outfight that, not at rank 9 standing in the middle of its own realm, with its weight against mine. But I had spent 20 years learning that a rule is a document. Its boundary is the station. The sky is not the station. So I took the human head lantern, and I let it do to me exactly what it had done to Lin Hai and to Mei Xin, which is to say, I let it drag me up by the head, and I hung more than 20 meters over that platform in the dark, and I looked down, and the cold didn't come, because I was no longer standing in its house. I want to be honest about the state I was in. I had died twice in 4 minutes and my hands wouldn't stay still, and I was smiling in a way that would have worried anybody who saw it, because I had just changed which one of us was the passenger. Look at me. That is all I needed. Not a weapon, not a plan, time, and a line of sight, and 33 against something that had already shown me how hard it hits. I didn't know how long the forced contact clause would take against a thing of that size. It didn't matter. It couldn't reach me up there, and I have all night. Two things stood in a collapsing dark and stared at each other, and one of them was suspended from a lantern by the head. And then something looked back at me. There was a lot of hate in it. I dropped out of the air and put my feet back on that platform, and this time the cold didn't come, because it was no longer being issued. Eye for an eye. The ghost mother was on the block. The realm started flashing. That is the only word for it. The whole world stuttered, on and off like a slide projector, because a secret realm this simple is generated by its source, and the source was currently being held down and having its own rule pushed back into it. Cars started moving in every direction at once, like a nest that has been kicked. Walls came apart, eaves came down. The entire building was shaking itself to pieces, and out beyond it the space where the real world was supposed to be started showing through the cracks, and my eyes didn't want to stop. That is worth saying out loud. The blood pupil had felt death in that place, minutes earlier, and it had opinions about it, and left to itself it would have finished the job. I let it push because I needed this thing frightened all the way down to the bottom. I am rank 9. My cemetery cannot even hold something at rank 8 yet. Intimidation is the entire relationship until it can. Boom. The realm and the real world started reconnecting, and the platform began to go. Young man, I turned. The old man from the bus was standing there. Some of the red went out of my eyes because I had a small amount of goodwill left for that particular memory, and it was the only goodwill in the building. Let it go, he said. It's the deepest thing in all of us, whatever else it's become. I didn't answer, because I was never going to kill it. A thing capable of generating a secret realm this early is worth more than anything I could take off its corpse. He misunderstood me. He thought about it, and then he put his hand out. The doors of this world have opened again. We're going to be gone shortly. This was born here, out of this place. Take it. Call it the last thing we've got. He didn't say what he was hoping for. He didn't have to. I'd been on his bus. I took it. It was cold. It was a harmonica. I didn't look at it. I looked at him and nodded, and I didn't say anything, because I wasn't going to make a promise to a memory, and there was no version of that promise it could hold me to. Behind me, the cars had stopped panicking. A portal was standing open at the far end, yin energy coming off it in sheets. The returning home station was, at that point, a few seconds from coming apart under the backlash. I breathed out and pulled my eyes back, slowly, the way you take pressure off a wound, and I said, "Remember this. I have your aura, your rule, and your abilities, all of it. When I leave, you will move your body to a position near my cemetery, and you will wait for it to be able to take you in. If you don't, you will not get away from this." There was no sound, but behind me, several hundred vehicles that had been running in circles stopped and reorganized, and in about 30 seconds, they had opened a straight corridor from where I was standing to the door. I laughed and walked down it like a man leaving a stadium, at which point the book of life and death, which had been silent for I do not know how long, finally decided to speak. "What a magnificent game, and you, in this game, have won. Your Excellency, you have proved that what you have is not luck. The dust of the years gets swept into the record eventually. How could the ones whose names do not even get written down compare to a man who is going to be somebody? The shattering of this secret realm has granted you valuable information. You have obtained the method to change to the rank 9 position, Spirit Vehicle Driver. You have obtained the method to advance to the rank 8 position, Death Racer. This is an unusually generous gift. I hope you can use this hard-won power skillfully. That is the part most people would consider the prize. It is a good prize. It is a job line I had never heard of in 20 years, which means nobody else on this planet has heard of it either, which means whoever I hand it to is going to be first at something. But it wasn't the best thing I took out of that station. I touched the cold thing in my pocket as I walked, and it was cold enough that I glanced down at it without thinking, and then I stopped walking. The ordinary one. Rank 8. Category: Nether Artifact Puzzle Piece. Social Domestication. The ghost domain can condense a realistic illusion, scaled to the player's skill. It carries a fully realistic small phantom domain effect. When played, it can be summoned, and it raises by 20% the weight of the player's mastery. Over strange rule abilities. Ordinary resonance. If ordinary people are drawn to enter the social domestication voluntarily, the size of the domain increases, and the power of the harmonica increases further. Past a certain threshold, the artifact's rank advances. Mortal's voice, curse. After playing, every strange thing the performer controls loses all rule abilities for 2 hours, and every underworld position ability is unusable for 2 hours. Note: even the thing in my head had nothing. A ghost domain is not a rank 8 ability. A ghost domain is something the middle 3 ranks get. This is a crude one, an outline of one, a ghost domain with training wheels. It is still a ghost domain, and it grows by absorbing ordinary people who walk in willingly. That is not a mechanic I have ever seen on anything, and it is a piece. Somewhere out there is the rest of it. Very few things in that world assemble, the ones that do go high. I couldn't tell you whether that harmonica ends up in the top 3 ranks, but the middle 3 is not a guess, it is a floor. I stood at the threshold of a collapsing world holding a treasure, and the thing I couldn't get past was where it had come from. The most ignored people in that city, over 50 years of last buses home, put that together without knowing they were doing it, and gave it away on their last night. The realm was breaking. Cracks were going out through the air from where I was standing like something dropped on ice, and in front of the station, all of them were still there. Uniforms, overalls, tired faces, 50 years of them, becoming transparent. They are the people. Every era has them. They are the part of a country that keeps expecting the future to be better and gets up in the morning anyway. I stood on the line between the secret realm and the real world, with the past behind me and whatever was coming in front of me, and I didn't move for a while. Then they broke apart and went, and the station was just a station with cars parked in it. The sky outside was fully black. I didn't notice at the time that there were people behind me at the perimeter in a different kind of uniform. I thought for a moment and put my black umbrella up. It wasn't raining. I looked at the umbrella and said, "Let it rain. Wash the dust off." Time is the worst thing there is. It buries everything. All it leaves behind is snapshots, and once the last person who was actually there is gone, even the snapshots stop meaning anything. Which was, at that exact second, happening. It started to rain. Lightly, in a circle less than 10 meters across, and the rain was red. I looked at the harmonica again, and thought about it, and put it to my mouth. I do not know what I played. I couldn't have named it then, and I cannot name it now. Something with the shape of an old song in it, the kind that turns out to be the introduction to something bigger. My hands knew it, and I didn't, and the ordinary one did something to it that a harmonica cannot do. I put the umbrella on my shoulder and turned around, and the black station behind me looked worse in red rain than it had in the dark. And I walked, and I didn't stop playing, and the rain came down and stained the whole world the color of a funeral, which was appropriate because that is what it was. I went slowly. It seemed like the sort of thing you should not hurry. And on my watch, in small letters that nobody else could see, they gave it to you with the last of what they had. Ordinary, perhaps. Ordinary. But greatness is made out of ordinary. This is what they hope for the new age. Listen, they are telling you, keep going. Don't look back. The old rules were finished, and there was no new order yet. And at the line between the dark and the dawn, a gravekeeper with a black umbrella gone red stood in front of a ruin called the past, and buried it personally, and then walked forward into something that looked darker. Although not to me, not really. I have been down that road once. My steps got lighter, the music got louder, and the dark up ahead sounded, for a second, like it was pleased to see me. At the edges of that road, there were about 30 people in uniform, standing very still, watching a figure come out of the place they had declared the day before to be the most dangerous sight in Luo City, under an umbrella, face invisible, red rain following him and only him, playing a harmonica. Is that a person? Nobody there was prepared to commit to an answer. Every inspector at that cordon had the specific physical sensation of something with a hand around their throat, and none of them moved, except one. The man they had sent down from the capital, who had already been given a certain amount of special education about the strange, put his hand into his pocket, and it was shaking, and he took out a cold mask, a smiling mask, and it was crying. 2 weeks later, I got a call from Lin Hai. He had gone home, the way he said he would. Luo Shui Village, a place with one road in, a river, an ancestral hall, and about 1,000 people who had all known each other since birth, and a wedding. Here is what I found when I got there. There was no bride. There hadn't been a bride in that village for a long time. What there was paper. Paper figures at the gate, paper figures at the tables, paper banners across the road, red and correct, and cut with a level of skill you do not find in a village of 1,000 people. And there were about 20,000 half-ghosts standing in a village that holds 1,000. They had come from every settlement within an enormous radius, walking for days to attend a paper wedding, and by the time they arrived there was nothing left behind their eyes. That is what a half-ghost is, and I haven't properly explained it. So, it is a person who has been in contact with the strange for long enough that the yin energy finishes the job. Their intelligence goes. Their humanity goes. The body keeps running on yang lifespan until that is gone, and then it starts eating yin lifespan instead. Handlers hate them more than they hate the strange. A great many handlers, on the day they realize they are losing, kill themselves rather than finish the process. Once it happens, it does not come back. It becomes important later. At the center of the wedding, there was a clone. Not the original. The paper lady had put a piece of herself in that village the way you would put a hand in a river, and the village had gone under. Lin Hai's parents were in the crowd. I want to tell you that I got there in time for them, and I did not. By the time I reached the hall, the only thing left standing between 20,000 of them and me was a piece of paper that had already decided the shape of the ending, so I used the harmonica. I didn't know what it was going to do. I had a rank 8 nether artifact fragment in my pocket, and no plan, and I put it to my mouth. The ghost domain came up over that village like a lid, and the clones stopped being able to do anything at all. That is the effect. 20%. On paper. 20% of the weight behind my mastery of a rule is the difference between being pushed and pushing, and in a crude little illusion of a ghost domain, in a village square, a piece of the paper lady lost an argument with a gravekeeper and came apart. Then the domain went looking for the 20,000. Ordinary resonance. If ordinary people are drawn to enter voluntarily, the domain grows. 20,000 people standing in a village with nothing left in them to say no with, and a piece of music playing. They went in. Every single one of them. Lin Hai's parents walked past their own son and into a vortex in the air with the same expression as everybody else, which is to say, none. Lin Hai didn't scream. He stood there and watched his mother and father go into a hole in the world, and he didn't make a sound, and afterward he asked me a question in a completely level voice, which was, "Are they alive in there?" And I said the true answer, which is that I didn't know. The ordinary one went from rank 8 to rank 7 that night. 20,000 people is what that costs. And I got an extra ability out of the promotion, which I didn't understand at all, and which sat in my inventory for the next 2 months doing nothing, and which I will come back to. Lin Hai came back to the cemetery with me. He has never once asked me to give them back. He took a job called paper cutter instead, which is a line that advances by cutting, and the thing you cut is yourself, and I have never met anybody who took a job that suited them worse and used it better. Then the fog came. The Yellow River Bridge is 4 kilometers of concrete across the Mother River, and there is always something on it, and one night in October there was fog on it, and the fog didn't come off the water. The Bureau went in with everything they had. General Qin, the man from the capital with the crying mask in his pocket, took a full special operations team onto that bridge to establish what was in it, and what was in it was a lock bridge missed ghost, and the rule, as far as anybody was ever able to work out, is that a bridge is a thing you use to get from one side to the other, and inside that fog there was no other side. I didn't lose anybody that night. I want to be precise, because this is the one place where the arithmetic gets ugly. The Bureau lost that team. All of them. General Qin included. I wasn't on that bridge for them. I was on that bridge because the Bloodword Ghost had told me to be, and because it had told me what was in the middle of it. One survivor came off the Yellow River Bridge. She came off it because she was carrying something. Mei Xin, who by then had put in more time on that case than her own department wanted her to, had found and taken a small object in the shape of a gate out of the middle of a fog that was killing a special operations team, and it kept her breathing. Life and Death Gate. Rank 9. A strange thing with the character for gate in its name. I haven't forgotten the promotion condition on the Bloodword Ghost, and neither, I suspect, have you. Complete death guidance more than 10 times. Also obtain a rank 9 strange thing with the character for gate in its name, as a promotion piece. I had 11 completions and no gate. She gave it to me. I want to be accurate about how that happened because it matters. She didn't know what it was. She knew that it had kept her alive when it should not have, and that the man standing in front of her on the approach ramp with red rain around him had once told her that if she ever ran into anything, she should come to him. So she came to me, and she put a piece of a bridge in my hand, and she said, "This shouldn't exist, should it?" And I said no. And I didn't tell her what I was going to do with it, and she didn't ask, and I have thought about that exchange more than once. The Bloodword Ghost ate it. And what came up on the other side wasn't a door and a piece of glass anymore. Scarlet Gate, rank 8. My grave ghost stopped being writing and became a structure. A gate standing in my cemetery that leads to a room that is not in my cemetery, and the writing appears on the gate now, and the missions got harder, and the rewards got worse, and the penalties got considerably more specific. I was pleased. This thing had gone from a smear on a shop door to rank 8 in under 2 months, and it had done it eating my own blood and other people's crises. My own promotion took 48 hours and involved a stopwatch. Tomb Sacrifice is the rank 8 of the Gravekeeper line, and it is not a fight, it is a vigil. 48 hours, burning paper money for the dead, every 3 minutes, continuously. If the interval goes long, the count resets to 0. 48 hours is 960 burnings. Sealed life means I do not have to sleep. It does not mean I do not have to be there. So for 2 days, the most dangerous man in that province sat in the middle of his own graveyard, on the ground, with a bucket of paper money and a timer, feeding a fire every 3 minutes like a man minding a kettle, while an entire city came apart in the distance. At the 31st hour, a rank 9 wandered in from the wasteland and had to be dealt with in the 20 seconds between burnings. At the 40th hour, Mao Mao sat on my knee and refused to move, and I let him. At 48 hours, I stopped being rank 9. And the interesting part is not the abilities. The interesting part is that at rank 8, I could finally take in something at rank 8, which meant I could go shopping. The East Suburb Crematory in Ying City is where I went, and I came home with 2. The first is a woman made of paper. The Paper Lady, rank 8. The original, not a clone. The thing that took Luoshui village with 1 finger and which is the second most dangerous object I own, and which I will be talking about at length later because she is the reason this story has a heart in it at all. The second is a fire. Yin Fire Spirit, rank 8. Which is a flame that had learned to want things, and which came out of a fragment of the mirror realm, and which I housed in that fragment, and named the flame's prison, because I have exactly 1 aesthetic, and it is not subtle. 2 rank 8s in 1 night, from a crematory. At that point I stopped pretending I was running a graveyard, and around then, the House of Strange Tales stopped being a website. I had been expecting it since the first week. It happened in a Tuesday afternoon, quietly, the way these things do. 1 hour, it was a forum with a bad interface and a lot of arguing, and the next hour, it was loading on devices with no power in them, and no network within 40 kilometers, and every points balance on it had been silently redenominated. Points no longer cost money. Points cost Yin Lifespan, and every balance from before had been kept. I want you to remember that on the second night of this life, I put 1 million yuan into that forum on the strength of a half memory and closed the page and told myself not to get greedy. 100 million points, which at the new rate is 1 million days of Yin Lifespan, which is, if you would like the number in a shape a human being can hold, somewhere around 2,700 years. I didn't spend it. That is the part people get wrong. I did something considerably better, which is that I went and had a conversation with the website. Because a strange thing that has just become a strange thing is exactly like a company that has just gone public. It has a structure now. It has obligations. It has, whether it likes it or not, shareholders. I was, by a very large margin, its largest account holder. I would love to tell you that negotiation was elegant. It was not. It took a day and a half and involved me being unpleasant in writing to something that could have removed me from the internet, and it ended with the House of Strange Tales conceding a set of terms that it has never publicly acknowledged and that I have never stopped using. And then I opened a shop. Here is the product. Underworld job change procedures. Night watchman, ferryman, corpse burner, corpse stitcher, spirit vehicle driver, wandering painter, 24 more, every one of them memorized, every one of them worth a career, every one of them completely unavailable anywhere else on the planet because the only other copy is in the heads of people who will not exist for another 18 years. Price, Yin Lifespan, non-negotiable, paid up front. And here's the part I want you to understand about that business, because it is not greed, or it is not only greed. Every handler who buys a job from me is a handler who lives. Every handler who lives generates Yin Lifespan for the rest of their life. Every handler who becomes the first of their sequence gets a first mover reward, and I get a cut of what a first mover reward creates forever because they bought the map from me and they know it. I wasn't selling a product, I was seeding an economy, and I owned the mint. The forum lost its mind. There were 4 separate threads arguing about whether I was one person, an organization, or a strange thing wearing an account. There was a poll. The website itself didn't comment, which several thousand people found funny, and which I found funny for entirely different reasons. And underneath all of it, quietly, tens of thousands of years of Yin Lifespan started moving in one direction, which was toward a graveyard in Luo City with a red lantern over the gate, the single most upvoted line on the entire House of Strange Tales. Gravekeeper sequence is trash. Don't waste your Yin Lifespan. The abilities are useless. They were right, incidentally. Look at the panel. 1 day of Yin Lifespan per rank 9 per dawn against 1 day of Yin Lifespan burned per rank 9 per day. Net 0. Cannot leave the tomb. No offense. No mobility. It is exactly as bad as they said, unless you happen to have been the first one. Nobody on that forum knew that corner of the underworld existed. It wasn't in any guide because it wasn't in the sequence, because it had been handed to precisely one person by something in the dark that does not do interviews. So they went on posting about how bad my job was in enormous detail for months. That thread is still one of my favorite things that has ever happened to me. Do you remember Shudong? Second night of this life. My survival guide post. One line in Chinese among several hundred replies. I came out of the bathroom and it's like I'm the only person left in the entire city. I told him to go back to the mirror at midnight and try the same thing. He never replied. I put a pin in it and got on with becoming a landlord, and about 2 months later the pin came out of the map on its own because the Scarlet Gate handed me a death guidance with an address I recognized. Yulong Residential, Ying City, and a note underneath it, which the Scarlet Gate had never done before and hasn't done since, to the effect that it couldn't read the core of this one and didn't recommend the trip. My grave ghost, which sends me into places on purpose to have things eat me, thought this one was a bad idea, so obviously I went. Shudong hadn't walked into the mirror realm, he had walked into a hole in it. Somewhere in that flat, there had been a fragment of the mirror realm, and something had used it as a foundation, and then broken the mirror behind itself, and what it built on top wasn't a place. It was a city. You get in through a screen. Not a door, not a mirror, not a bus stop. A screen. And what is on the other side is skyscrapers, in a night with no sky, going up further than a building can go, and every window lit. Dark web city, and it is full of people, and none of them have faces because all of them are wearing masks. I did the reconnaissance properly, and it didn't help me, because the thing that runs that city is not a monster. Let me explain what I found, because it took me an hour of walking through a city of strangers before I understood it, and I have never been more uncomfortable in my life. Every masked figure in Dark Web City is a memory projection, not a ghost, not a strange thing. A person, or the recorded shape of one, with intelligence and memory and a self. And what got projected in there was the one part, not the whole person. Only the part of them that goes online and finds somebody to be right about. 20 million of them maybe. It is not a number you can count. Every forum, every comment section, every group chat, every game lobby, pure, refined, distilled. Not the accidental cruelty of a person having a bad day. The other thing, the deliberate thing, the specific pleasure of hurting somebody from behind a name that is not yours. And that city had grown a face for itself. His name was Li Fu, and he had my face. I want to move past that quickly, and I am not going to, because you deserve to understand what I was standing in front of. At some point in the previous 2 months, something in that city had noticed a certain account making a great deal of noise on the House of Strange Tales, and it had grown a version of that account. It had my build and my voice and my eyes, and the eyes were red, and when he smiled, his eyes went to slits in a way that I have been told mine do. He was pleased to see me. He talked about us. He kept saying we. Qin Feng, stop struggling. This is where we end up. Don't you understand? We can't leave, because that's what people are. And we're the same thing, aren't we? You are a thing, I said. Born in a secret realm that is neither a person nor a ghost, there is no we. And I put the red on him and on half of that city. Every masked figure who looked back went out like a bulb, including him. And then his mask and his clothes filled back up from the inside, and inside 2 seconds he was standing there again, exactly as before. It's no use. You can't kill me here, I told you. We are one thing, let's finish it. Here we would run everything, anyone can be talked to death. Those low, ordinary humans would be the sharpest weapon we've ever had. I looked at how excited he was about it, and I said 3 words. You don't deserve it. That is what broke him. Because in his understanding, he and I and the blood pupil were all fragments of the same object, and merging wasn't an attack, it was a completion. He believed he was offering me rank 7 and everything past it, and I had just told him he wasn't good enough to be part of me. Fine, then wait there and die. They're coming. They're here. A voice went out over the entire city, from everywhere, in the tone of a public information announcement. A virus has been detected entering Dark Web City. Current coordinates, 192.168. Removing the Trojan and protecting Dark Web is everyone's responsibility. I didn't need to look down, I could hear them coming up the building. And this is the part where you find out what an unsolvable rule actually feels like, because the situation was this. Li Fu's rule is that public opinion is a fearsome thing. It is not a direct kill rule. That is exactly what makes it impossible. Returning home station reaches out and takes you. Li Fu does not touch you. He needs the city. He needs the masks. He needs a crowd pointing at the same person. And once the crowd is pointing, the rule lands, and it lands with the weight of everyone in it. Now, my eyes reflect a rule back at whoever cast it. So eye for an eye would take Li Fu apart down to the last thread, and it would change nothing, because the accusations wouldn't stop. He is not the one making them. He is the shape they take. Kill him, and the city goes on pointing, and it appoints another one, and I would have burned my one move and be standing in the same place, having proven their point for them. And I have been here before. That is what nobody in that city knew, and what Li Fu knew perfectly well. There was a stretch in my last life where exactly this happened to me, in the real world, with real people, over something that didn't matter, and I came out of it changed in a way I have never fully undone. That is where he came from. He is made of that. He wasn't going to give me a second recovery, so the cold started coming up my legs, and the whole city was shouting the same sentence at me, and death was, at that point, close, and I would like to describe my thought process at that moment as calm. It was not. It was fast. There is a difference. I burned paper money in fistfuls, which does almost nothing against a rule like that, and which bought me perhaps 4 seconds of clarity, and in those 4 seconds I caught 2 words and turned them over. Trojan, virus, and my eyes went wide open, and I started laughing. Stop pretending, Li Fu was screaming by then. You've got nothing here, although I should thank you, I suppose. Without you I wouldn't exist. So die. Yeah, I said, and I took out the harmonica. I need you to understand why that wasn't a weapon. The ordinary one puts a crude ghost domain over an area and adds 20% to my weight. Against that city, 20% is nothing. Against a rule that resupplies itself infinitely, weight is not the axis. I could have had 400% and been in exactly the same trouble. I didn't take it out to fight with. I took it out because it makes people take their masks off. Here is the solution, and I want to lay it out properly because it is the best thing I have ever done, and I am not going to be modest about it. The masks are the whole machine. That is what a mask is for. It is not a disguise, it is permission. Everyone in that city is willing to do what they do precisely and only because nobody can see who is doing it, and every single one of them, without exception, has something. I had already seen it. When I put with eyes have pearls on individuals in that crowd, I didn't get abilities and rules back because they do not have any. What I got back was a life. Every single one of them was carrying the most shameful, unspeakable thing they had ever done, and every single one of them was in that city shouting at somebody else about morality. Every attacker in that place is a victim standing one revelation away from the other side of it. So I didn't need to kill them. I needed to take the masks off. All of them. Simultaneously. I put the harmonica to my mouth and played, and I closed my eyes, and the shouting stopped mattering. Then the blood pupil opened in the sky over Dark Web City, enormous, and it did an attack. It read, with eyes have pearls, on a crowd, all at once. Every life in that city, going into 2 eyes. I want to be honest about the physical experience. There was more information arriving than a human being is built to root. Blood pupils opened all down my arms and my throat to share the load, which is a thing they can apparently do and which nobody had told me about, and my mouth stopped taking instructions from me halfway through, and the harmonica kept playing anyway, because inside the ghost domain, on every mask in that city, over the ID, lines of writing started to appear, their lives, all of it, the specific thing each of them had done and had never told anybody, printed on the outside of the thing they were hiding behind. The city stopped. 20 million people in the exact instant discovered 2 facts. The first is that they are visible. The second, and this is the one that ended it, is that everybody else is too. They looked at each other, and there was nobody left in that city entitled to point at anybody. The rule didn't break. It became unusable, which is better. And then I used one more thing. When I took the blood pupil through Shudong, on the way in, it had copied an ability off him. Language art. It is the load-bearing ability of the entire species of internet troll, the thing that lets a sentence divide a room, that turns a rumor into a fact, that makes an ordinary person want to join in. It is the foundation every other one of their abilities sits on. I used it to say something kind, and with the harmonica still going, and my voice carrying on every amplifier that city had, I said, "You are all the same. Don't forget that when you point at someone, 3 fingers are pointing back at you. None of you has any right to attack anybody, because the moment you decided somebody else was evil and needed punishing, you were the worst thing in the room." 20 million memory projections stood on a street and looked at their own lives written on their own faces and had to admit it. And a crack opened in Dark Web City. Li Fu came apart at the seams before the city did. He was screaming at them, and I mean screaming, pointing at me, doing the only move he had. "What are you doing?" "He's a Trojan, he's a virus, he's the greatest threat this world has. He is our common enemy, don't forget." Nobody looked at him, except me. "A puppet," I said, and it thought it was the owner. And I put everything into it. Not eye for an eye. There was nothing left to reflect. Just yin energy, pure, at the ceiling of what my eyes could produce, which was by then considerably more than it had been that morning, because somewhere in the last 4 minutes they had gone up again. 1,000 souls blood pupil, rank 7, with a new ability attached called Blood Reflection 1,000 Eyes, which does exactly what it had just done to me involuntarily. It puts my eyes anywhere, on anything, in any number. Li Fu came apart, howling, and what was left of him went into the red, and then the city started to die, and the masked figures did something I didn't predict. They walked toward the vortex. My first assumption was that they were being clever. Feed themselves to the harmonica, and the city loses the projections that have been compromised, and it regenerates fresh ones out of the parts of the internet I haven't touched, and the realm stabilizes. That was generous of me. They weren't being clever, they weren't being noble either, and nothing selfless happened in that city. They had done the arithmetic. If the world ends, and they end with it, then what they are ends too. That is not sacrifice. That is a man burning his own house down because somebody found the photographs. So they queued. And the collapse accelerated, and the skyscrapers started overlapping with the inside of a dark flat with a computer screen in it, and my own body began flickering between the two, and I remembered one thing at the last possible second and reached out with a hand made of shadow. The mirror, cracked, ordinary, mounted on a wall, the missing fragment of the mirror realm that Shudong fell through. The foundation stone that this entire city had been built on and then smashed to cover its tracks. I took it, then the world folded up and I was standing in my own hut in the North Mountain Cemetery, still playing. Your Excellency, you exist between the illusion and the real. You are inside the human heart and inside the network. The root of the evil has been found. Beneath the dark masks, what they were finally hiding was themselves. Out of the shattered realm you have found valuable hidden information. You have obtained the method to change to the rank 9 position trickster. You have obtained the method to advance to the rank 8 position actor. These are traces of a secret realm's power. Medals for the winner only. I read that and felt nothing at all, because I had already written both of those into the Scarlet Gate weeks earlier, along with the rank 7 above them, and I could have sold that entire prize on the forum before breakfast. So my honest assessment, standing in my hut at 4 in the morning, was that I had nearly died twice, had spent the Ordinary One's curse, had lost 2 hours of every ability I own, and had come out of it with a piece of broken mirror, which is, admittedly, exactly the material I needed to build the Flames prison for the Yin Fire spirit, but I was in a mood about it, and then the vortex behind me, which had been swallowing masked figures continuously that entire time, did something. I assumed it was the harmonica going up again. 7th to 6th. That would be reasonable. The population of Dark Web City is not a number anybody can write down. It wasn't the harmonica. What changed was them. All of those figures, packed into that vortex, didn't disperse into the social domestication the way 20,000 villagers had. They condensed, and something came out of the middle of it, and it was cold enough to make me flinch when it touched my hand. A phone, matte black, no markings, cold as a coin left outside. I put the red on it, and I watched the thing in my own eyes make a fist and start twitching. The evil one. Rank 7, nether artifact puzzle piece, which is to say, the second one. I stood in a dark room with a broken mirror in one hand and a harmonica in my pocket and a telephone made out of 20 million people's worst impulses in the other, and I didn't move for a very long time, because a nether artifact is rare. Taxi 40004 is a nether artifact, and it is a joke. The returning home station can manufacture nether artifacts, and I do not consider that a particularly impressive line on its resume, but the black copper coin and the ordinary one, and now this. 3 pieces. And somewhere out there is a woman who owns the finished version. She called me first, actually, before any of that. There is a rank 9 in my cemetery called the Child of Desire. It came in early, it was never worth much, and I kept it in a room with chains on the door because it made the tiger nervous. And one evening, it started pacing, and then it looked at me, and something else looked out of it. I want to describe the voice because the voice is the entire problem. It is low and slightly rough, and it arrives somewhere behind your ear rather than in front of your face, and the first time I heard it, I had to consciously decide to keep breathing at my own speed. Dear Qing, a face in the dark on the other side of a mother-child connection. Blood-red hair, an enormous amount of it, and a mouth that was already amused before I said anything. She calls herself Wanli, which is a word for a beauty so ruinous that cities fall over it, and which I would find funnier if I didn't know what she is. World's addiction. First rank. Fierce god. In my last life she was, without any competition at all, the worst thing on the western half of that planet, and the reason for that is not power. Plenty of things have power. It is that she does not hunt. She does not have to. She makes people want, and then she is patient. Bodies paved a throne for her, and not one of them was carried there, and she had reached down through a rank 9 in a chained room in a graveyard in Luo City to tell me that she had been looking forward to meeting me, and that she considered me her only human friend. I burned paper money in my hand for the entire conversation, continuously, just to keep my own thoughts sounding like mine. I have stood in front of a rank 8 secret realm and negotiated. I have argued with a bus station. I burned money the whole time I was talking to a woman on a telephone. Then she said goodbye, warmly, and the connection went, and I sat down, because that hadn't been a threat. That was worse. That was somebody putting a save point in. Now, the Hell Society. You will remember that on the second night of this life, a man calling himself the Shadow Baron sent me a private message inviting me to become the Hell Society's representative in this country and offered me money, and I replied politely because his organization was, in my last life, large enough to fight small nations. I kept the correspondence going for 2 months. I was pleasant. I asked good questions. I sent them information they could verify, which cost me nothing because everything I know is 18 years ahead of them. I let them believe they were recruiting a promising local asset who was slightly out of his depth and very flattered. His name is Mark Davis, incidentally. The Shadow Baron is a job title. Phil is a man in his 50s with a house on a hill and 5 colleagues. The Hell Society, in that period, was 5 directors. 5. That is the entire top of an organization that in my last life had operations on 4 continents. And the reason it had operations on 4 continents is a thing in their building called the Hall of Authority, rank 7. A strange thing shaped like a room, whose rule is very simple and very stupid and absolutely without exception. What is decided in that hall by the society's directors happens. And the whole thing has one hole in it, which is the word directors. Here is how it went. Step 1. Mark Davis and I had a video call. He had been trying to get one for weeks. He wanted to see the face of the Dragon Kingdom's most interesting new account. I had been declining, coyly, for exactly as long as it took to make him want it. I have an ability called Blood Reflection 1000 Eyes. It puts my eyes anywhere. Anywhere includes a screen. Mark Davis answered a video call at 9 in the evening in his own study with a glass of something in his hand, and he was dead before he finished saying hello. Step 2. I took his face. Not literally. The paper lady is rank 8, and one of the things a rank 8 paper lady can do, if you ask her nicely and pay her, is fold a person. A clone walked out of my cemetery wearing Mark Davis, carrying his phone, using his accounts, knowing his passwords, because I had spent 4 minutes with his eyes open and my eyes on him, and I had taken everything in his head that I wanted. Step 3. The Shadow Baron called an emergency session of the board. Step 4. 5 directors sat down in the Hall of Authority, and one of them was paper. I would love to tell you there was a confrontation. There was not. That is the whole point of the plan. There was a board meeting, and a motion, and the motion carried, and the Hall of Authority, whose rule is that what the directors decide happens, did what it was built to do. 4 men died in a meeting they had called themselves, under a rule they had spent 30 years benefiting from, at the hands of a piece of paper. I want to be very clear that I didn't kill anybody in that building. The Hall of Authority killed them. It was voted on. It was minuted. Step 5. And this is the part where I stopped being polite. A strange thing of that rank does not simply come home with you. It is bound to that hall, to that organization, to that structure of authority. You cannot pick it up. But it had one eye. They called it the all-knowing eye, and it sat above the chair at the head of the table, and it is the mechanism. It is what watches the vote, and it is what enforces it. That is where the authority actually lives. I took it out. And then I fed the Hall of Authority to my cemetery, and it came home, and it is rank 8 now, and it lives in a building I had to have specially made, and it is called the highest meeting room, and it produces eye-type strange things at a rate I find embarrassing. And the Scarlet Gate ate the rest of the Hell Society, every asset, every account, every contract, every one of their nether artifacts, of which there were 6, none of them good, every operation on 4 continents, orphaned in one evening. My grave ghost went to rank 7 that night, and it changed its name, Red Demon Chamber, which is what it is now, not writing on glass, not a gate, a room, in the ground, under my cemetery, where the contracts get written, and where every person who works for me now goes to collect their assignments and hand in their results, and where the points are counted. Hell points. Yes, that is where they come from. That is what the death apartment was always going to become, and I got there in 10 weeks by cheating. And after the Hall of Authority came home and the eye went into the wall, my people started going up, all 5 of them, in about a fortnight. Bai Lingyun was first, because she is always first at money. Life buyer to ghost peddler, rank 8, which is the point at which she stopped selling things and started running a supply chain. Qing Sui supermarket by then had a car park. Zhou Yingju went from executioner to death warrior, which required her to kill a rank 8 strange thing, which sounds simple written down, and is the single most lethal promotion condition I have ever sold to anybody, and which is why I do not sell it. She did it in a museum at 2 in the morning with Bai Lingyun burning hell money behind her, and she came out of it with war soul armor and the Shenwu blade and a way of standing that she didn't have before. Lin Hai became a paper cutter, which advances by self-harm, and I have already told you what I think about that. Go Fan, who everyone calls Little Silent, who is 14 and does not speak, and who I found because he stole a car, became a death racer off the sequence I pulled out of the returning home station. Nobody else on the planet has that job. He drives an underworld artifact called Wind Song, and I have watched him take it through a 4-lane intersection at 380 without lifting. And Mei Xiangli became a trickster. Mei Xiangli was, you will recall, my landlady, 30-something silk robe, told me to get a career, rent due next month. In my last life, she died in her apartment in the first week, along with every woman in that building, and the dress that was later worn to a wedding by a first-rank fierce god was made out of them. In this life, she is the first trickster in the world. She studied architecture before the money in her family made it unnecessary, and she is, by a distance, the most useful person I employ, for reasons I didn't see coming and which I will get to. That is 5 hell contractors at rank 8. There were, at that time, no publicly known rank 8 handlers anywhere on the planet. I had 5 in one graveyard, and I was still the weakest of the 6 in a straight fight outside my own fence, which tells you everything about the job I picked. And then the cemetery got a high street. I am serious. This is the part I didn't plan, and which came out of Bai Lingyun and Mei Xiangli sitting down with a map. Qingshui Supermarket started as a shed where Bai Lingyun sold hell money at a markup. By the end of that month, it was a 4-kilometer drive from my gate. It had opening hours, and it had a line. You could buy hell money. You could buy yin paper by the ton. You could buy a rank 9 ghost beast, cash and carry, off a shelf. You could buy an underworld artifact if you had 4 figures of Yin Lifespan and a signature from me. You could buy a job. Handlers drove in from 3 provinces. Some of them drove past the crematory and the field where I had taken Chen Yan apart and didn't know what either of those places were. Zhao Kai, who commands the Bureau's detachment in Ying City, is our largest single customer by volume and has been since the 2nd week. He once came in and bought every light and every bottle of blood in the building and 3 underworld artifact sports cars off the forecourt, and then asked, in a completely normal voice, whether we did delivery. We do now. And on the other side of it, Horror TV Station started advertising us. I didn't arrange that. Horror TV Station is a strange thing that broadcasts to every screen on the planet regardless of whether the screen has power, and it does not take bookings. It simply started running our advertisements between programs. Paper is in high demand at Qingshui Supermarket, which is how a graveyard in Luo City became, in under 3 months, the only functioning market in the underworld economy of an entire country, advertised worldwide, free, by something nobody has ever met. I would like to say I found that satisfying. Mostly what I felt was that the House of Strange Tales still had a pinned thread explaining that the Gravekeeper sequence is trash and that its abilities are useless, and that thread had by then reached 400 pages. I need to tell you about the paper lady now, and I am going to do it properly because I have been putting it off. She is the 2nd most dangerous object I own, and I think she is the most dangerous thing on that hill, and the reason I say that is not the abilities. Her promotion condition to rank 7 was, survive inside human society for 1 month, not kill, not consume, not conquer, live in it, as one of them, for 30 days. So on the 23rd of October, I sent a rank 8 monster out of my cemetery with a name and an address and told her to go and be a person. The name was Chu Qing. There had been a real Chu Qing in a block of flats on the north side of the city with a baby daughter, and by the time I got involved, there was no longer a Chu Qing, and there was still a baby. The baby's name is Yuer, and in the flat across the landing, there was an old woman. I didn't know about the old woman. I set that arrangement up as a promotion condition, and I didn't check on it once in 25 days, because I had a cemetery to build and a society to dismantle and a woman on a phone to worry about. Here's what I found out afterward. The old woman wasn't alone in the world. She had a son. He and his family lived in Shanghai, and she was in contact with them until about 2 weeks after the world opened, and then she was not. She didn't know whether her son was alive. She had decided that he was, and that he would come back, and she held that position without wavering for 2 months, and she was also entirely aware that she wasn't going to live long enough to find out. She had a bad heart and no medicine and no doctor, and the world had ended, and what she did with the time she had left was cook for the woman across the hall and her baby. Every day. Because the girl from the Wang family had changed, and the old woman had noticed and had drawn her own conclusion about it, which was that the Wang girl must have become one of those handlers you hear about, one of the ones with a job that lets them stand up to the things outside. That was her explanation. That was as far as she needed to go. Because whatever had happened to that girl, she was the only reason anybody on that landing was still breathing, and in a world like this one, people pay for their survival somehow. So the old woman cooked, and she didn't ask, and her one stated wish, which she said out loud to nobody, was to see Yue get a little bit bigger. On the 17th of November, she got out of bed and looked at the clock on her phone and couldn't read the number properly. It was an 8. She knew that the Wang girl would be home soon. She was right. The door went, lights on, and there was Chu Qing with Yue on her arm. The baby had woken up on the way and hadn't made a sound about it, because that baby had been well fed for a month and had the disposition of a child who is not worried about anything, and she had gone rosy, and she looked at the world with the enormous flat curiosity of somebody who has been alive for about a year. She put her arms out to be picked up. The old woman started to say something and stopped and took her and held her and gave her straight back. Linger, are you hungry? Don't worry, Nai Nai's going to cook. And then she thought about it and turned around at the kitchen door and said, Xin Yue. You've been learning to cook with me for days now. Come on, steamed egg custard today. It's Xiao Yuer's favorite. Come and learn. The paper lady tilted her head and looked at the old woman. Then she nodded and followed her into the kitchen, because there was an elderly human in this household, and she had gotten used to it. She was in an excellent mood that day, incidentally. Her yin position progress had completed, and the ghost peddler had finally released 50 years of yin lifespan to her and her clone, which meant rank 7 was now only a matter of grinding it out. Her mouth had gone up at the corners. She had been practicing that. The old woman got out a small basin and 3 eggs and wiped sweat off her forehead without noticing that she had, and said, Steamed egg is very easy. From now on it's just you and Yuer, so 3 eggs. First you crack them. She cracked all 3, the way she had the day she first came over. Then she put the chopsticks in the paper lady's hand. Go on, beat them. Beat. The paper lady took 2 wooden sticks, held them straight up and down like a pair of drumsticks, and waggled her fingers. The old woman laughed at her and reached over and put her hands right, flat, 45 degrees and stirred fast and got a much better result in half the time. Her hands were shaking harder than they had been that morning. Then she gave it back. Go on, try. And she watched a monster learn to beat an egg badly, and she smiled and said, Good. Once the white and the yolk are all one color, you're done. Now, the ratio. This is the part you have to remember. 1 egg, 1.5 bowls of water. Don't use a big bowl like that. Use a small one. And warm water, not cold. It comes out smoother, and Xiao Yuer likes it better. She was patient about it. She was more patient about it than she needed to be. Then she put the spring onion in, already chopped. Xiao Yuer likes the onion, but you can't give a child raw onion, so it goes in before it goes on the heat. 15 minutes maximum once it's on, not a minute early, not a minute late. When it's out, you mix it into rice. If it's bland for you, put a little soy sauce or sesame oil on afterward, but not for Xiao Yuer. Nothing salty and nothing oily for a child that age. And cover it with cling film while it steams. She watched the paper lady light the burner, clumsily, and let out a breath, and there was more sweat on her. She had no way of knowing that the closer she stood to that woman, the faster it was coming. All she knew was that she had done what she could. She looked at her, tired all the way through. The woman in front of her looked quite a lot like she herself had, 60 years ago. Oval face, big eyes, double eyelids. That was the whole vocabulary she had for a beautiful woman, and in her generation it was a considerable compliment. The paper lady turned her head, and there was something in her face that was, as far as anybody could tell, curiosity. Is that all it is? Because to her it was astonishing. More astonishing than consuming yin lifespan. More astonishing than a rule firing. That is all it takes to make the small human enjoy something? That is the entire procedure? That's it, said the old woman. Just watch the time. And the rice. I showed you the rice, do you remember? Never mind, I've already started it. It'll be done in a bit. And she took Yuer off her and said, You wait here. I'll be in the front room with Xiao Yuer. She carried the baby out and sat down on the sofa. She didn't say anything. She held her and rocked her. and it felt for a minute exactly like a summer afternoon in the old part of Luo City a few years ago, with a grandson who was that size and nothing to do until dinner. Her heart was going very fast, and then faster, and then fast enough that breathing, which had already been difficult, stopped being available. She put the baby down on the sofa beside her, and at that moment there were footsteps, and the clumsy Wang girl came out of the kitchen carrying the pot and a bowl of steamed egg with the cling film still on it, absolutely delighted with herself, holding it in her bare hands. Silly girl. Doesn't she know she'll burn herself? The old woman smiled and made her eyes stay open, and looked. The bowl went down on the coffee table. The film came off. Gold, with the green of the onion on top, sitting in a small bowl with a shine on it. It was beautiful. The old woman opened her mouth, and whatever was left in her, which by then was the bottom of the pot, ran out. She got her eyes closed, and she got out 4 words. Careful. It's hot. The paper lady looked up. She put her head slightly on one side and looked at the figure sitting there. She put the steamed egg down, and for the first time she walked past Yue Er, who was reaching for the table and couldn't get to it and was starting to complain about it, and went to the old woman instead. She gave her a push, gently. The body was still warm, which confused her. Get up and eat, she said. Broken, the way she talks, and the only sound in that room was a baby getting annoyed, and then something arrived in the paper lady's face that had never been there before, which was panic. She pushed harder, and the old woman went over sideways on the sofa, and in that moment she finally felt it, the small amount of life that had been in there and had gone. The human is dead. But why is the human dead? Don't humans only die when something kills them? And then she remembered something, and started tearing at her own body, and got out what she was looking for. A red note, hell money. 1 year of it, the one I had given her, for emergencies, and for rank 7 if she ever came up short. And for the first time in her existence, the thing that fixes everything didn't do anything. She didn't understand it. She couldn't have explained why she was doing it. Her instinct said that a life that has stopped from having run out can be restarted with this, and her instinct was wrong, and she had never in her life had an instinct be wrong before. She opened the old woman's mouth and put a year of her own Yin lifespan into it. She had no idea why she was doing that either. She had no idea why the gaunt old human had handed over her own food every day for a month to a stranger, and she had never worked that one out, and now nobody was going to be able to tell her. The paper didn't absorb. It sat there and stayed paper. And on the old woman's phone, the cheap one that only did calls and messages, red subtitles came up. In a corner nobody cares about. Another low human dies. Truly, DJ. The paper lady got hold of that phone before it finished the sentence and threw it across the room. She won't die. She won't die. That is the most decisive thing I have ever heard her say, because she had thought of something. Her rule is the substitute paper figure. With a name and a birth date and hour, she can write a death, and it happens. But a rule that intercepts a life can also, in principle, intercept a life on the way out. Catch what is leaving, hold it there, put hell money in to extend the Yin lifespan, then convert the Yin lifespan back into Yang. It would work. Barely. Her rule is not strong, but it is heavy, and heavy is what matters, and if she was fast enough there was a chance, and it was a small chance, and she didn't care about the size of it. She had spent her entire existence using that rule to kill people. It had never once occurred to her that it pointed both ways. Her fingernail came off and became a pen. She tore a sheet out of her own body. All she needed was the name. Write the name, deduce the birth date and hour from it, and go. And she stopped. Because she was standing in a room she had lived in for 25 days, holding a pen made out of herself, over paper made out of herself, and she didn't know the old woman's name. She had never asked. She had eaten that woman's food every day for a month, and she had never once asked her what she was called. And she stood there, and something spread through her that she had no word for, and no experience of, and no way to stop. There is a question that got argued about on the House of Strange Tales for 20 years and never settled. What is a person? Is it the arrangement of the limbs and the torso and the face? Or is it the having of a mind and memory and the things a mind does to you when somebody dies? I was in my cemetery, 3 kilometers away, being annoyed about paperwork. My own promotion was blocked. To go up to grave official, I needed 10 rank 8 strange things as servants and 5 rank 7s as guards. And that is not a suggestion, it is a requirement, and I was short on 7s. Which meant everything was waiting on the paper lady. Her rank 7 condition was 30 days in human society, and she had started on the 23rd of October, and it was the 17th of November, which meant 6 more days. 6 days. Fine, I have waited 20 years for things. 6 days is nothing, and then the yin energy on my hill spiked. I felt it through the ground the way I feel everything on that ground now, and the density of it was at the level of the returning home station going up, and possibly past it, and it was coming from Paper Alley. I was there in under a minute. The whole alley was moving. gray-white currents going down the street, loose paper going up in the air, and every one of the little paper figures she splits off hiding in the courtyards and flat against the walls, shaking. At the far end, in the big courtyard, the clone in red stood in the middle of a vortex with waves coming off her. Rank 7, 6 days early. How? There is only one way clone number 1 goes up, and that is if the original is going up. So what happened? I didn't have the answer for about 20 minutes, and then it walked into the alley. The paper lady came home in white, slightly changed, with a longer hem. Her face had gone softer at the edges. She stopped in front of me and bowed slightly, the way a woman from a very old family bows, which is a thing she has been practicing and which she is now good at. She was carrying the baby, and she was carrying somebody else, and that one wasn't alive. "My lord," she said, save her." And there is a version of me that finds that funny. A strange thing that took 20,000 people out of a village without changing expression, standing in my cemetery, asking a human being to save an old woman. I looked at the body and I shook my head, and then I thought about it and said, "I'll bury her." And I watched something come into the paper lady's face that I had never seen on anything at rank 7. Rank 7. Humanoid monster. Original form. And underneath it, the new line. Promotion requirement. The original body and its split avatars must each reach 300 years of Yin Lifespan. The number of lower paper figures must exceed 100, and the original body must complete the promotion through an extreme sublimation of emotion, transcending every supernatural instinct and every greed. Note, a strange thing that wants to be human, fitting, for something that ugly, and its thoughts make no sense to me either. I read that promotion condition 3 times. Every other thing in my cemetery goes up by getting stronger. Hers goes up by getting further away from what it is. A second clone came out of her while we were standing there. Same dress, same cut, entirely black. It walked over and stood beside the original like a black tulip that had decided to be a woman, and its abilities are so unpleasant that I revised my estimate of what would have happened if I had ever fought her at rank 7 and stopped being pleased about it. Then I took the old woman's body. She hadn't been killed, no injury, no rule. Her life had come to the end of itself, which is the ordinary way, and which by then had become the rarest death in Luo City. Everything alive gets there. That is the whole problem. Getting out of that is the actual point of this era, and it is my actual goal, underneath the ranks and the money and the graveyard. Death may be the only real mystery there is. So I walked the paper lady down to the end of the alley, where there was open ground behind Paper Alley that I hadn't built on. My palm went black, and the black ghost hand came out of me, and shadow hands came up out of the ground like reeds, and in about 4 minutes they had opened a grave. We put her in it and closed it, and the paper lady made a headstone out of paper by hand and set it up. Blank. That is the first real grave in the North Mountain Cemetery. The cemetery had been running for 2.5 months at that point. There is a coffin in the middle of it with my own name carved above it and my own photograph on the stone, and there is a whole hillside of graves for things that are not people, and this was the first time anybody had buried anybody. I let her stand there as long as she wanted, which was a while. Then I said, "What do you want to do with the child? After the promotion, you don't need to go back to that flat under that name." And she got you air in against her chest so fast that the baby squeaked. "My daughter," she said. "Mine." I laughed. "Fine, then she stays here. Bai Ling Yun can mind her, and you can collect her when you've got time." She didn't want to leave. She took her to Qingshui supermarket anyway, and walked through a shop full of handlers who went silent and got out of the way, and didn't notice any of them, because to her, the entire underworld profession of that province is livestock. Bai Ling Yun, who is not easily impressed, went pale and then gracious, and the paper lady handed over a baby and then stood there and gave instructions, at length, about the steamed egg custard. 3 eggs, 1.5 bowls of water per egg. Small bowl, not a big one. Warm water, not cold, or the texture goes wrong and Xiao Yuer won't like it. The onion goes in before the heat, never raw. 15 minutes on the steam, not a minute early and not a minute late. And nothing salty and nothing oily for a child that age. She said all of it twice. Bai Ling Yun put her hand on her chest and swore on her own life, and only then did the paper lady leave, and she looked back about every 4 steps the entire way to my gate. I want to be careful here, because it would be very easy to make that sound like a nice story. Nothing about it is nice. There is a village of 20,000 that she emptied. There is a woman called Chu Qing who does not exist anymore. Everything she is was built to hurt people, and none of that has been taken away from her. What happened is that a monster went up a rank because an old woman taught her to make an egg and then died in front of her, and now there is a thing at rank 7 in my graveyard whose only remaining route upward runs through learning to feel something. I didn't build that. I couldn't have built it. I put a lid on a pot and went away for 25 days and came back and something had cooked, which unblocked me. 10 rank 8 strange things as servants, 5 rank 7s as guards. That is the entry requirement for the 7th rank of my line, and it is not a guideline. With the paper lady up and her two clones counting separately, and the highest meeting room and the red demon chamber, I finally had the 5. Now, there are 2 doors at the top of the Gravekeeper line. The ordinary one is Grave Official, same lineage as Tomb Sacrifice, low risk, tedious, entirely known. Half the people on the forum who bought a Gravekeeper guide from me are going to end up there eventually. The other one, I had to be told about. In my last life, in a restaurant that no longer exists, at the 2nd rank, half drunk, Ziyuan mentioned the words Yin Estate Landlord and then reacted in a way I didn't understand at the time and thought about for the next 8 years. And in the one destiny divination the Blood Word Ghost ever gave me, back when it was still learning to talk, there was a video of a man with my face who called himself this king and said something that made no sense. I have been building toward that job since the first night of this life without knowing exactly why, and I had finally found out how you buy it. You buy it with land, literally. That is the mechanism, and I want to walk you through it because it is the single most absurd thing in this entire story. A Gravekeeper's authority runs over the ground he keeps. Everyone knows that. It is the ceiling on the whole profession. 400 mu, then more, and the thing that had never occurred to anybody is that there is no upper bound written anywhere. To take a piece of ground into your cemetery, you carve a sigil in yin energy. Mine is a blood red pupil because of course it is. You burn hell money over it, and then you inject Yin Lifespan directly into the earth, and the ground becomes yours. The price scales with area and with how much of the ground has been used, and by any sane accounting, it is the worst deal in the underworld. So on the night of the 21st of November, I went out and I bought Luo City. Not part of it, all of it. I walked and I marked and I burned and I paid. From the eastern suburbs to the western industrial belt to the ring road to the river, and I did it in one night because I didn't want anybody to see the pattern before it was finished. This city has been marked for you. You have consumed a total of 10,000 years of Yin Lifespan. 10,000 years. I want you to sit with that number because I have been throwing Yin Lifespan around this entire story like it is small, and it is not. A rank 9 strange thing burns 1 day a year. VADJ. I am sorry, 1 day a day. A king-level handler burns 250 days in a day. An entire province of handlers, all of them, working full-time, does not generate 10,000 years of Yin Lifespan in a year. I had it because I sold jobs to the entire planet through a website I part own, and because a graveyard full of properly seated monsters prints money at dawn, and because I ate an organization that had spent 30 years accumulating, and I spent every last day of it on dirt. Welcome to the coronation, the highest point of the North Mountain Cemetery, just before sunrise. I stood on the top of Beishan and looked down at a city coming back out of the dark, and every eye I had left in the ground looked back up at me. Then they went, all of them, down into the earth, merging with it, and the earth came up to meet them, and what came off it wasn't yin energy in the way I had ever felt yin energy before. It was the strange things in me, and the ground under my feet, and every strange thing standing behind me on that hill, and for about 4 seconds, all of it was one object. I shut my eyes. Amidst the fervor of the city, your rank is being promoted. Supported by the earth beneath their feet, your yin position is transforming. Amidst countless eerie calls, your abilities are evolving. Intertwined with yin veins, enveloped by the energy of the earth, its name is Yin Estate Landlord. You are the commander of the eerie. You are the dominator of the underworld. Death itself and its countless sleeping residents had no idea of your ascension. I opened my eyes, and in the east, the sun came up over the yellow river and hit them, and I have been told by somebody who was standing 300 meters away that from that distance you couldn't tell which of the two was giving off the light. I stood in it and enjoyed myself for a while. You do not get to feel your entire life form move up a level very often. Before this era, nobody in history got to feel it at all. Rank 7 is the last rung of the lower 3 ranks. Cross it, and you stop counting as a mortal. And in my last life, rank 7 is where I got stuck for years. I made Shadowplay Performer eventually, and then I sat in that sequence going nowhere, partly because progress was slow, and mostly because there was no next job to find. There wasn't one. The road ran out. And then a chance encounter with a paper lady put my substitute ghost in the ground, and very nearly me with it, and the only reason I ever got to rank 6 at all is a piece of luck so improbable that it moved my entire position out of the paper craftsman line and into the ferryman line and dragged me up a rank on the way. That is how I made 6 last time. This time I made 7 in under 3 months. Qin Feng, rank 7. Yin Lifespan, 3,914 years, 6 months and 7 days. Yin Estate Landlord. Intertwined yin veins, encompassing the energy of the earth, master of this land, and, more than that, master of the yin. Consumes 4 days of yin lifespan daily. significantly increases resistance to the rules of supernatural abilities below a certain grade, significantly increases all prior Gravekeeper sequence abilities. I read that word by word and felt the shape of it settle into me, Lord of the Earth Veins, Lord of the Yin Veins. For that line alone, the 10,000 years was worth it. Sealed life, enhances all physical attributes, drastically reduces sleep and food requirements, greatly increases recovery of all states, and is no longer restricted by the range of the Yin realm. Allows inefficient survival. Once Yin lifespan is depleted, Yin paper may be burned in its place at the cost of not leaving the Yin realm's range that day, and a large reduction in ability effectiveness. Read that again. Is no longer restricted by the range of the Yin realm. The leash is off. That is the defining humiliation of the entire Gravekeeper line. The thing every single person on that forum was correct about, and it comes off at rank 7. The sequence does eventually shake it loose after rank 6 by all accounts, gradually and partially. Mine came off clean, 1 rank early, because this is a job nobody has ever held. Paper offering fireworks. Igniting Yin paper greatly weakens the effect of supernatural abilities on any affected creature. Furthermore, igniting a large quantity of paper money allows you to forcibly summon any supernatural entity that is submitted to you, from any location. I have spent 3 months hauling a cortege of monsters around with me every time I left the property. When there were 4 of them, it was manageable. There are now a great many more than 4, and it had become embarrassing. Land annexation. You may continue to purchase additional territory using your own marker. Purchases require a large quantity of Yin lifespan. Each completed purchase, properly managed, grants a certain amount of Yin position progress, but does not contribute to your Yin lifespan. This role is a special derivative of the Gravekeeper sequence and will remain permanently active. Regardless of your rank or position, you may perform land annexation to gain progress. The higher your rank, the slower the progress. Currently, you may only purchase land within the core area connected to your ancestral grave. Current mausoleum area, 24 square kilometers. I frowned at that one, and I still do not entirely know how I feel about it. No feedback into Yin lifespan. The land does not pay for itself. Buying ground is now pure expenditure that converts into promotion progress, which means it is permanent, and it is a way to accelerate every future rank, and it is going to cost amounts of Yin lifespan that I do not want to think about. 10,000 years bought me 1 city. I would rather not calculate what the next one costs. Grave Ghost Control. Current Grave Ghost, Red Demon Chamber, rank 7. Corner of the Underworld, consumes less Yin lifespan. Symbiosis. Yin lifespan consumption greatly increased. Current total consumption, 14 days. Full control of 1,000 Souls Blood Pupil, rank 7, and Black Shadow Hand, rank 8. 14 days of Yin lifespan per day, just to be me. Status, unknown. Promotion requirements, unknown. Note, Dear Qin Feng, even I don't know what kind of path this is going to be. Best of luck. That is the book, which has never once said it doesn't know something. And I sat with all of that, on a mountain, at sunrise, and my honest assessment was that it was fine. The leash coming off is enormous. The summon is useful. Land annexation is a question mark with a very large invoice attached. For the time and the effort and the strange things and the 10,000 years, it was, at best, acceptable. Except that promotions do not only improve what you have. Every rank comes with something new. That is the actual value of a job, and the whole reason you pick one over another. And I had glanced past it 4 separate times without reading it, because my eye kept sliding off it. And when I finally sat down and read it, I stood on that mountain for a very long time and didn't say anything at all. Striving for excellence. This ability has no special effect at the current grade. However, once the Yin position grade is promoted into the middle 3 ranks or the upper 3 ranks, an additional Yin position grade promotion will be obtained. The additional sequence also begins advancement from the lowest level, and the Yin lifespan consumed is added to the position's grade. This ability cannot be activated when an additional sequence is being promoted to a higher grade. An additional sequence, not an ability, not a bonus, a second job. A whole second career, started from the bottom, running in parallel at the same time, and I finally understood why Ziyuan reacted the way he did in that restaurant when the words Yin Estate Landlord came up at second rank with a drink in his hand, and I finally understood what the man with my face in the Destiny Divination video meant when he called himself this king, in a sentence I have been turning over for 2 months. King Yanluo was the entire ambition of my previous life. 20 years. I got to 1 step short. 1. I was close enough to say the name out loud to people and have it be true, and I didn't get to. And then I was given a second life, and I looked at the situation honestly, and I gave that up. I walked away from the ferryman line, which is the road to King Yanluo, because it was a dead end for me last time, and because the Gravekeeper line had two things in it that I knew about, and nobody else did. I made my peace with never being King Yanluo. I made it deliberately, on the second day, sitting on a bed with a knife on the desk, and this job hands it back. After rank 6, I get to open a second position and start climbing it from the bottom. Which means the ferryman line, which means the water, which means the Sichuan water ghost that changed my fate the first time, which is still down there, and which does not know I am coming. 2 kings. Is it possible for one man to hold the seats of 3? I stood on top of my own mountain with the sun on my face, and I didn't move for a very long time. Somebody has to be the first to find out. Meanwhile, further down the hill, 5 people were having breakfast. This is a night a lot of people didn't sleep through. Out on the periphery, you wouldn't have noticed anything, but inside the North Mountain Cemetery, the amount of yin energy that moved wasn't something the core contractors could possibly have missed. So at first light, they went to the Blood Meat Kitchen. I should explain the Blood Meat Kitchen. It is a restaurant on my property, and it is staffed entirely by strange things, and it is run by a rank 8 humanoid monster with a pig's head called Chef Liao. Chef Liao is not as intelligent as the paper lady. Chef Liao is considerably more intelligent than everything else on that hill, which is a sentence I didn't expect to be writing about a chef. The menu that morning had 2 new items on it. Oh, a new menu? 2 at once? Chef Liao, you're incredible. That is Lin Hai. Chef Liao grinned at him from the kitchen doorway, which is an experience. 3 dishes had been on that menu since it opened. Pig's trotter rice, braised chicken rice, beef brisket rice. Now there were 5. Chef Liao does not do vegetables. Both new items were also meat. Beef noodles, pork buns. Lin Hai went straight in. Chef, a bowl of the beef noodles, please. Perfect timing. I haven't had noodles in ages. The others nodded along, and then Zhou Yingzhu frowned. Nobody else at that table knows this, but the pig-headed chef is the single strange thing in my cemetery that Zhou Yingzhu has never gotten comfortable with. It goes all the way back to the first week. Out of everything on that hill, that is her one. So she said, Chef Liao's cooking has effects. Without Mr. Qin's say-so, it is not a good idea to order a new dish casually. Bai Ling Yun wasn't interested. Sister Ju's right here, and all of us are rank 8. What's going to happen? Chef, 2 pork buns. Zhou Yingzhu thought about it and agreed with herself and ordered beef brisket rice. So did Little Silent. Those 2 are the only ones with any sense. Mei Xiangli had the braised chicken, and then, business. That commotion last night, said Zhou Yingzhu. Was that Boisjie? Brother Feng's been promoted, said Bai Ling Yun. She has the sharpest senses of the 5, and she talks to the strange for a living, so nobody knew more about the night than she did, and not one of them was surprised. In their assessment, my promotion rate had recently slowed down a bit. I wonder what Mr. Qin's sequence actually is, said Mei Xiangli. 3 heads turned to look at her. Little Silent did not, because Little Silent was staring at the kitchen door with an intensity you normally see in surgery, because it is obvious, it is on the forum. I saw on the boards that the Gravekeeper sequence has really weak abilities, Lin Hai said. Useless, basically. So Brother Qing Die. Mr. Qin's power isn't only in his position, said Zhou Yingzhu. It's in his mastery of the strange. There are posts about it. A human confused with certain strange things. The success rate is low, and it means enduring corrosion and shock that an ordinary person cannot survive, which, if it goes badly, produces a half-ghost. Bai Ling Yun went pink and said, That's Brother Feng for you, truly remarkable. And then, to Little Silent's visible distress, the food came out. 2 beef brisket rice, 1 braised chicken, and 2 entirely new species. Lin Hai got a very large bowl, dark brown broth, noodles as thick as chopsticks with a fine layer of oil on top, green onion and coriander, and 10 large pieces of stewed beef and tendon on the side. The smell of it made 3 people who had already ordered look over. The pork buns, next to it, were unremarkable, round, snow-white, 18 pleats. Lin Hai didn't hesitate. He went in, loudly, on purpose, so everyone could see how brave he was. The other 4 watched him for a second and then stopped paying attention, because they know what he has been through, and a man in a job that requires him to injure himself to advance is allowed some distortion. Once they started, nobody spoke. Chef Liao's food is very good, and I have a rule about it. Once every 2 days, maximum. Any more than that and you become addicted, and addiction is how you trip the death rule. So every other morning, those 5 come and eat something that exists nowhere else in the world. Zhou Yingzhu and Little Silent are used to the feeling of having horns on their heads and have started to enjoy it slightly because every time it happens, they are also unreasonably strong. Mei Xiangli's chicken rice has no negative effect at all beyond being filling. Those 3 finished first and looked up. and every expression at that table changed. Bai Ling Yun hadn't changed much. She had simply gone from slender and small to considerably more substantial. Still stunning. Different. Lin Hai had changed rather more. His head hadn't grown 2 horns. His head had become a bull's head. He met 3 horrified stares and opened his mouth to say something. Moo? Muffled, and you could watch the exact moment it reached him. Moo? Ah! That last one was Bai Ling Yun in the mirror. Zhou Yingzhu's mouth went sideways, and she said, in the voice of a woman with extensive relevant experience, based on experience, this doesn't last too long. Don't worry. No, how am I supposed to open the shop like this? And Bai Ling Yun was up and heading into the kitchen with the rank 8 beauty head already in her hand. Chef Liao. Nothing. Cooking continued. Chef Liao. Chef Liao finally reacted, gave her a suspicious look, pointed at the brisket in the pot, and then pointed straight up. Bai Ling Yun stopped. That one's for Brother Feng? Chef Liao nodded and went back to work, leaving 5 people with a variety of expressions. And then, while it was putting the brisket into a lunchbox, yin energy came down through the roof and condensed on it. All 5 locked on instantly, which was the wrong call, because the next thing that happened was that the yin energy closed on Chef Liao and paper money started to burn in midair. Fragments of burning hell money drifted around Bai Ling Yun and Lin Hai, who at that point was going moo 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 next to Little Silent going abba abba. And the side effects came off both of them instantly, and a voice came through with the burning paper. Come up the mountain, I've got something to tell you. Then the yin energy went, and the burning money went, and Chef Liao went, holding the lunchbox. The 5 of them sat in a room with an empty kitchen in it, and the only things left were the smell of the food and the smell of the ash. And all 5 of them had the same thought at the same time. Are the people on the forum who switched to the Gravekeeper sequence and complained it was weak actually telling the truth? Because this does not look weak from here. I ate the brisket at the dining table in Wangquan Palace with Chef Liao standing beside me looking disoriented, which is fair, because Chef Liao had been in a kitchen 4 kilometers away 30 seconds earlier. I wasn't hungry. Food does very little for me. I was testing the new summon at range, and the answer is that summoning a rank 8 from 4 kilometers away costs almost nothing. That is the whole of it. That is what Yin Estate Landlord is. Inside my own yin territory, I can feel the entire territory, and I can feel every strange thing in it that has fully submitted, and I can give any of them instructions with yin energy without opening my mouth. Step outside, or let them step outside, and it stops. And paper offering fireworks turns out to work on other people too, which is why Lin Hai has a human head again. But none of that is the point, and I couldn't stop thinking about the point. 2 kings, possibly 3. I sat there with the best food in the province in front of me, and it had stopped tasting of anything. Fortunately, the door went. Brother Feng, Lin Hai, normal voice, normal head. All 5 of them came in. I looked at Mei Xiangli first. How's the television station? The producer says my part is finished and it's gone into final editing. She was confident about that, which I found interesting and which I decided not to examine. I wasn't going to ask about the details of the filming. I would see it soon enough. Then I got down to it. There are new requirements and new targets on death guidance work. Yingzhu and Shitu especially. Complete them, and there are a lot of hell points in it. And no more free job change information. Not another word of it, and certainly nothing at rank 7 or above. You redeem it like everybody else. 4 faces stayed perfectly calm, and 4 pairs of eyes got very interested. First, shadow type strange things. Abilities, forms, rules, anything. Rank 8 or better. I want 3. Whoever finds one or brings me accurate intelligence on where one is gets 100 hell points. Captured inside the North Mountain Cemetery, that doubles. 100 points is 100 days of Yin Lifespan to me. That is nothing. But the Red Demon Chamber has been deliberately manipulating the internal value of a point since it opened. And 5 points currently buys an ordinary handler a rank 9 ghost beast. You can do the arithmetic on what 100 is worth. 4 enthusiastic nods. In addition, 300 rank 9 strange things. 30 rank 8s. 4 different categories of underworld artifact. 3 rank 7 earthbound spirits. And 1 rank 7 mother-child ghost. 5 open mouths. I gave it a second. The last part is harder, so use your judgment. If you hear anything credible about a rank 7, contact me directly, don't approach it. The earlier items go out as a standing contract to every hell contractor. Complete it, submit at the death apartment, get paid on the schedule. That still landed like a brick, which is fair. Here is what they were actually being asked to buy. 3 rank 8 shadow type strange things are the promotion requirement for the Black Shadow Hand. Everything after that is the Red Demon Chamber's requirement to reach rank 6. Because when I went up, the 2 things fused into me went with me, and when a Grave Ghost's owner promotes, the Grave Ghost's next step gets written. The entire purpose of the North Mountain Cemetery is to make me stronger. It is not a charity, it is not a town, and it is not whatever it looks like from the road, a business. Once a requirement exists, you do everything in your power to satisfy it. Although I already knew 3 rank 7 earthbound spirits and a rank 7 mother-child ghost was going to be a long project, unless I was prepared to sacrifice my own family and go and kill the faceless ghost and the returning home station, which I am not, for reasons that are entirely practical, and I wasn't going to find those in Luo City. The lower grades would be fine. Also, I said to Bailing Yun and Lin Hai, tomorrow morning bring me an aerial survey, Yellow River on the north, Mang Mountain on the east, Luo City on the west, and the sand table we talked about. We're building again? Nodding all round. Right, everybody back to work. Lin Hai stays. And the room emptied out and left one person in a very large room. I waved at a chair. Sit. He sat immediately, because he always does. I got up instead, took out a bottle of rainwater that the blood rain umbrella had summoned, poured 2, and handed him one. He put both hands up. Brother Feng, you should have that yourself. J. It isn't the blood well. Different thing, different effect. It only looks similar. Try it. He took it, doubtfully. It has a smell on it that made him pull a face, and he took the smallest possible sip, and then his eyebrows went up. I had some too, and then I got to it. Have you thought about going away for a while? Away? Where? Traveling. My suggestion would be Fengtian province, and if it works out, Rong City, and around Sichuan. His whole face changed. Yes, Brother Feng, just tell me what you need. We'll talk about the details later. I'm not entirely sure myself. If there's danger or trouble, call me on video directly. Okay, when do we go? You know, before all this, I always wanted to travel and never got the chance. And now, in this godforsaken era, I finally get to. He was eager, so I thought about it. Once your strange ability is fully advanced to rank 8, not before, then you can go. Good. He left, and I was about to go out, and my television turned itself on. An enormous camera head filled the screen, and a voice came out of it that somebody has clearly worked very hard on. Dear King Yanluo, filming on In the Name of the King is complete. Do you have time to take a look? That fast? The post-production edit went very smoothly, and what you presented is suitable for a documentary. Of course, this is only a first cut, not the final version. We can make any changes you like. The film is only truly finished once you have reviewed it. I appreciated that answer. I went to my desk, opened my mail, and while it loaded I said, if you're this efficient, then logically you should have wrapped that Animal World project by now. Why is there still no movement on it? Animal World? King Yanluo, you know about Animal World? He didn't expect that at all. One of my people, a strange one, received an invitation from your station, from the Animal World production team. So, are you not ready? And the producer, who is a talking camera on a television that has no power going into it, sounded unsettled. Something has happened. Neither the director nor I know what. The filming location for Animal World has been inexplicably blocked. I let that go, because Animal World does not interest me. The documentary did. In my last life, I got interview requests from horror TV station more than once and never took any of them. The idea of that station making a film about me from my own perspective is not something that would have occurred to anybody. Black screen, exactly like the first film, the one called In the Name of God, and then a face I know well, Mei Xiangli, slightly shy, that specific bashful thing she does. On camera, she is, frankly, beautiful. She glanced at somebody behind the lens and then said, "Hello everyone, my name is Mei Xiangli." I frowned and gave the camera on my television a look. I had reason to suspect this producer had simply given up. You could call this a behind-the-scenes clip. As an opening, it is a little disappointing, isn't it? And no wonder she finished filming so fast. Apparently there were no acting requirements involved whatsoever. Is Mei Xiangli's acting really that bad? I said. Or was she rushed? He heard the tone. Your Excellency King Yanluo, you will understand once you have watched it. Fine. The longer I watched, the deeper my brows went, because I was becoming more correct by the minute. For 10 solid minutes, Mei Xiangli was the only person on screen. The content was her introducing herself and then a small portion of talent showcase. That is it. That is all there is. And I have to say, her professional skills are what they are. The only things holding it up were her looks, which are top tier, and the specific gentle quality that women from the water towns have, both of which had gotten noticeably more pronounced since she changed jobs, because that is a side benefit of Trickster. But you cannot hand me a 2-hour-plus documentary that is a performance review of one employee. And I sat there and felt, for the first time since I was reborn, slightly guilty. Are my requirements too demanding? Is trickster the wrong road for her? Is it possible that even a first-rank fierce god who does entertainment for a living cannot make this work? Perhaps I should lower my expectations. That is what I was thinking at minute 15. And at minute 15, Mei Xiangli, having acted awkwardly at a camera for a full quarter of an hour, let out a breath, walked forward and picked the camera up. And the perspective changed. Not first person anymore. Third, she handed the phone she had been filming on to a figure standing a few meters away. Who else could it be but the producer? Mr. Producer, is this all right? Yes, that's fine. Ms. Mei Xiangli, thank you for participating. I'll be going now. You can get on with your day. The camera on the television disappeared, leaving Mei Xiangli shaking her head in an empty room and then lying down on the sofa and going straight to sleep. And the film kept going. Then somebody knocked. She got up and opened the door, and I noticed that her clothes were different from the previous shot. My eyebrows went up. Zhou Yingzhu came in smiling. You made it? I'm standing right in front of you. Do you think something could have happened to me? Oh right, ha. And Mei Xiangli laughed properly, and I want to note that this scene was pleasant to watch because she was no longer performing. She was completely relaxed and natural. Obviously, she had no idea she was being filmed. Two beautiful women having a casual conversation is a considerably better watch than one of them doing a talent showcase, and at minimum, it has a story in it. And then, in the middle of the small talk, one sentence. Did you make it? To rank 8? Zhou Yingzhu smiled. With that person's help, of course. And on those words, with that smile still on her, the screen went black. And a completely new scene came up, and my eyebrows went up further because I knew exactly what I was looking at. It was the night Zhou Yingzhu and Bai Lingyun went to the Luo City Museum. I knew about the promotion. I knew what she got out of it. What I didn't know is anything at all about how it actually went because I wasn't there. Now I was watching it, Zhou Yingzhu on point, Bai Lingyun in support. There is not a lot to say about the fight itself, except for one thing, which is that Zhou Yingzhu took the War Soul armor head on. Knowing the rule is the only reason she didn't trip the death rule immediately and end up on the back foot for the entire engagement. That was a good call, and it was made in under 2 seconds. But it was 2 rank 8 strange things fused into one object, and the power coming off that is more than most people can picture. And even with Bai Lingyun burning hell money card after card, Zhou Yingzhu's ability to answer back was thin. As a piece of filmmaking though, her promotion was fantastic. Action never goes out of style. Zhou Yingzhu against that armor was a bayonet fight and nothing else. Steel on steel, over and over, with a sound to it that I have to admit was satisfying. And around the edges, Bai Lingyun and the Hell Money cards doing what Hell Money cards do. The edit on that sequence was excellent. I nodded at my own television. My only note was, if this goes out, doesn't the audience get the Executioner promotion route for free? No, and, Your Excellency, based on my experience, I would advise you not to sell the Executioner promotion. It would affect your reputation. Wouldn't you agree? That made me stop, and then I agreed with him. Executioner to Death Warrior is one of the simplest promotions in the entire book, and it is one of the most difficult and unpleasant. All you have to do is kill a rank. 8 strange thing. That is the condition. 1 sentence. And if I sold that the way I have sold everything else, for 30 years of Yin Lifespan a copy, it would be easy to sell, and what would actually happen is that a great many executioners would go and find a rank 8 and get cursed to death by it. The method is too simple and too harsh. There is no version of it that a beginner survives. So I nodded, entirely unbothered, and then the film finally, 50 minutes in, reached a point. In front of everybody, Zhou Yingzhu took out a golden document and a voice went with it. No strange behavior shall affect the ghost controller. Zhou Yingzhu has been promoted. You will fully cooperate. Anyone who disobeys will be executed by order of the king. 2 rank 8 strange things folded instantly and stood there waiting to be told what happened next. 1 sentence, 1 piece of paper. Unfortunately, that scene meant nothing to me because I wrote it. And then the film changed again and stopped following Zhou Yingzhu entirely and picked up Bai Lingyun instead. Morning at Qingshui Supermarket and the biggest single order since it opened. Boss lady. I'll take this whole section, all the lights and all the blood, and the 3 underworld artifact sports cars outside, and every roll of yin paper you have left. That arrogant, wealthy voice belongs to Zhao Kai, and this was clearly filmed during one of his procurement runs. I have never actually watched him shop. It is fascinating. And then, obviously, the shopping is a prelude, and the camera goes with Zhao Kai instead, and follows him to Ying City. They open by establishing that he is competent, which he is. Several rank 9 monsters, and every time he simply takes out a brush and a sheet of paper and puts down a few strokes, and the thing cannot fight back. Fair enough. The man commands the Bureau of Paranormal Affairs detachment for Ying City, and he didn't get there by accident. And then the main event, which is his own promotion, and the key to it was a painting. I narrowed my eyes at my own screen. Because Zhao Kai, the commander of that detachment, a man who had just been shown dismantling monsters with a paintbrush, nearly died in the most humiliating way possible. He painted a portrait of a king. The painting was dim, almost nothing in it, just a pair of scarlet pupils. Its death rule activated on him, and it very nearly finished him, and he looked pathetic on camera, and at the last possible second his position advanced, and his rank went up, and he suppressed the newborn rule by about a hair, and then the painting vanished. Instantly. I hit the mouse and paused it and sat forward, because that painting didn't disappear on its own. Space cracked open in a place nobody was looking at, and it went into it, like something reaching in and taking it. I looked at the camera on my television. What took that painting? And the producer said, "Your Excellency King Yanluo, didn't you take it with you?" Even he hadn't noticed. I sat with that for a while. Then I clicked play, because the film had reached its final section, and this is the part I already know. The camera stays on Zhao Kai, driving out to the North Mountain Cemetery in the middle of the night. He gets out of the car, and his pupils shrink, and he stares into the dark in front of him in absolute terror. And then the shot changes. It goes from one man standing on a road to an aerial view of Luo City at night, the whole city, under a sky with nothing in it. And out of a city with no lights on, one beam comes up, and an enormous red pupil opens, and then every street, every wall, every surface in that city is full of them. Blood-red eyes, densely packed, more than anybody could count, all of them moving, all of them restless, all of them greedy, and then all of them lock onto one figure, filmed from behind, walking in the dark, down a long street, the people inside the buildings shaking. Strange things crawling out to the edges of the road and going down on their faces as he passes. And then the lens starts to distort, and the picture tears, and the camera falls out of the air, and there is a crackle of electricity, and the screen goes completely black, about half a minute of nothing, and then, out of the black, a voice. "Your Excellency King Yanluo, what do you think?" And another voice, calm, male, in the dark, chatting with him as if this were happening in a room and not inside a documentary playing on my computer. "It needs to be changed." How should we change it? Add a standout female actor to the cast, somebody who can be more active on your station in future. Certainly. May I ask who? Her name is Mei Xiangli. Fade. Sound down, light comes back up, and there is Mei Xiangli looking nervously at a camera, glancing behind it with exactly the same shy expression. "Hello everyone, my name is Mei Xiangli." I sat with my chin on my hand and looked at a black screen for some time without being able to say anything. Horror TV station has two pillars, the director and the producer. They are the chief directors of every program that station has ever run, and their competence has never been in question. The director does midnight cinema, which is thrillers and horror and is upsetting. The producer does entertainment, which is why horror TV station reaches vastly more people than midnight cinema does. And having watched that, I have to admit the producer knows exactly what he is doing. Never mind the montage. Mei Xiangli's atrocious acting wasn't a weakness in that film. It was the load-bearing joke. It was the entire structure. He built 2 hours around it and then closed the loop with the reason it exists. And I had spent 40 minutes feeling guilty about a woman's career on his behalf. I still didn't feel comfortable. But sitting there as an audience member, I couldn't find a fault in it, and I am not somebody who nitpicks for sport. As for the public opinion problem it was going to create for me and for her, not a concern, and for a simple reason. I own a water army, dozens of strange things, controlled through the evil one, living inside the network, available to King Yanluo at any hour. That is what the phone is for. That is what 20 million memory projections condense into. So I looked at the camera and said, "It's good. No changes. Pick a suitable time and put it out." That surprised him. He actually paused. "Thank you for your recognition, King Yanluo." And as he started to sign off with visible relief, I said, "Don't rush off." The camera head turned back. "I had an agreement with the director that we would cooperate more in future. If there is anything you need help with and we can do it, we will. You've been in Luo City for a while now. You will have seen some unusual situations, and regarding Mei Xiangli, she is the first trickster. There's a future for her in this area." He understood immediately. "Of course. When I have time, I want to start a special program about acting and about professionalism in the underworld positions. Ms. Su could come on as the first guest. And if possible, King Yanluo, could you have Miss Su refrain from performing any other ghost plays for now? Perhaps while we are filming that variety show, we could include one that would suit her perfectly." My eyes lit up and I smiled. "That would be ideal. On Su Yun's behalf, thank you. And thank the director for me. If you need anything, say so." And I meant it that time. So I was in a good mood for approximately 3 minutes, which is how long it took the Red Demon Chamber to send me the invoice. Mission accomplished. Filming of In the Name of the King completed within the allotted time. Guided by death, Bloodward Ghost reaps 3 months of Yin Lifespan. Quest reward. Contractor Mei Shangli has been offered a long-term employment contract with horror TV station. My mouth went sideways. The difficulty of getting to Yin Estate landlord had made me hopeful about what this thing would produce. It produced an employment contract for somebody else. And then it produced its requirements. 300 rank 9s. 30 rank 8s. 5 categories of underworld artifact, not 4. It had gone up while I was watching television. 3 rank 7 earthbound spirits. 1 rank 7 mother-child ghost. Plus 30 plus hell contractors. And 600 years of Yin lifespan. This thing eats the most and produces the most mess. That is the most accurate possible description of my own grave ghost. The 600 years is nothing. Under symbiosis, 600 years of Yin lifespan for a rank 6 promotion is a rounding error. It is everything else. Earthbound spirits are manageable in principle. Rank 7 is a stretch, but with cultivation there will be plenty eventually, and at worst, I go to Mei Rui and let the Bureau do the intelligence for me. And the Red Demon Chamber even gave me the devouring method, which is that you take the reflection of the gate of hell that it produces and you throw it at the location of the target. Remember that. It comes up. The mother-child ghost is the problem, because I have seen exactly 2 in my entire life across 2 lifetimes. One of them is the returning home station, which is mine, which is family, and which is also the money printer that manufactures underworld artifact vehicles. And the other one is Bloody Mary, which is best left where it is. I went to see the returning home station. The dream-weaving spider was still hanging around it, having decided at some point to become the station's subordinate, which I do not mind. It is not obedient and it needs training, and neither of those is urgent. I put corner of the underworld on the station, and the rank 7 upgrade tomb finally resolved. Road home station, a special rank 7 mother-child ghost. Suitable upgrade tomb, the Yellow Springs Road, 3 Live Stone Station, 3 Live Stone, one of the stops on the Yellow Springs Road route. Standing before the 3 Live Stone, one can hear the echoes of a life's past and see its many unimaginable uses. It is one of the important structures connecting to hell. Construction requirements, located within 5 kilometers of a river. 1 connecting station to returning home station. 300 half-ghost bodies. Yin lifespan cost 200 years. Area 300 square meters. Tomb effect allows half-ghosts and certain creatures corrupted by permanent supernatural abilities to recover and become normal humans or other creatures by consuming the corresponding Yin lifespan. Half of the Yin lifespan consumed goes to returning home station and half is paid as tax. I read that and my pupils contracted, because a half-ghost does not come back. Ever. There has been exactly 1 exception in my entire experience, and it is Lin Hai, who was taken by the paper lady's first clone in his own village and got his mind back because I had the ordinary one in my pocket and used a rule on him inside a ghost domain, and it cost him. It is still costing him. It slowed his rank 8 promotion down by weeks, and it changed him, and every time I look at the job he chose, I am reminded that facing the strange does not only kill you, it corrodes you. And now a bus station is offering to sell me the cure, at retail, with a service charge. That is worth more than the Wangxiang platform. That is worth more than almost anything I own. And it costs 300 half-ghost bodies. No grade requirement. That is the easy part. That is also not something I have lying around. So, do I let the paper lady's clone number 1 out to go and make some, domestically or abroad? This is the point in the evening where I stood in a bus station and did that arithmetic seriously, because that is exactly the shape of the trade. Some senior handlers in my last life ran precisely this business. Their position sequences required connections to large numbers of people, and King Xian of Chu's band made it impossible to do at home, so most of them designated a territory abroad, Japan, Siam, Mayawati, and raised ordinary people and low-rank handlers there as consumable material. The deeper into the era you go, the more precious humanity becomes as a resource, and I do mean resource. Mei Rui's ban on the indiscriminate killing of ordinary people and low-rank handlers has a great deal of morality behind it, and it also has this: only a population produces Yin lifespan continuously, forever. I rubbed my temples and I didn't decide anything, and I want that on the record too, because deciding nothing is not the same as being innocent. Then I went to Paper Alley to look at the other 2. The Black Clone, number 2, rank 7. Paper Lady Doppelganger. 2. Suitable upgrade tomb, the Paper Mound. Paper Mound, a mound filled with drifting white paper, inside which many paper tombs can be built. Construction requirements: a large open area connected to Paper Alley, 10 paper figures, no grade requirement, 100 tons of paper, Yin lifespan cost, 300 years, land area, at least 20,000 square meters. Tomb effect: all low-level strange things can be transformed into paper-type strange things through the tomb. All paper figure strange things can be specially promoted through a completed paper tomb. Maximum promotion level currently 8. Transformation and advancement through the paper tomb has a chance to further increase the weight of an ability and a certain probability of killing the strange thing outright. The longer a strange thing has survived, the more yin lifespan it has accumulated, and the better its odds. Also improves the tomb ecosystem and connects to Paper Alley, increasing total yin lifespan output by 10%. I looked at that and nodded for a long time. Cheap to build. Absurd effect. Right now my cemetery produces 3 industries. I-type strange things, out of the highest meeting room. Fire type, out of the yin fire spirit and the flames prison. And paper figures which come in through Paper Alley and off the paper lady when she splits. Paper is the bottleneck because she does not split often, and mostly the alley just attracts them. With a paper mound I have a factory, and it promotes things, in a facility, on a schedule, with a stated failure rate. Out of every upgrade tomb on that hill, that one is the best, and it is not close. And exactly as I guessed when I first became a gravekeeper, Corner of the Underworld does nothing for combat power in the short term, and once it grows in, the compounding on it is the entire reason I will win. Last was the Tiger. I went to the Tiger Shrine Courtyard in the combination Ghost House and read the upgrade for the Black Tiger Flying Heaven painting, rank 7. Tiger Shrine Courtyard. The Tiger Shrine is a sinister place where tigers are kept. It is a place of extreme ferocity and killing. Offerings are required. Construction requirements. The Tiger Shrine Courtyard. A bone altar. 1 each of the 3 sacrificial animals. 3 rank 8 strange things. 3 bundles of sandalwood. Yin lifespan required. 30 years. Land area. None. It stays inside the courtyard. Tomb effect. Sacrifices may be performed. Depending on the offerings and the yin lifespan provided by the worshipper, the painting receives the corresponding yin lifespan and drops tiger hair. Tiger hair, activated with yin energy, summons a projection of the painting's malice. Priests who receive yin lifespan as religious offering are required to hand over half their earnings as tax after each daily patrol. I read that twice as well. I am going to found a religion, and then I am going to tax it at 50%. Troublesome, but the ask is not extravagant, and remarkably, it does not need any additional land at all. Although I did stop and consider whether living next door to a rank 7 tiger has been good for the contract ghoul and the child of desire, who are both still rank 9 and both still in that building, which is a strange thought to have. I own an apocalypse and I am worried about the neighbors. Once I understood all 3, Bailing Yun's construction crews and the contract ghoul could start preparing, and the next build phase was going to be larger than anything we had done. The 3 live stone needs to be within 5 kilometers of a river, which is not hard because the ground north of my cemetery runs down toward the Yellow River through hills, except that there is no Yellow Springs Road going north out of my property. There is wasteland and then there is a mountain range. To take that in and put a road through it, somebody is going to have to cut one. That is a large project and it wants planning. So I sat in Wangquan Palace with paper and a pencil, drawing, which is the only thing my degree has ever been good for, and the television turned itself on again. Not for me this time. An advertisement. Horror TV station's latest masterpiece, the documentary film In the Name of the King, will premiere tonight at midnight. Stay tuned. Darkness. Very deep. A pair of blood-red eyes looking at him, calmly. And then something enormous opening a mouth and beginning to swallow him. No, don't kill me. And in an instant, the dark and the mouth were gone, and the whole world was so bright it hurt, and he was standing on top of it, and there were people kneeling on both sides of him as far as he could see. Beautiful women from a dozen countries, strange-looking people with unusual bearing, all of them at his feet. And then he raised his head to look at the sky, and in the sky, the same eye, and everything ended. He came up off the sofa in the dark with his heart going. He wiped his face and got his breath back. Ha! Ha! Damn it. Another one? Wasn't the whole point of becoming a gravekeeper that I don't sleep and don't dream? What is happening to me? He looked around. Everything familiar. He let it go. His name is Ye Cheng. He lives in a rural courtyard house in Longxi province, in a house with nothing in it, and one solitary grave out in the yard. He has been having strange dreams since before the era arrived. Most of them were nonsense, adventures, fantasies, occasionally something with a strange thing in it, and it is entirely because of those dreams that Ye Cheng established himself so quickly when the world opened, because more than once he knew where to be. But half a month ago, he watched a certain documentary, and at the very end of it, he saw a pair of scarlet eyes. And since then, the eyes have been in every single dream. Every night, he wakes up because of them, and because of whatever is behind them, and he wakes up in a cold sweat despite being a gravekeeper who is not supposed to need sleep at all, and he keeps finding himself unconscious anyway. He slapped his own face a few times. Then he checked his phone and sat up straight because it was 10 minutes to midnight. The horror TV station documentary was about to run again. In this era, night is the ordinary condition. Daylight is short and getting shorter, and everybody knows it and nobody says it. The advertisement had done its job. Horror TV station is a station born out of this era that broadcasts programs regardless of physical conditions, and it became a global phenomenon the day it appeared, and by then a new trailer pulled an audience that any network on the old planet would have gone to war for. It is not that the programs are good, although the documentaries are, because they show handlers and strange things actually living. The real reason is, in the name of God. Because in that film, a handler's job change and promotion method was shown on screen. Believer, free, to everyone, in every language, simultaneously. So what does the new one give away? Everyone watching wanted to know, including Ye Cheng, although his question was different. He wanted to know what the figure with the red eyes at the end of the last one was. The forums were saying King Yan Luo, but I don't know him, so why are his eyes in my head? He had no way to find out except by watching. At midnight, the television, which had been dark and had no power going to it, lit up. The wavy logo came up. The pace was slow. He watched carefully anyway, and 20 minutes in, even with his willpower, his eyes started closing. He was getting sleepy again. He picked up the fruit knife next to him and put it into his own thigh without pausing to think about it. That worked. He didn't blink, and he didn't look away from the screen for the rest of it, and by the time the Gravekeeper's regeneration had closed it up, the film had turned. Because the woman called Mei Xiangli asked her question. Did you make it? To rank 8? And Ye Cheng sat bolt upright. Rank 8. A promotion to rank 8? This woman? Is she the so-called king? Is she King Yanluo? Because in the entire era, across the whole world, including on the House of Strange Tales, which covers every handler on the planet, there had never been a single confirmed report of a handler reaching rank 8. Rank 8 strange things exist. Everybody knows that. Handlers do not have a rank 8, and as far as anybody could establish, handlers do not have a promotion system that goes that far at all. So is this woman the thing that has been in my dreams? He didn't know, and the film moved, and the beautiful woman who was clearly a decorative vase went off screen, and then he saw two strange things that were abnormally powerful. 2 rank 8s, fused. How do you kill something like that? And then he got his answer, and the answer stopped him, and it stopped everybody else watching that broadcast in every country at the same time. The woman standing to one side is a rank 8 handler, and that is remarkable enough, but the woman called Yingzhu simply took out a piece of paper and said one sentence, and 2 of the most terrifying things anybody in that audience had ever seen didn't dare to resist even to save their own lives. And Ye Cheng looked, belatedly, at the logo in the corner of the screen. It was clear. It had been there the entire time. In the name of the king. And an anxiety went through him that he had no words for, because the person hiding behind that document, the person who with one sentence and one sheet of paper made 2 rank 8 strange things lie down and die. Is that the thing from my dreams? Is that my enemy? He stopped watching. He paced the room fast with the knife still in his hand, his leg bleeding through his trousers and into his shoes, and he only had one thought in his head, and the thought was, that person wants to kill me. That so-called king wants to kill me. What do I do? What do I do? He didn't know. He didn't even know whether staying in that house was safe. But from what he had seen, and from his own analysis, that person was in Zhongyuan province, possibly in Luo City itself. He's in the open. I'm in the dark. And his heart came down, slowly. And then he turned his head and looked at the television and picked up an axe and put the screen through in 4 strokes. Why do you want to kill me? Why do you want to kill me? He said it over and over while he did it, and the television, which had run out of power weeks ago, went to pieces without a single spark. And then he stopped and let out a breath and felt enormously tired. He lay down on the floor of his own living room and went out. The dark was the same dark, except that this time he knew immediately that he was dreaming. I'm in it again. But why? He didn't know. All he knew is that unless something unusual happens, it is very, very difficult to get out of a dream like that one. So he walked. And then, in the dark, something was standing in front of him. A figure in a mask. It should have been a person, or at least it had limbs and a head in an outline. But the head was wearing something strange. The mask was shaped like a clapperboard. A black one, with characters written on it that he couldn't read, and when he saw it, Ye Cheng felt a fear he hadn't felt in any dream so far. He tried to back away and discovered that the room had become an empty space and that he was in the corner of it. The figure walked over and stood in front of him. Whatever was behind the clapperboard was examining him with a great deal of interest. Interesting. Humans. And Ye Cheng understood immediately that this was a special creature and that it wasn't the thing he had been looking for in his previous dreams. Who are you? Why are you in my dream? Dreams are the most mysterious place there is. Human. I can feel your fear and your unease. Why are you afraid of a dream? I don't know. Was it you? Heh. Human, you seem to be carrying a secret. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come at all. So, how about it? Would you be interested in appearing in a very special film made in the dead of night? A film. Ye Chung went rigid and tried to back away again and had nowhere left to go. And then he calmed down. What film? Something like horror TV station? Hehehe. I have no interest in filming those childish things. And still less in serving any living being, any person, or any strange thing. What I make is real art. My value and my meaning is to create those works. Human. You will be the first actor to enter midnight cinema. Are you ready? Midnight cinema. Ye Chung pressed his lips together and didn't ask a single question. Because it had just occurred to him that if the dreams were only ever going to be this, then perhaps this was a way to stop the other thing. So he nodded. He would have given anything to be out from under that dream, including his life, and the figure in front of him seemed pleased with the answer and nodded slowly. Very good, human. As the first actor of midnight cinema and its coming star, your name deserves to be remembered. What is it? Ye Cheng. And the figure shook its head slightly. I don't see the potential of fire in that name. How about you choose a stage name for yourself? A stage name. He thought about it. And then, for the first time since the world ended, in the middle of a nightmare he couldn't wake up from, Ye Chung laughed. For a stage name, let's call it Zi Yuan. The film went out globally, and the House of Strange Tales came apart. We're all human, so how are humans this powerful now? What makes you think that thing is still a person? What rank is this King Yan Luo? Rank 8? Is rank 8 really that strong? I'd laugh myself sick if anybody actually believes he's a rank 8. The people who are obviously his subordinates are all rank 8, and so is the bureau captain. Ha! I nearly got taken out by one of his paintings. Don't laugh at our Captain Tang. Our Captain Tang is rank 8. What are you? I envy Mei Shangli. Powerful backer. Being good-looking really is an advantage everywhere. All I got out of that film was horror TV station's deep resentment. Tusk. No wonder it's called In the Name of the King. Even horror TV station has to flatter him. By the way, the two promotions shown in that documentary look like Executioner and Wandering Painter. Anybody got a write-up? But what was that advertisement in the middle? Does Qingshui Supermarket buy half-ghosts? What is a half-ghost? That last one is fair, and it is also the only thing in that entire thread that mattered, because the advertising had been updated. Alongside paper is in high demand at Qingshui Supermarket. There was now a second one, a purchase order, for half-ghosts, in quantity. That is functionally an advertisement for buying people, broadcast to every screen on the planet, and it went completely unchallenged, because whether a half-ghost counts as a person is apparently debatable. I didn't put that advertisement out. Bai Lingyun did. She read a construction requirement, identified a supply gap, and placed an order, because that is what she is, and it is why I keep her. I let it run. 2 other viewers also watched that broadcast, and neither of them is a person. The first is in a space that is not on any map, where a woman with an enormous pipe was standing at a counter with televisions behind her. Every other screen had finished its program. Hers had not, because she had her finger out and had frozen the frame. The image was the figure with a wall of blood-red pupils arranged behind it, and several familiar shapes standing beside him. That is the figure it had seen before, in a certain painting, and the woman with the pipe finally said, "So that's what the divination meant. And that piece over there is View DJ." Then she took a long pull on the pipe, and as the smoke came out, the space and the figure and everything in it stopped existing. The second one was on the west coast of the lighthouse country, at the top of a building by the sea, in bright sunshine, on the other side of the world from the dark. A figure with a very great deal of scarlet hair, lying across the furniture like a beautiful snake, mouth already curved. "It's so good to see you again, dear Qing. I've been looking forward to it." And then she looked over her shoulder at the neatly arranged people standing behind her and asked lazily, "Which of you is a pilot?" Somebody stepped forward immediately, staring at her with an intensity you do not want to see on a human face. "That's me." She nodded, satisfied, and said, as though she were ordering a taxi, "Take those beat-up tin cans of yours and 500 desire servants and go to Ying City in the Dragon Kingdom. I want to deliver a small gift to my only human friend." Yes, he didn't leave. So she looked at him and reached up and pulled a single long red hair out of her own head and put it in her palm and blew on it gently. It drifted down in front of him. "That's your payment. Do a good job." And his face did something excited and fanatical, and he left at speed, past a row of people who were looking at him with envy and, in at least 2 cases, murder. Then she stood up, swaying, and looked out at the daylight. "I suppose I should choose a time to go out and travel." I didn't watch the broadcast again, because 2 things happened in my cemetery in the middle of that night. 2 strange things hit their promotion threshold simultaneously. Mao Mao, obviously. That one was overdue. and unexpectedly, the Yin fire spirit, which had finally hit its condition as the number of fire ghosts inside the flames prison climbed, the 4th rank 7 in the North Mountain Cemetery. I went to the fire first, and I want to explain that choice because on the face of it, the cat was the one actually promoting, and the fire only had a requirement. The flames prison is not an ordinary upgrade tomb. It was built out of a fragment of the mirror realm, the one I took out of a collapsing city on the internet. And that foundation is rarer than anything else on my hill, and it has produced a strange thing that exists nowhere else. And I only have one mirror fragment. Even now, with Luo City under my hand, there is exactly one, so the cat could wait. I stepped into a burning mirror. The instant I was through, the heat came for me and hit rolling yin energy and burning paper money and stopped. There is no ground in there and no sky, no direction, no forward, no behind. There is fire, in every direction, all the time. The Death Apartment's development had been generating enormous quantities of cheap rank 9 ghosts for weeks, and the great majority of them had been thrown in here because Qingshui Supermarket's customers cannot eat them fast enough. Only the promising ones get kept in the weird apartment on the outskirts, which is exactly why the Yin fire spirit changed. The blood pupil locked onto a ball of fire that had been orange and was going blue, and it fell into my palm and burned there, and the requirement came with it. Promotion requirement: perform a gathering firewood. To build a fire event involving more than 2,000 living beings. Yin lifespan exceeding 30 years. I frowned. The condition is not difficult, it is embarrassingly simple, it is just an enormous number. Almost 3 months into the era, and 2,000 living beings still, in practice, means people. Killing on that scale is not a technical problem for me, it is a location problem. Luo City is going to be Wangxi City, and I need the people in it alive, because they are the thing that produces Yin lifespan, so my own territory is not an option, which means going out, possibly going abroad. And both the evil one and the ordinary one still need mass consumption to advance, and the evil one is flexible about the species, and the ordinary one is not. Unless I give up on promoting 2 of the most outrageous nether artifacts on the planet, which is not going to happen, because even at rank 7, even with a second kingship in front of me, I have never for 1 second believed I can hold this world. There are countless fierce gods, there are countless strange things, and there is the secret of my own rebirth, which frightens me more than any of them. All of it is pushing me forward, all of it is why I take every opportunity, until I understand everything. So yes, at some point in the future, a large number of people are going to be consumed, and I have written that down and I haven't decided where. I put the fire back and stepped out of the mirror and let the Yin fire spirit sit with it for a while. Then I went to the combination ghost house and heard a scream. Meow! There was a lot of pain in that. The tiger shrine courtyard walls were under a thick layer of yin energy, and the tiger had, at some point, stepped out of its painting and was watching the small black shape on the wall with open interest. I put it back in the painting with one hand and didn't look at it. Then I looked at the cat. Mao Mao took the immortal road. That is the term. He didn't hunt monsters, and he didn't hunt people. He used his own abilities to accumulate Yin lifespan, and he bought his own promotion. According to the Qingchu underworld marshal, back in the day, there is not much difference in ability between the 2 roads. The difference is in the mind that comes out the other end. Rank 9 to rank 8 does not take long. Afterward, he looked to me almost the same, slightly bigger. And the green in his eyes, which is a green that lives under yin energy, had gotten noticeably livelier. Yin cat, rank 8, category, demon ghost, yin lifespan, 3 years and 7 days. Hiring a cat, rule, after any creature has its first close encounter with the yin cat on a given day, it must pay 3 days of hell money. Yin lifespan must be fed as a dowry. Otherwise, the death rule triggers. I want to be clear about what that says. My cat charges rent, daily, from everybody, on pain of death. Overseeing yin, can sense nearby death, strange things and yin energy, can also disable a corresponding strange things or handler's abilities for a short period, weighted by its own. 9 lives, after each rank advancement, gain 1 chance to escape death. On resurrection, all abnormal and special statuses are cleared. Current lives, 2. Demon ghost, possesses a degree of intelligence, physical strength greatly enhanced, can be killed by physical means, consumes yin lifespan. Note, that ability is crucial, but once I copy it, will it even work on a weak human like you? I nodded. Mao Mao's abilities are not beyond my understanding, and they are not weak, and next to the paper lady's second clone, they are frankly modest, but he has time. I picked him up and rubbed the enormous head that was already pushing into my hand and gave the increasingly clever little thing a few notes of hell money and sent him away. Please note that number. 9 lives. Current lives, 2. It was still dark. I went for a walk in my own territory, north, for a long way, and eventually I was standing on the bank of the Yellow River. And on both banks of that ancient river, in the night and in the light, pairs of red eyes opened.